Okay, let's have a look. Come on. Okay, not sure still. Okay, something going through on the road, which is good, and it's going through on there. Ugh. I think so. We'll find out more definitely at 10:30. Hi JP, I think I missed a call from you, but basically that little trick's worked. I can see some good green lines going across on the... Go on, you first. Looks like it's another XLR lead of some sort, but that's been rigorously tested long before I even started today, and everyone seemed... Yeah, it's coming out of the Glen, yeah. It's coming out of that splitter. That splitter's coming out, mixer out. Yeah, so we've got plenty of controls. We've got the levels on the mic, I've got the levels on the road, and I've got the levels on the XLR, so hopefully it'll be fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've just plugged into mic 1. Yeah.
Away from the field of play, there's plenty to explore around Lords today. Rachel Aco Flint Shop.
Yep, okay. Do you want to do that before the official sound check, or is that the foul?
And the annual village fete in the Coronation Garden at the Pavilion End.
Right.
With games for all the family, including hookah, croquet, balls,
okay. All right. I've got Rich and Rob, so I'll get one of them. We're just making a note of the teams, which actually will be very useful. So, can you just give us what time is it now? Just give us 10 minutes. So we'll be ready before 1:30. Don't panic, but just give us 10 minutes to. Okay, mate. All right. Well, 5 minutes. We'll do the off-air. Cheers. Bye. Right. Okay for a minute, gents. But in 5, we need to do the first sound check. All right. You're up for 5 minutes, and I want to do what you're doing.
I think you're going to get a radio.
Lovely.
Kenneth's going to come up with the radio from our office.
Okay.
So one radio in here, one radio in the storage box.
Okay.
So you guys can.
Yeah. And it's all of you.
Everything else. Is it coming through on the
Yeah. No. I've had to make a little change. That is essential.
Okay.
But I can see, so I've hidden it, but there's some levels on the output that goes on the output. See some green things going across. And we've got plenty of adjustment. We've got adjustment on there, I can do the levels on there, and the levels on there. I think the only thing, Joe, is only because you've got a bunch of keys there, but the blues just down there a lot, very adjacent ones. Just out here to the right.
Okay.
The blues further down. I'm not saying you've got the keys there.
I know the loose further down should be okay.
Further down, yeah.
They should be.
They are open.
Yeah, I think
just
some of those suites are open today.
Right.
I know the cricketer suite is open.
Right, okay. So what you're saying is that the blues actually
I'm not too sure. I wouldn't know.
All right, well,
I wouldn't know.
the extra
anyway.
exercise.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Otherwise, I think.
I mean, it sounds good. So we're on the private stream we did for testing. It sounded like all the effects related to the actual
Yeah.
internet segment sounds good.
Stop it to it. Sure we will. Which I'll say. Lovely. Thanks very much. Will do. Thanks, Jay. Right. So, 2 teams. Just the initials. And then basically we're doing an off-air test first, and then at 1:30 we're doing a sound check with JP or DP, but hopefully I'll be able to sort out most of the things. I think Kevin will be as and when. Alright, gents.
I think that's pretty much what he said this morning, yeah.
As well. So if you see him, I don't mind giving up your slot
I don't
for a little while. Kevin also did a bit of commentary, so I might well sort of see if he wants to do that as well. Right.
So ready to go in about 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yeah. I'm just going to get a pen.
We'll just make
Show
it.
him that. What's his?
That's always the tech that lets you down, it's never anything else, is it?
Right, Dumbleton. Let's get that.
The Lords is a ground for all, and we want to ensure that everyone has a memorable day when they visit us. In the interests of safety and security, we ask you to kindly take your bags and belongings with you at all times. Should you see an unaccompanied flag, please inform the nearest student.
Charlie Evans.
I think it's Ollie Horn. Number 6, yeah.
Alright, I'd like to get my first name.
Yeah.
7, ready, 8.
For the benefit of those who have recently arrived at the home, welcome to Wales.
On the inside they've got
Foxton, Granta, and Dumbleton Cricket Club from Gloucestershire. Marylebone Cricket Club would like to offer a very warm
Yeah, I think it was
welcome
Brahma
to
was
their families and supporters from both villages, as well as to new and returning visitors. Welcome to
he's
home
13-year-old, isn't he? The kid.
13-year-old, number 11.
This match will commence at
31.
and the first innings is
Not
due to
international hockey. Who's that?
a luncheon interval of 40 minutes will then be taken, and the scheduled close of play is 5:30. Scorecards are free of charge and are available for
Mention the umpires. Make sure you mention the umpires and scorers today.
or from the stewards at the north door of the pavilion.
Where are they?
Holland and Royal are the umpires.
Do you have a first name for them?
Missed.
Scorers Hobbs and Westerman. German string today.
Behind the Eldridge stand at the nursery end, the concession unit, Mr. Hawk, is serving hot food.
That will be helpful. Just work out how many the actual side at Dumbleton played last time. My list. It's on the spreadsheet. I've got the 8 names of the squad. On the Dumbleton, on that spreadsheet.
Yeah, this is Foxton. I've got don't know where the Dumbleton ones are.
The spreadsheet that's got a few words on it.
This one, yeah, it's not here. It's just the Foxton ones there. So there's a Foxton, 2 Foxtons.
I want to know, out of the 8 players who are in the squad, how many are actually in the team today? Players for Foxton Grant, so Adam Webster and Harry Hopping was 12th man, but they're playing today, so 2 of them were involved in the final.
I've got 4 here that
Okay.
in the 2022.
Trust you totally.
Martin, Thompson, Stewart. Number 7.
Lewis Hill. He's 5 more wickets to be the top wicket taker. He's had 14 wickets so far.
No, I can miss him. He's the main man.
Yeah. Ash Clark's the keeper, isn't he?
Yeah. She let the keepers.
Yeah. Keepers Union, yeah. No.
So I've written this out. Same here.
Okay. Right. Okay. Sorry, we're not on air. So, can you hear me?
I can.
I can hear you. The intro's playing. I can't really hear it, but I'm not too worried because I think it's going out okay.
I can hear it mildly.
Yeah, that's all right.
one thing, Keith. That is right in the middle of the pitch. These pillars.
Feel free to move across then. Move across where it isn't.
I think we need to.
Okay, we're doing a bit of manoeuvring of tables. No, we're not. Sorry, just hang on a sec, Rob. Hang on a sec. If I unmute myself, then I can make sure I know what I'm doing. Right. Good job we're not on air. I think we just need to be careful, gents, and move the other table as well. Sorry, a bit of table manoeuvring. On my fingers, Rich.
Sorry, Keith.
Nearly lost my fingers there. I don't know. Can't get the staff these days. So desperate to get the Lords. Right then, Rich. Might as well hear from you, mate, while I'm chatting away. Can you now see the pitch?
No, not really. I can't see the wicket on that end. So I think we do need to do a bit of manoeuvring here. It's
right.
It's not good at all.
Okay, I think we're actually going out on the stream.
What a message to be sending out to all you people listening.
My apologies if you're
Thanks,
on the
Keith.
stream. You're listening to our sound check for Live Sport FM for our radio commentary. So sorry about that. Let's see if we can move again. Let me just move across. Right, let's do it again. Right, let's just move this first. Well, we'll have someone there to keep an eye on that. So I think the important thing is you see what's on the pitch. Right. Right, okay then, Rich. I'm just keeping an eye on your level, so talk away, please.
At Lord's, pleasure to be here today with Sir Keith Higgins and Sir Rob Ettridge. Beautiful day here. We are overlooking the ground, bathed in lovely sunshine. Bit of a chill in the air, but a September morning brings that usually. But we're set for a really, really good day of cricket here at Lord's. It's an absolute pleasure as always to walk in these gates for whatever purpose I'm doing so, and I'm sure you echo the same as
Yes,
that.
it is, Rich. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to suggest two things we got to do. We've got to let people know that what we're doing. Rob's making sure the table doesn't wobble, and then we just need to mute the sound on the that's going out on the stream, because people might be wondering what the hell's going on. But if we can just, I think somebody's adjusting the speakers somewhere. So if anyone is listening up in the commentary box, my apologies. Just to let you know, in a couple of minutes we are going to do our official sound check, and that might take a little while. So if you want to mute us at some point so we're not going out on the video stream, that's absolutely fine. Okay, but in the moment I will be doing that. So okay, Rich, just speak again.
Yeah, so as I was saying, a beautiful sun-filled morning here at Lord's in preparation for the Voneus Village Cup final this year, contested by Foxton, Granta and Dumbleton. Both have a pretty storied history in the competition. I think okay.
Yep, that'll do. We'll actually do the official end stream, yes. Right.
How far does this reach? Not very far, is it?
He said Rich is quieter than Keith. Move the mic closer to Rich.
Any
Okay.
better?
Yeah, I think that might be better. Right. Hiya, mate. Right, we're just about ready to do the sound check. I saw your messages. Right, just to let you know, unfortunately Luke's not here at the moment, but I think in a moment I'm going to ask you to keep bringing Luke. I might ask Luke to not to come on air till we're well underway, and then that way, then if there are any problems, then you know, he can sort them out with me.
But anyway, we're ready to do the sound check. Anything before we do that? They look pretty sophisticated. They're a built-in mic. Bloody hell, JP, you must be psychic. It's exactly that. Bayer Dynamic DT290. Better than mine.
By the Grace Gate by screen planning, as well as a concession unit in Little Watan, serving authentic Lebanese cuisine.
I can't hear
Yeah.
JP.
Yeah, that's okay. It's all right. Rich is saying he can't hear you, and I'm saying, of course he can't hear
He's
you.
on the phone.
On the bloody I can't get the start, JP. honestly.
You've already said that.
Right, let me just repeat what you said. Rich, the mic, and for Rob, the mic needs to be on the left. Like you are now.
Okay. Is it positioned correctly?
Right, so we'll leave it where it is, Rich. We might need to move it closer, and if you start popping, which we'll tell you, we move it away. But leave it
Okay.
there at the moment.
All right.
Closer than you were just now, yeah? Rich, talk away, please. Rich, talk.
So once again, we are at Lords for the Voneus Village Cup final, contested between Foxton, Granta and Dumbleton. We are set for a super day of cricket. It's a 40 over per side game, and these two sides have a storied history.
Stop, Rich. Yeah, it's all yellow lights. Yeah, you were solid up to 5 when Rich was talking. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right, give me a sec. Just find out my way. Yeah, because I've been fiddling with those. I've got a gain of 13 decibels. Okay. Yeah, got it. No, we should have more than enough people to keep us going. Kevin Emery's already appeared, so we know he's here, and I've stressed to Kevin, you know, whatever else you do, mate, please be here at half time, that'd be good. The cricketer, I hope, will come and give us some people. If not, then we've got 4 of us, we'll just have to keep talking. The only highlights I've got are out of date, so I'd rather we kept going live all the way through. No, I've only got some highlights, but I don't think we're going to need it, JP. The weather's great, there's no chance of any interference of weather, and I think for half an hour we can keep going, honestly, there isn't a problem. We'll get enough support from people to make it a very interesting half an hour. Do I need to do anything? I'd rather not do anything more. If the commentary is going to go out, JP, I'd rather we stuck with that. If I start interfering with everything else, as long as... Can we do the sound check, and then if the sound check needs something else, fine. But at the moment, because I already made one change, forgive me, just getting a little nervous, you know, because they're doing the coin toss. So can we do the sound check, make sure it's going out all right, okay? Brilliant. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the phone to Rob. If you need to ring, Rob will answer. All right. And if you need to do any... Okay, well I can do that. If that's for the interval, I've got time to do that. Yeah, that's okay. Headphone, mini jack, and it will be a male connector for taping. Right, okay, all right. I understand that, and I'll do that if we need to. So Rob's going to have the phone, so Rob will keep an eye on any messages. Okay. Cheers. Bye. Bye. Yeah, just really keeping an eye on any messages. It might come up as a WhatsApp. Okay.
Right.
Dumbleton Cricket Club has won the toss and elected to bat. Dumbleton Cricket Club has won the toss and elected to bat. There is one change to today's scorecard. For Dumbleton, at number 7, Miles Holland replaces Kevin Sharp.
Yes, good morning. Welcome to Lords. We're here for the final of the Voneus Village Cup between Foxton, Granta and Dumbleton. And we're doing also the commentary for the live video stream even that's going out on YouTube. So welcome to Lords, lovely sunny day. Let's introduce you to the commentary team. My name is Keith Higgins, and sitting next to me on my right, got the privilege of having Rich Dean with me. Rich.
Oh, absolutely, Keith. Isn't it a privilege to be here at Lords? Looking forward to a great day in store here.
Absolutely, yes, and we'll bring the rest of the commentary team in just a moment. Got Rob Ettridge with us, and hope that floating behind us somewhere en route is Luke Edwards, but he's not here yet, but no matter. So just to make sure that people are picking this up all right, Rich, we'll have a little chat, and yes, what a lovely day, and I'm just so pleased. I think I was saying to you last week, Luke and I went to Chester for the NCCAT 20 final. And it got rained off, so...
I don't think that problem's in store today, Keith. I think we're set fair for a beautiful day. It's currently probably in the late teens in terms of temperature. Hardly a cloud in the sky. Lovely to see Lords bathed in sunlight. I think we're set fair for a good day. Two competitive teams, Foxton, Granta and Dumbleton, contesting this final. It's a 40-over final, so I think... we play through until about 5:30 p.m. as the scheduled close. Yeah, we're set here, Keith. This is personally my third village final. The previous two have been wonderful occasions. Let's hope for the same this time.
Absolutely, yeah. Got some breaking news actually, Rich. We spent ages getting the teams sorted out. There's been a late change for Dumbleton. Finn Brabham, shame actually, I was looking forward to talking about motor racing, but Finn Brabham is not playing and he's replaced by Miles Holland.
Okay, noted.
And I think that means that Miles Holland is let me think, that make it 5 people that's involved with the game today. So from the previous final. So let's see. Anyway, back to you, Rich. A few more thoughts on today.
I think having players who've played here before is definitely an advantage. I think when you can feel almost accustomed to your environment, it definitely helps you to bed in and see yourself as part of the game rather than just an occasion that's foisted upon you. This is what a monumental pleasure for these players to be playing here at what is the home of cricket, known the world over as being such a venerated venue. And I think there's loads of professional cricketers that would love to be able to say, I played and I thrived and I was part of a big occasion at Lord's. These guys can, and I think they should be well attuned to that.
Absolutely, Rich. I think it really is a fantastic day and a fantastic occasion. And we're looking at the ages of some of the Dumbleton players. 14 is the youngest,
Yeah.
Will Sweeting. They've got some 18-year-olds. I mean, it's almost their youth team today.
Yeah, and looking through their lineup, you can see that they've had those young players have already had some good experience playing in county pathway cricket. I saw one had been at the Bunbury Festival, which is obviously a very, very steeped historical festival for young cricketers, where many future England players have played in the past. All that is really good to see, and I think in particular we should mention a 14-year-old who's keeping wicket today, Keith.
Unbelievable. Will Streeting, as I said, 14 years old. Gosh, he's, I'm trying to think how many years that he's, I'm about 4 times as old as he is. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Just the 4?
I'm nearly 5. No, 5, almost 5. Multiply his age by 5 and you're not far off how old I am today. So, that's where we are.
But in many ways, that's one of the interesting aspects of today, isn't it? It's how those young players take on themselves and embed themselves and assimilate themselves into this occasion, which could be overwhelming. But I mean, if you're a 14-year-old who is able to say for the rest of your life that you've played in a final at Lord's, that's a pretty nice accolade to be bestowed upon you at such tender years.
Absolutely, and a day that every player will cherish, whether it's a 14-year-old, probably, well, it must be the first time they play. In fact, one stat I wasn't able to find out, and I'm going to preface it with a little bit of caveats, but we reckon Will Streeting must be, if not the youngest player to have played in a Voneus Village Cup final, Richie must be one of the youngest. I can't believe anybody less than 14 has played in a Voneus Village Cup final before.
I would definitely agree, although I did see that there was a 13-year-old 12th man in a previous final.
Okay.
And I will try and get the specifics of that. They're not coming to mind immediately. I will try and get the specifics of that. But I think you're probably right. 14 is an extremely young age, and especially to be plying your trade in a final at Lord's. So, listen, he's going to be one of the interesting stories within the tapestry of today's game for sure.
And let's just tell you that as well as Luke Edwards and Rob Ettridge, we'll have Kevin Emery joining us for a little bit of punditry. Kevin, the former Hampshire and England international and associated with Dumbleton, and he was with us 2 years ago when we did the Dumbleton Calmore Sports final, and I thought it was a bit ironic actually. I thought a bit mean of Kevin because he's a Dumbleton member, but he's also got association with Calmore Sports, and would you believe after that final the next spring he played in the Calmore Sports Open Golf Tournament and won it.
Oh,
that's a bit mean, isn't it?
So he's a bit of a mean golfer as well, this Kevin Emery figure, is he? Okay, well, I'm sure he'll talk about that on air, perhaps.
Okay, Rich. Thanks very much indeed, mate. We're just going to stop chatting for a minute and just play the intro. Yes, welcome back to Lords. Keith Higgins and Rich Dean are with you, getting ready for the start of the game in about 15 minutes' time. It's the final of the Voneus Village Cup between Dumbleton from Gloucestershire and Foxton Granta from Cambridgeshire. I've got Rich Dean next to us, and Rich, yes, we're talking about the rather youthful age of some of the players today. So, but we've got one or two slightly more mature players, and perhaps if we focus on Foxton Granton, because they reached the final in 2015, and Adam Webster, who has played in that final 9 years ago, and he's back in the side today. So good to see that Adam Webster, Webby as he's known to. I'm going to have a word about nicknames later, but anyway. Anyway, good to see that he's back here. Foxton Granta lost that final against, I think it was Woodhouse Granges, wasn't it, that they lost to in 2015. So good to see him back here again, and just shows that you don't have to be a youngster to play at Lords.
No, and the interesting thing is he's the only lefty in the side. He's the lone man, and lefties are generally really good to watch bat, aren't they? For some reason, I don't think it's ever been worked out why, but interesting to see if he continues that trend. But yeah, he played in 2015.
Thanks very much, Rich. We will stop the sound check and we will go live for the actual commentary very, very shortly. Right. Wasn't panicking, we had Kevin Emery. I think the only thing is any messages from JP. Yeah, so can I perhaps suggest that come in for the commentary after 5 overs, but let Rich do the intro, and then if anything comes up with JP, you can flash to us. Everybody's happy. I think we're all right. I think. Ah, yeah, but we got our own stream. No, don't forget our own stream. Yeah, but the one person who makes our life is, yeah, you know what I mean. We got 4 at the moment. We're not even broadcasting. Right, so just keep an eye on the messages for us, mate. Right.
Could you pass me all the paperwork that's up there, please, Luke? There's teams, yeah, that one as well. Thank you very much. It's not a first, is it?
Yeah, exactly. It's a different thing here at Lords, don't you know? They've moved the crowd, haven't they, Keith?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the reason? Because they're all in such a good scene.
No, because the pitch is this side, so all the action's going to be this side, I think.
Got some bright sparks here today, haven't we? I thought Ettridge was an intelligent man.
We did one the other week. We did a local T20 final. Live sports involved in right towards the team. Yeah. And I went, oh my god! And literally just like caught it one-handed in front of us.
So I'm doing the intro.
Yeah.
And then I'm going off after 5 overs. Is that right?
Yeah. And then, no, you stayed for 10.
I stay for 10.
You got the rota.
No, but I thought we'd changed because...
Oh, Kevin Emery, but it's just the intro. Luke was going to do the intro with us, but because he's late, then he can... So I'll do the first, whatever it is. Where's the rota?
Probably over there.
Can you get it for us?
I'm more than happy to do whatever you want.
Get the rota, mate, because otherwise... or get someone to get the rota, just so I
It's
can...
here.
Right, okay, so you stay for 10 overs. Luke will come in. Basically, you're there.
Okay, fine.
You're RD.
Fine. Got it.
Right, I've just said we're going live.
All right.
So
let's do
now
it.
all serious. Oh, 4 minutes early. I think he scheduled it for 10:55, but so we've got the teams to go through. That's the main thing. We need to go through the 2 teams.
Just do it. Just do teams, but just do team setter again.
Whatever you want, Keith. If you want to go now, I'm ready.
Right, let's go.
Yeah, no, they're really gone on the tour. Racebury, yeah, we haven't had a great season. Yeah, great season this year. We relegated this year, so yeah, on the last game of the season, so down to Div 3 now. We just batting collapses.
Spectators are
Always worrying with the 11 has to go back. Yeah. Every week, most weeks, probably right in the way.
It is the ground regulation of NCC that spectators are not permitted to walk in the playing area at any time. Marylebone Cricket Club thanks you for your understanding and
Because I heard it when I was watching it. That's when I heard about the change in the team.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you very much indeed for tuning in to Live Sports FM, or if you're watching this on the YouTube stream, because we're here at Lords for the Voneus Village Cup final between Dumbleton from Gloucestershire and Foxton Granta from Cambridgeshire. My name is Keith Higgins, and as I said, we'll be providing commentary not just for the Live Sport audio stream, but also for the stream for the NV Play through the Cricketer. And a big thanks to everybody. We'll give a big shout out to everyone at the end of the game, but thanks so much indeed for all the support that we've had. My name is Keith Higgins. Got a great commentary team with us today, and we're going to start off with my colleague to the right. He's always so smartly dressed. He really is.
Not always.
Not always, but he's smartly dressed today. So good morning to you, Richard Dean. Rich, good morning to you.
Good morning, Keith. Good morning, everyone listening. Set for a great day here at Lords. It's always a beautiful occasion, the Village Cup final. Players who don't normally have a chance to play at such venerated locations have a chance today, and I'm looking forward to it. How about you, Keith?
Absolutely, and we've got another lovely day today. It's a few clouds in the sky, but no prospect of any rain, and it's looking good. So we just need to set the scene. The game starts in about 7 or 8 minutes. We'll go through the two teams shortly, Rich and myself. I'll also tell you our commentary team today. I've got Rob Ettridge who'll be joining us for some wonderful expert punditry, particularly on wicket keeping. Rob knows one or two things about wicket keeping, being the wicketkeeper for Raysbury. And I've got Luke Edwards with us. Luke will be doing some ball bubble commentary, quite a bit of ball bubble commentary during the game. Also we'll be joined by Kevin Emery, who is here as one of the members of Dumbleton. But for those who are thinking I've heard that name before, you've probably heard of it as the ex-Hampshire fast bowler, also an ex-England international, ex only because he's retired, but he's been in with us, and I'm sure he'll join us for some expert views later on. Okay, so let's just run through the two teams, I think, Rich. So I'll let you do the top one you've got on your list, which looks like it's Foxton Granta. Who's playing for Foxton Granta today?
In batting order, Keith, we have Adam Webster opening up with Doug Rice, followed by number 3, Jonathan Atkinson, 4, Richard Kaufman, 5, Harry Hopwood, 6, Will Brown, 7, the captain, Lewis Hill, 8, Ashley Clark, who is also the wicket-keeper, 9, Ravi Mahendra, 10, Sam Beer, 11, Henry Campbell. The unfortunate two to miss out today, KF Iqbal and Alexander Hooley. Part of the squad, though.
Okay, thanks so much indeed, Rich. Let's just go through the Dumbleton side. They'll be captained by Ross Martin. They'll also have Lewis Rodinson, Charlie Garrett, one of the top run scorers, needs 60 odd runs to be the top run scorer in the competition this season. Aaron Thompson, Adam Stewart, Ollie Horn, Freddie Sharp. And then a very late change, we had Finn Brabham down playing, and he was on the official scorecard that you get from Lords. Nice little souvenir today. But we've just been told that Miles Holland will be replacing him. So it's Miles Holland, then Daniel Hammond, Will Sweeting and Liam Bricknell. got the two umpires. You might have heard the bell sounded in the background there, and the two umpires are walking out to the middle, Mr. Holland and Mr. Royal. And big thanks to the scorers as well. We got Mr. Hobbs and Mr. Westerman. I assume that they're male, I haven't said if they're female.
Well, I'm not sure, Keith. I think we might have a female umpire.
Okay, it'd be nice if they mentioned whether they're male or female. We shall see. Anyway, you can hear the crowd. Give you our commentary position, actually. We're square on the tavern side, if you know Lord, but we're square onto the wicket. They've only opened up per part of the ground, and it's the ground where the tavern stand is. And the applause you can hear is because the two batsmen are coming out. I haven't got information about who won the toss and who's batting yet, Rich.
Dumbleton won the toss and will bat.
Dumbleton, thank you very much indeed. Dumbleton have run the toss and will bat. That means it will be Ross Martin and Lewis Rollinson who will come in to open the batting. And funny enough, the batsmen have come back before the fielders, which is unusual. It's not the other way around, Rich, isn't it? It's usually the fielders who come out first.
Yeah, Ross Martin opening up for Dumbleton. He scored a very fine 80 by all accounts in round 5 of this competition, so it will be interesting to see how they take to this Lord's occasion, these players, and the players who've done well in this competition thus far. Can they reproduce that today here at Lord's on this wonderful occasion?
Well, Ross Martin was the man of the match in the final 2 years ago against Calmore Sports, mainly for his bowling actually, 4 for 12 in his opening spell that basically set the seal on a comprehensive win for Dumbleton. In fact, one of the biggest wins in the competition. It was 89 runs over Calmore Sports. Batting, I can tell you what he did actually, because he got out in the most strange way. He batted very reasonably well for 16 and then tried a very ambitious ramp shot. And
I bet that went down well.
Well, he got bowled. It didn't matter because they only lost 4 wickets in total. 241 for 4 was their score, so I don't think it mattered too much. But that's sure you won't want to replicate that. Anyway, the Foxton Granta players are coming out. And we'll give you the information about who their bowling is. I think I can confirm that a good start to the competition. I think I got the gender wrong with one of the commentators, umpires today. I think Rob was looking. Do we have a... We're not sure. All we know is that the two on-field umpires are surnames Holland and Royal, and the Foxton Granta scorer surname is Hobbs, Al Hobbs, and Dumbleton it's D. Westerman. One of our jobs today will be to find out a little bit more. I've got a pair of binoculars actually, Rich. I'll get them out later, but there we are. So it's going to be Dumbleton, I said. They won the toss. They've decided to bat first, which I think has been their sort of forte, hasn't it? Rich has got the stats there.
Yep.
They've whenever they've batted first, I think virtually every game except the semi-final.
Yeah, and one thing you can say is within at least the previous rounds in this competition, they've scored higher than their opponents.
Absolutely.
Today.
Every game except that last one where they had to chase 160 to win. They got over 200, well over 200 in all the games. So
yeah, and their margins of victory, they haven't been involved in too many close ones, Keith, in the lead up to this final. It will be a very, very interesting time, these first few overs. You're almost sussing out conditions, the standards of bowling. It will be very, very interesting to see those first few overs, who establishes territory within this final. You often find in finals that those who do establish superiority early often go on to do quite well. So we will see that play out here very imminently. The bowler is at the end of his mark. The umpire has given him sanction to start, and I think we're about ready for the first ball in this final, Keith.
From the pavilion end to our left, it's going to be Henry Campbell opening the bowling, and bowling to captain of Dumbleton, Ross Martin. Right arm over the wicket. And good length, right on the stumps. Martin very positively forward, but straight back to Campbell for no runs.
Yeah, he pressed forward a bit there, did Ross Martin, to just play that back studiously up the pitch, and no run. Played it very straight. I mean, I think the ball cannoned into the stumps at the other end, so it was a very straight hit.
Give you the field after this ball from Henry Campbell. Said right arm over. Bowls, and now that went down the leg side, and umpire realised the scorers are this side, but yep, anything down the leg side in this competition is deemed a wide, and the first run on the ball there. But certainly Ross Martin has to take a little bit of evasive action. But let's give you the field. There we got 2 slips, we got a point, we got an extra cover, mid off, mid on, leg side, well, mid on the leg side. Give you the rest of the leg side field after a hop, skip and a jump by Campbell. Right arm over, comes in. And that one has gone down fine on the leg side. We'll see what the signal is. It's 4 runs off the bat for Ross Martin.
Off the bat.
Just got a fine edge down there. Keeper for Foxton Granta. Ash Clark couldn't get across to stop it. First boundary, first runs off the bat for Ross Martin. 5 for no wicket. Ross Martin on to 4. Nice little deflection there, Rich.
I wonder if he was intending to play it a bit squarer, though. Not sure that was the intention to run it down to that boundary, but they're off the mark. He is off the mark. It was off the bat. I thought it was 4 wides initially, but he must have got the slightest little tickle on it to go for 4. One thing we should say before this game proceeds much further is the boundary on this side is very enticing.
We'll talk about that in a moment as Campbell comes in for the next ball. And that was edged and might have fallen just in front of goalkeeper, wicketkeeper Ash Clark. Don't think it quite carried. We'll have a look in a moment and see if it did, but was parried by Clark and came off the bat. Another single to Martin, takes him on to 5, 6 for no wicket, but that one was close. Feeling is I don't think it quite carried. Rob Ettridge watching the replay, and I think that just didn't quite carry, but slightly nervous prod there by Ross Martin, but he's off strike now and brings Lewis Rollinson into play. Another right-handed bat.
He's about to face his first ball in this final, Keith. Big moment for him.
Indeed. Little hop and a skip, isn't there, by Campbell when he comes into bowl. Turned off his legs very nicely by Rollinson. That's a nice confident way, not a 4, just a little turn into the leg side, and nice little shot there, picked up at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 1 run takes Lewis Rollinson off the mark. And what you were saying, Rich, and using your psychology, what a nice way to get off the mark. He'll be feeling so much better for that.
Very intentional shot as well, really nice looking stroke.
Campbell again. Prodded again, not in total control of the shot there was Martin. It went off the outside edge through where Gully would have been, but I think he's got another single. Takes him on to 6, 8 for no wicket.
Just looks like he's playing with hard hands at the moment, and he managed to adjust there to allow the ball to just dip down into the turf, but he's going forward and prodding a bit at the moment.
That one's outside the off stump and left alone there by Ross Martin. Lewis Rollinson. So, end of the over. 8 runs from it, 8 for no wicket. Martin on 6, Rollinson on 1.
I'll be interested, Keith, to watch Rollinson bat. That stroke there off the first ball he faced was a very intentional stroke, and he's just working it off the leg side, just easing himself into the game, but was obviously confident enough that he saw the ball well enough to play that stroke, and that's a good sign of a 17-year-old batsman. And he has been involved in the Gloucester under-18 side, and that was really, really good technique that he had there. So, and his second ball was a nice leave, which was the right decision to make it with that ball. So, be interesting to see him bat.
Okay, it's the over. This one will be from the nursery end, from the right-hand end, from our commentary position here in the tavern stand, and it will be Sam Beer who will be opening the bowling. He's had a very good season, 36 wickets in the league, and got some good figures as well. I think Richard's got some figures for him somewhere. I hope you have anyway, Rich.
Well, I was just going to mention that he's a Cambridge Blue, is Sam Beer, and I did wonder if he was perhaps the brother of Will Beer, who played professionally for Sussex, who I think has now got a 2020 contract for them, but played for a number of years for Sussex in the Championship and one-day competitions.
Tall lad, again right arm over the wicket. That was a good ball. It clearly left Martin, who was prodding Must have just swung away a little bit, or whether he picked up the wrong line, but good opening ball there by Sam Beer. Hasn't perhaps got the wickets in the Village Cup that his league form suggested, but oh yes, just looking at that really swung away. First Slip was very, very interested in that, but no real appeal. Good start by Sam Beer, coming from the nursery end. Right arm over. Ooh, and again Ross Martin, that one he went for the drive and missed it. That was a little bit wider. Sam Beer, 2 balls written. He's already troubling the Dumbleton captain.
What he might have worked out is that Martin is going forward and generally playing off the front foot. So he might have just adjusted his line just to go back a little to meet that. And he's here to bowl again.
Right arm over, Sam Beer bowls, and that's a nice on drive by Ross Martin. Picks out the gap between mid wicket and mid on. 2 runs there. Nice shot, a little bit more confident that one there by Ross Martin. Takes him on to 8, 10 for no wicket, and that one probably off the bottom of the bat a little bit, but again, just actually looking at the replay, not quite sure where he was playing then. I think he was looking to play that a bit more straighter, but found the gap, big gap between the square leg and mid on.
I think the one thing he did know that he was playing it off the back foot rather than the front, and he looked like he that was assured.
So he's standing outside his crease and goes for the pull as it goes down the leg side. I think that came off his pad. Wait for the signal from the umpire, which is non-existent, so therefore it came off the bat. So another run to Ross Martin, takes him on to 9, 11 for no wicket, and brings Lewis Rollinson on strike. Yes, just sorry Rich, I cut you off when you're talking about how close the boundary is. It's obviously now on the offside, but for the right-handed batsman, the bowler from the pavilion end to our left, it's quite a short boundary, and that's where we're commentating. We've got the sliding doors wide open, the big pull, and we could be getting some catching practice. So the next ball is played into the offside. Good firm shot by Lewis Rollinson, but straight to the fielder at extra cover.
He looks class to me, Keith. Gets his head right over the pitch of the ball, gets his feet aligned. It all looks very good from Rollinson's point of view. I hope the commentator's curse has not been put on him, but it's a good start in a Lord's final for the young man, 17 years old.
Give you some stats about him in a minute as the next ball is played off the back foot and straight to mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, Lewis Rollinson, let's have a look. He's on there somewhere.
Well, he made an 80, Keith, in round 4.
2 50s.
And he followed that up with 56 in round 5.
Yeah. By the way, the end of Sam Beer's over, 3 runs from it. 2 overs gone, 11 for no wicket. And just while we look at Lewis Rollinson, yes, he's got 222 runs, an average of 37. 6 innings and 2 50s. An 80 against Ashwood Bank, and a 56 against Daffin Welfare. I do love the names of some of these village teams, don't you?
Brilliant, isn't it? Very Absolutely. Prosaic, would you say?
In fact, one of them we've got to be careful of, because I seem to remember in the final 2 years ago, I'll tell you about it after this start of the new over from Henry Campbell, bowling to Ross Martin, who plays it to extra cover for no runs. We wondered whether we will be saying instead of Dumbleton, Dumbledore.
Oh dear.
Alright, I think Luke Edwards behind us was particularly worried about that, so we'll have to have a little pot, and any fines that any sort of anybody who says Dumbledore rather than Dumbleton will get fined. Swatches, in comes Campbell as the next ball, and not sure, that's spooned away from Martin. He don't know what he's doing there. He seemed to play it on the leg side. It sort of spooned up, almost not quite got close to the stumps, but certainly turned round that way, and yeah, a little bit of a worry there, Rich, for a moment.
It was. Although we should say that Ross Martin was the man of the match in the 2022 final.
But for his bowling, not for his batting.
Indeed, you're right.
But even so, he opened the batting last time, as I said earlier, as the next ball he tries to cut into the offside, but didn't really time it, and good piece of fielding there at cover point.
I mean, in this competition so far, Keith, he has scored an 80 in round 5 and followed that up in the same game with bowling figures of 5 overs, 1 for 7. So very economical in that game, and must have played a huge part in their victory in round 5. 233
runs in the competition this season as Ross Martin, as he rather flayed at that one outside the off stump. He sort of took his bottom hand off the bat as if he perhaps overstretched himself, but no touch. Goes through to wicket-keeper Ash Clark, and no damage done there. But good tidy over so far by Henry Campbell. 4 balls, no 4 dot balls so far. Which I'm sure Ross Martin won't be pleased with.
Difficult to see Ross Martin's intent with that shot, because he was playing way ahead of his body, and it looked a bit of a waft, really.
It did. Not a shot any control. What's he doing this one? Well, he's got a thin edge, and that's going to race away to the boundary at the media centre for 4 runs. All the way along the ground, no real chance there for any of the slips, and well wide of them. Always one of my favourite positions to get runs, Rich, the thick edge down to third man. So 4 runs for Ross Martin, takes him on to 13, 15 for no wicket.
And I think that was a genuine guide down to third man. I don't think that was a thick edge that wasn't intentional. I think that was a good shot, and well played him. To me, he looks better off the back foot. He looks much more comfortable with the ball coming onto him rather than him going to meet it. So we will see how that materialises for the rest of this innings, or the rest of his innings, I should say.
Campbell with that little hop at the beginning of his run-up, and once again he seems to be taking his bottom hand off. It's almost like he does it naturally. It's not like he's any under pressure there. Just plays that one into the offside for no runs. End of the third over, 15 for no wicket. Martin on 13, Rollinson on 1. Yeah, just a bit disconcerting to me, Rich, when batsmen take their bottom hand off when they're playing a shot.
Yeah, it usually indicates, like I've been alluding to, do they know when they want to play off the front or back foot? And that's one of the cornerstones of decision making as a batter, that you kind of know your game is organised as such that you know your strengths, you know your weaknesses, you know your areas where you and your good shots. So therefore you know the areas in which to play and which to leave. And it looks at the moment he's caught between wanting to attack with great intent and just letting the ball come onto him and doing his work there.
Sam Beer starts a new over, bowling from the nursery end, which is the right-hand end to us, bowling to Lewis Rollinson, who's not enjoyed much of the strike so far. Ross Martin has had 14 balls out the first 18, and Rollinson had 4. He's just had his 5th, which he played defensively, fielded by the bowler for no runs. So, yes, Rollinson hasn't had a chance to get going on the strike yet. Both batsmen, I noticed, standing slightly outside the crease, just to try and nullify the length a bit, as in comes Beer, right arm over. Ooh. Goes for the drive, Rollinson, and misses it. Another good ball there. He's troubled both batsmen so far with a bit of late away swing. And that one played and missed there by Lewis Rollinson.
He's noticeably quicker than Campbell as well, Beer. And he's bowled some very testing deliveries in his 8 deliveries so far.
Nice economical run-up as well. Not very long, is it? Less than a pitch length, about 15 yards.
Yeah.
Accelerates nicely. Nice action, and that one, and has he got an edge there? There's a big appeal, and he's been given out.
Oh.
Lewis Rollinson doesn't seem too happy about it, but he's walking off. First wicket goes down in the 4th over. Lewis Rollinson caught behind by Ash Clark off the bowling of Beer for 1. 15 for 1, and that one did seem to cut you up a little bit.
Definitely did, Keith. Short of a length delivery, and it looked as though he hadn't organised, as much as I said how well organised a player he was, that particular delivery I think took him by surprise on length, and he just couldn't adjust himself in time to get that away into a productive shot, and gets an edge and a little tickle through to the keeper.
So Lewis Rollinson is out for 1. Dumbleton 15 for 1 in the 4th over. And waiting to see who comes out next, but I'm expecting it will be Charlie Garrett, who is there. We've had some good run scorers for Dumbleton, but he's the man with all the runs this season. Good hand, by the way, for Lewis Rollinson. And one of the youngsters, isn't he, in this side?
He is.
17,
Lewis Rollinson. I've got Charlie Garrett down as my key man. He is a consistent scorer in this side. He's the only player on both sides to have scored a century. Yes. Which he got in round 3.
Got in the early round against Brett Fulton, 256 runs, 85.3 average, which is nice. And if he gets a good score today, I'll just check. I think it's about 60 odd runs he needs, and if he gets that today, he will be the top run scorer in the competition. Let me have a look. I worked it out earlier. Where is he gone? Charlie Garrett needs 57 more runs to be the top scorer. Let's give a name check to the current top run scorer. I'm hoping he gets less than 57 runs today, I'm sure. Ross Dixie of Go Taker.
Well, Charlie Garrett followed up that century with an 86 in the quarter final. So he's got a few runs just in those 2 innings, and I don't know what he got surrounding those, but those were the 2 prominent scores for him so far in this competition. So he, for me, is one that one will be a prized wicket, I think.
Taking guard, another right-hand batsman for Dumbleton. Just taking guard at the moment. Yes, 57 runs needed. He's a new member of the side. Interesting reading the pen profiles that the club sent to Lords prior to the final. It says for Charlie Garrett, a new addition to this season, lucky lad. How modest.
And he also works for the Barmy Army.
Ah, not a bad job.
What he does, who knows?
Is he the drummer?
Possibly.
Oh, that's somebody else. Anyway, right-handed batsman, ready to face his first ball from Sam Beer.
It's going to be tested. Here we go.
Beer from the nursery end. Good solid forward defensive prod, and Ross Martin does well. They're good backing up by Martin, so immediately off the mark, Charlie Garrett. Good play all round there. A shot that was just wide of the fielder. Good backing up by Ross Martin. Fielder did well there to come across from mid-off really to make sure that there was only the single, but nevertheless good running there by Ross Martin.
Good cricket all round, Keith.
Yeah,
Yep.
takes him on to strike, facing up to Sam Beer. Once again he takes his hand off the bat and plays that down to fielder at gully. No runs.
Maybe that is an affectation.
Yeah, maybe it is. Rob and Luke behind us saying, you know, a bit nippy, maybe a little bit quicker than perhaps he was expecting. Fielder, actually, I said at gully, is actually probably at backward point more, but certainly no chance of a run. Beer comes in to complete his second over. And played into the leg side, and didn't really time it, Martin, but actually timed it well enough to make sure he got the single off that. But end of the fourth over, 17 for 1. Good over there for the Foxton Granta, with Sam Beer getting the first wicket, 2 overs for 5 runs. So 17 for 1 Dumbleton after 4 overs, 14 to Martin and 1 to Garrett.
Yeah, very good couple of overs so far from Sam Beer. I think probably Dumbleton would be happy to see him off. One of those sort of 0 for 30 off his 8 overs would be pretty good from their point of view. He looks very probing, very accurate, bowls he gets a good lift off the pitch as well, and bowls good line, good length, very, very difficult to get away.
Campbell with his little hop as he starts his run comes in, bowls, and played into the leg side by Martin. Always seems to pinch the strike actually, doesn't he? And takes him on to 14, 18 for 1. Played that just behind square. Didn't really time it, but you know, certainly made sure that he ran quickly, and it's a good run between the wickets. So it brings Charlie Garrett on to strike. Crowd, I said, is mostly behind us, although we got the grandstand opposite us, and I think there are a few people moving into the grandstand, so there's a little party that's allowed in there.
Little tour party, Keith.
Ah, they're doing the tour, and a bit of cricket as well to watch. How nice. As next ball from Campbell is met with a good, strong, solid offside push by Garrett. Fielded at extra cover, and there's no runs.
Tours are fantastic here, by the way, for anyone who hasn't been. You get to see the inner sanctum of this wonderful, wonderful venue, and for any cricket aficionado, it's a pretty good present to put on the Christmas list.
Well, Christmas not too far away, Rich, as Henry Campbell's thinking about that. I doubt it, as the next ball is played and missed there by Garrett. Both these opening bowlers, Henry Campbell and Sam Beer, just troubling the batsman on occasions. Let's have a look at the replay and see whether it did move away or whether he just played down the wrong line. probably didn't need to play it actually. It was quite wide outside the off stump. So
I think you're exactly right, Keith. I think he played at what should have been a regulation leave.
yeah. Anyway, Campbell again in, bowls and driven by Garrett, but straight to the fielder at backward point for no runs.
Just squirted off Garrett's bat there, didn't it?
It did, a little bit of a squirt. Yeah, nice word that, squirt.
You like that? So 18 for 1 here of 4.4 overs in this final. Dumbleton going on at nearly 4 and over at this point.
Nice start, but of course I've lost that wicket of Rollinson. Caught Clark bowled Beer for 1 when the score was 15 rather. Next one is definitely left alone there, very Ben Duckett like there by Garrett. Not interested at all. Perhaps been listening to what you said earlier, Rich, realising you didn't need to play the 1-2 balls ago, and clear that message had got through.
And also when you think these players are probably not necessarily inclined to leave. Number one, it's a 40 over per side game. I'll leave until the next delivery is over.
Campbell comes in to complete the 5th over, bowls, and Garrett just gets down on that in time to play it defensively. So 5 overs gone, 18 for 1 wicket is the Dumbleton score. Ross Martin on 14, Charlie Garrett on 1. Rich, I'm going to ask you to say a few words, and for the first time today we'll bring Luke Edwards in to do the commentary.
Yeah, so just picking up on what I started to talk about in the previous delivery. I think for these players who are playing at Lord's today in this final, number one, it's a 40 over game, so you want to get off the mark and probably score runs quite quickly due to it being a limited overs 40 over game. But secondly, personally, you want to get off the mark because you're in a Lord's final, and I welcome Luke for the first ball of Beer's 3rd over, and it's just played out quite nicely by the batsman for no run. Hello, Luke.
Good morning, Rich. Nice to see some sun. I've just spent the week in Scotland. Although it was sunny there, very chilly though, as you might expect in Scotland.
I definitely expect it to be chilly in Scotland.
Do you know it was the first ever time that I've been to Scotland?
No.
Yeah, and I'd definitely go back again. But good start by Martin. He's on strike now and drives that one well fielded there in the covers. A good diving stop to prevent a boundary there. What I like about Beer is he's just saying that.
What you like about Beer?
Well,
or you mean the cricketer?
Well, I've had a few beers this week, yeah. But about the cricketer itself, he's obviously no disrespect to the groundsmen around the country, but when you play his village cricket or club cricket, it's not going to come on as quick. But with his height and stuff and the way it is, it's really it's coming on really quick on the batsman. And again, there he's quick delivery, but Martin's in behind that one.
I would agree. It's hurrying them up.
When you get on a Lord's pitch, you can use that extra pace and bounce, and batsmen struggle to just get in a little bit, don't they? But Martin's looked pretty solid so far, I must say.
Also, Luke, I've spoken to plenty of batsmen who've played here, and that slope does things.
Here is Beer, who he's played and missed at that one, but Beer, it looks like I watched him before and I thought he tripped up. He looks like he's about to trip up as he gets into his delivery stride. It's part of his action. That one beat Martin. It's through to the wicket keeper. Some debate over the one wicket that has fallen down. Rob thought it might have hit a pad. I was winding him up saying typical wicket keeper influencing the umpire.
Yeah.
Beer in again. Nicely driven by Martin. That will reach the boundary through the covers. Well, he'd been tied down for 2 or 3 deliveries, but he said, I'm not having any more of this. Anything loose, dispatches it to the boundary.
What a beautiful cover drive from Martin there. Best shot that we've seen so far in this final. A super stroke there.
Yeah, full delivery, punished. Well, a bit of a half volley, wasn't it?
Right under his eyes and clasped to the boundary.
We're on Live Sports FM. Thank you very much for tuning in. Message us on Twitter at Live Sports FM. We're on Facebook as well, and we're also on the YouTube stream. I know there's been a few comments on there, so thank you very much for everyone listening in. As Beer bowls, and Martin just tries to run that down towards third man, but he misses it, and it's through to the wicket keeper. I know there's a few saying, "Come on, the Foxes!" Of course,
Foxton Granta's logo looks a bit like Leicestershire's, doesn't it?
Yes, I guess it does.
And obviously I love the Dumbleton caps. It's like black and white, very Harry Potter-ish, isn't it? But black and yellow.
Very traditional, which I very much like.
Oh, there's a lovely waft just gone around the ground as well of something rather nice. I'm guessing
it's a
that's
little
lunch.
early though for that type of cuisine, Luke.
The bar downstairs was open. I saw somebody partaking. I think he was only buying a Coke. I hope he was. But
I'm not surprised you noticed, I have to say.
You're making out like I'm some raging alcoholic. It's a new over to start then from the pavilion end, driven away by Garrett. Not convincingly, but he's got enough on it to get at least 2. And 2 there after the start. Campbell's over.
Yeah, one thing that batters do say about batting here is you think you've got the line of the ball, and then suddenly you're taken by the mechanics of the slope.
Here's Campbell in again, and hurried up Garrett that one as he played it back to the bowler. We get lucky with the weather. I think there was one year where we had a rain affected game, but on the whole the weather gods seem to shine on us. It helps that we're in London, I think.
It does, yes. You're quite right.
Compared to Chester, where poor old Keith travelled up last week and didn't see a ball bowled. He just watched the rain.
I did hear.
We sat in our little shed. Did he tell you about the little shed we were sat in? It's very cosy.
Is this a romantic story?
No, it's not. Here's Campbell in, and it's flicked away nicely there. Fielder's looking to get onto that one, and it's going to come back just for a single. No, it wasn't a romantic story. It was.
So no Byron-esque overtures on this one then?
No, unfortunately not. We just had a little walk around the outfield and got a bit soggy. That was it. And we looked to the canal boats. If you've ever been to Chester, nice little ground. Rich, there's a narrow boat on the other side. Here's Campbell. And Martin in behind that one. 25 for 1. Then Dumbleton won the toss and elected to bat. Be pretty pleased with the start, I think. Solid start. And I think it's about on as even, 25 off 6, and also wickets gone down.
Agreed. I think it really is. It's so equable here. What are they scoring at? Slightly shade under 4. 34 overs left. No alarm. Yeah, I would say exactly even. I agree, Luke.
Thank you. Tries to whack that one away, Martin. Doesn't get much on it, and straight to the fielder on the onside.
I think the bowling team start worrying if we see a proliferation of those strokes that we saw in the last over, because that indicates that batsmen are getting set.
Yeah. Martin does look like he could explode at some point. You know, if somebody who he feels he can go after, he looks like he'll try and knock them all around Lords.
He looks like he's got that urge to. And I think that's part of the whole trying to play on the front foot for him.
On the whole, he's looked pretty controlled, hasn't he? This will probably curse it now. Oh, and cuts that away nice, and thankfully it hasn't cursed it, because he's cut that away beautifully through the gully region for 4.
And a nice little merger of deftness and intentionality to get that ball cut quite hard to the boundary. Totally assured shot.
Short and wide.
4 runs.
Gave it the treatment, didn't he? Controlled shot.
Does that signal a new level of intent, I wonder? Do they want to take this up more from 4 and over to 5 and over? I would imagine there will be a point soon where they're looking at, and don't get me wrong, it's not yet, but I mean after 10 overs or so, you're probably thinking, okay, can we've been in for a while now, assuming these two are still there at that point, can we then push on?
I think we need to reassess it at drinks, don't we, at 20 overs in, but you know I'm pretty good at maybe predicting a score. I think we did it in the NCCA game, and I think I was only about 3 runs out, wasn't I? You kind of get a gauge. If it's like in a T20, after 10 overs, you just add another 100 on. So in this, you probably add in another 150 on, maybe. depending on wickets falling. Here's Beer starting a new over, and he has Garrett rocking back onto the back foot there.
Heavily
Fielded extra
dependent
cover.
on the amount of wickets that have fallen at that point. Because I mean, if you're 5 or 6 down at that halfway point, you're probably not going to be scoring another 150 on average, on balance.
We've got Jack Batchelor watching all the way from Australia. He says, "Go Dumbleton." Late night for him. Here's Beer in, bowls, and just caressed down in front of him by Garrett. And there's no run.
Do we know where Jack is from?
Yeah, if it's Perth, then he might not be quite as late. But yeah, let us know whereabouts you're from, Jack, in Australia. And I'm guessing the weather will be as nice as it is here. Probably warmer as well, even though it's winter technically, or spring.
This is a Lancastrian summer, isn't it?
It's warm for me. I've got the shorts on. Driven down to the boundary. Fielder does well to come across and field that. Just out for a single, just in front of us here. We're in the Taverners stand.
And we should assert that this boundary on our side, we're once again, we're square onto the wicket here, is probably 40, 45 yards.
Is there an argument you could put it onto the next pitch, potentially, just to the behind them, to the right of the batsman? Here's Beer into Martin. Nicely guided again. This time he finds the fielder and there's no run. Could you use the pitch next? Because it's a slightly more central, and I think you get it. Just make it a bit more. I don't know. It doesn't feel right that you've got one pitch closer to the other.
Not unprecedented though.
No, I know it happens quite a bit in county cricket, doesn't it, as well? But
oh yeah, I mean, Lords are preparing for the one-day international against Australia.
right, okay. Here's a Beer in, pulled away, muscled away by Martin aggressively there. That's going to run down to the boundary again, and he's picking the length of Beer really well. He's knowing which shots to score off.
Yeah. Another really good shot for 4 runs.
Yeah, great shot that. Just looking at the replay there, it was short. It was actually short and wide, and he pulled it across into the onside. There was only really one fielder out there, and he was never getting that. And Martin moves on to 26 off just 28.
There was nothing reckless about that shot at all. He knew exactly what he was playing.
Here's Beer in, and that's edged. That wasn't a controlled shot. Down to third man. And he just gets a single that time. Well, we're singing his praises, but that was a bit of a rash shot.
I don't think that was a genuine edge. I think I think that was potentially him trying to push on where the delivery possibly didn't warrant it.
Yeah,
well, certainly the shot was not intentional.
He was looking to drive it, wasn't he?
I think so.
And if there'd been about a 6 slip, he'd have probably found it. That is the end of the over, 35 for 1. Interesting you say about Lords, because this was billed as being the last competitive game at Lords this season, but obviously
that
got the one
not
day.
True, no.
Oh, Lords are lying then on their website.
True. England, Australia, 27th of September, I believe.
Will you be here, Rich?
Possibly. Possibly.
From the pavilion end, Ravi Mahendra.
I do like the announcer. She sounds like Theresa May, doesn't she? Now she's not running through wheat fields or whatever.
So Ravi Mahendra, he has had an interesting path in this competition so far. Some of the bowling in round 5, he bowled 8 overs, 1 for 17. Obviously, the economy is quite striking in that. And in the semi-final, he bowled 8 overs for 16 runs for the single wicket. And he's got an economy rate in this competition of 2.9, which is very, very impressive.
Spinner, Ravi Mahendra then. First delivery is wide, not a good start. The one thing you don't want to do with your first delivery is either get hit for 4 or bowl a wide.
You
and
don't.
He's done that.
You don't.
So, change of pace. Here he is, left arm around the wicket, down the track, and a missed stumping there from Martin. Well, we said, would he fancy another ball when he came flying down? He was halfway down the track. He was closer to the pavilion than he was the stumps, and the wicket keeper, he's just berating himself there. You can see him He's annoyed with himself there, and he just really, it was a poor effort from behind the stumps. Really, he came that far down. He should have maybe been expecting it. He was going to miss it as the next delivery is through for a single. But he got nowhere near it, the wicket keeper, did he?
Difficult to see how obscured he was with the batter engaging in a flurry. It looked like the batter was trying a really expansive shot, and sometimes that can put off the keeper. And I think that probably happened there.
Rob Etheridge is nodding. Wicket keeper union. Saying, oh yeah, hit the pads. It's Mahendra in. A quicker delivery. Driven by Garrett. No run. Picked up there at point.
Played very respectfully there. Nice backward defensive.
Garrett's just watchful, whereas Martin's the blazer, isn't he? We sometimes see this where the watchful ones are the ones who tend to stay in longer and go after it the longer the game goes on.
Well, he's going at nearly a run a ball, 28 off 31 at the moment, Martin. So it's a pretty good stanchion so far.
Mahendra bowls again, a quick delivery, and Garrett is forward, just smothering the spin on that one. Fielder races in.
So we've got Garrett out there who I pinned as the danger man in the...
Which me and Rob felt you've put the kiss of death on. Here he is. Garrett facing that one, flicking it away, wanting a single, but it would have been a risky one. Sent back by Martin, end of the over.
And you've got Martin who's going along quite nicely at nearly a run a ball. So I would probably say it's just momentum slightly shifted the Dumbleton way in the last couple of overs. Only slightly though.
Just 2 off Mahendra's first over. And as you expect for a spinner, he got through him quick, but he was bowling quick as well. You know, he was really shooting him down, wasn't he?
Yeah.
We're going to have another change. I think we're going to have some more spin. Just wait for old Teresa mate to announce it. See who it is. You'll see what I mean in a minute.
So who have we got coming on here? Richard Kaufman. So again, Richard Kaufman is who I have pinned down as the danger man here for Foxton Granta.
Yeah, first delivery in, bowls and flicked away. He wanted a run there. Martin isn't going to get it.
I was talking about Mahendra's economy of 2.9 in this competition. Kaufman's is 2.7.
I've got an update on where Jack is, so I'll fill you in after this delivery. Kaufman bowls, full delivery, hit on the pad, umpire straight away shakes his head. The appeal had barely started and he was a strong shake of the head.
Hugely enthusiastic appeal.
Possibly inside edge. It looked pretty straight, but I thought I heard a second noise. Eleanor Davis is in Marbella. She says the warmer climes.
Oh.
It's quite warm here today, about 21 degrees.
Hello, Eleanor.
Kaufman bowls and down the leg side, stumps are whipped off. A wide is signalled. So Jack is in Broomhill, Western Australia. So as I thought, around the Perth, well, not Perth, but Western Australia, WA, as they'd say on the Australian commentary. And other Australians watching from Albany in Western Australia, Melanie Turner.
Hello, Melanie.
Hello, Melanie.
Nice.
And
to
also
have you with
Lawrence
us.
Murphy's in Supporting Foxton, also from the Sunshine Coast. There's no one here; they're all in Australia. That one again is down the leg side and also signalled a wide. All the Foxton supporters are just in Australia.
Well, they're watching.
They could have all chartered a flight over together and just got on it, couldn't they?
They're watching Richard Kaufman here bowl at Lords, and in round 6, he bowled 8 overs for 6 runs, 3 wickets.
He's gone for 2 wide so far. That's swept away. There was an ooh and an ah there. He thought it was close. Hands on heads from Kaufman.
And in the quarter-final, scored a 58, which, again, would have been pivotal in that quarter-final. So he's had a good competition.
Driven by Martin. Doesn't get hold of it. It goes back to the bowler. Jonathan Allen, come on you Dumblies. From Jonathan Josh, in quotation marks, Allen. He's in Greece, on the island of Ios, in the Cyclades. I've never heard of them.
Well, welcome from Greece.
I bet it's great, because if I haven't heard of it, most people won't have, and I bet you don't get any tourists there. He's probably just sat on the beach with a beer, watching or listening. What a life. Here's Kaufman in, bowls, driven, and it's a good shot. It's beaten the fielder. Desperate chase, and it is going to reach the boundary. Martin is scoring at a boundary and over at the minute, and that was a really good drive.
I hope you're picking up, anyone listening, the lusty approval of the supporters beneath us for what was an excellent shot. A nice drive down the ground for 4, and Martin is now looking in good touch.
He is indeed. He's facing Kaufman, who tosses that one up, and it's left alone outside off stump.
And I'm now going to leave you in the hands of Rob Ettridge, so he will take over.
43 for 1 then at the end of the over. Dumbleton having won the toss and elected to bat. Got off to a decent start so far, and Rob Etheridge is coming alongside me. He's sort of been oohing and ahhing at the wicket keeping. What did you make of that missed stumping a couple of minutes ago? We'll get your thoughts on that when Mahendra probably gets through his over, because he's going to get through it pretty quickly, I think. Here he is, left arm around the wicket. Garrett tries to drive it, doesn't get hold of it, and it's fielded in the covers. Here's Mahendra again, turning, and tosses that one up. It's not a great delivery, and it's been given the treatment by Garrett. Fielder's going to come across, but he's not going to cut that off at deep backward point. So Garrett gets his first boundary of the innings, and not a great delivery there from Mahendra. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, everyone. Marvellous to be here at the home of cricket, and I gather we've got quite a few Australians tuning in. So
he's pulled the Richie
here's
out.
one for you.
Well, not Australian expats, but yeah, Mahendra in bowls, and that time it's a short delivery, and Garrett tries to pull and doesn't get hold of it. A couple of filthy deliveries from Mahendra there.
Struggling with his length a little bit there, so one full toss and then one dropped halfway down the pitch, so missed out on that second ball there.
There's a lot of Foxton Granta fans abroad. I'll read them out more in a minute. You can also tweet us at Live Sports FM, and we're on Facebook as well. That next delivery is just smothered and defended. Ross Menzies, Australian from Katoomba, New South Wales. Mr. Chi says I'm localish, which is good. Here's Mahendra in, and off the back foot is Garrett, and he's going to get a single. Got C Park 49 watching from the Azores. Let's go Foxton. Somebody else is watching from Brizzy. Linda's also in Brisbane. Go Foxes. Is this an Australian club and we're not aware of it?
So there must be a feeder system or something for them.
They've got to have an Australian supporters club. You could get enough of them to pay to get a flight over and watch this. Here's Mahendra bowls, and just Martin just calmly on the back foot defends that one. David Fagan says shot to see Mahendra spin one. He's cheering on the Foxes from Croatia.
Certainly an international support there, yeah. Mahendra does get through his overs very quickly. He's pinging through them. He's probably still ruining that the stumping opportunity.
Yeah. What did you make of that?
It was difficult to see whether there was any pad on it, so being a wicketkeeper, whether it hit something on the way through, but I think he was slightly unsighted, but it was a long way down the pitch, so it's something you would expect the keeper, certainly at this level, to take. And I know Ash Clark, the keeper there, only needed one more dismissal actually to be the top fielder, top wicketkeeper in the competition, so maybe he can get another one soon.
Lawrence Murphy, a couple of Aussies on the bench for Foxton. First season in the UK for cricket. Here's Kaufman bowls. Don't know if it's Kaufman, depends where you're from, I think.
I'm going Kaufman.
I'm going to change. I'll end up just saying it different each time. His first delivery was almost squirted through. Well defended. That one is just flicked away by Garrett. Quick single. One away from the half century for Dumbleton. Mr. Cheese is in Redditch, which is just down the road. Of course, Dumbleton's kind of Evesham way, which is the Gloucestershire-Worcestershire border. Beautiful part of the world as Kaufman in bowls. Flicked away by Martin, and Garrett was straight away saying yes, yes, yes to a single, and that does bring up the 50. And
there's a lot of applause downstairs in the stand below us from the Dumbleton guys, who seem to have brought up most of Gloucester.
Not ticked over yet. Maybe I've gone too early. I think I've gone too early. So the 49 for 1. The scoreboard moves along too quick for me. That's the problem. Now it's hooked away. This cut away. This will be 4. Is it? Mahendra's chasing after it. And you can tell by the cheers what's happened. It hasn't managed to prevent the boundary. It's another 4 to Martin, and that does bring up the 50. 53 for 1 off 11 overs. They'll be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, that's a solid foundation, and I know that's where, my view is that anything over 200 here is going to be quite a hard chase to try and get that. And I know they've been racking up 200 plus in all the previous rounds. Dumbleton.
Let's go Foxton from Durban in South Africa. Kaufman bowls and again cut away by Martin. Again Mahendra has to, well, he didn't fancy the chase that time. Fielder comes across in front of us and throws it in. It dribbles along the ground, but another single. Codger is watching from Mauritius. Go Dumblies. It's getting more and more exotic.
Making me very jealous, all these people tuning in.
Yeah.
Are they real?
Well, yeah. People, do you reckon people are just making it up? I'm on the moon. Driven by Martin. There's a fielder down there though at mid-on, and he just long barriers it. Martin gets 3 for a single. Frickley Colliery, the actual account, has got in touch saying this keeper is no Josh Diggles. Martin Livermore's watching in Lanzarote.
Very international crowd. I mean, these spin twins here, Mahendra and Kaufman, are whistling through the overs, so putting a bit of pressure on. But 56 for 1, I think it's a really solid foundation with wickets in hand for Dumbleton.
Yeah, 8 off that Kaufman over, so a bit expensive. 56 for 1. Here's Mahendra again. Full toss again and straight to the fielder though. By Martin, and well, he looks to the heavens and he can't believe it. Mahendra looks to the heavens as well. He can't believe it. It was a full toss, and the amount of times a full toss gets a batsman out, his eyes must have lit up, and he maybe didn't quite catch it as he wanted to, and it was such a simple catch for the fielder.
Absolutely. You saw Martin's head rock back the moment he caught it right at the bottom of the bat and just sort of toe-ended it and ballooned up to mid-on, who was just on the edge of the circle, and that's a big wicket for the Foxton Granta guys. So Martin was beginning to let loose a little bit, and I think they're potentially ruining that stumping opportunity, so be pleased to see the back of him.
Such a soft dismissal, wasn't it, as well? And he was going so well at 34, looking comfortable, but a much needed wicket that for Foxton Granta as well.
Absolutely, yeah, because between those guys, between Martin and Garrett, they put on quite a few good stands throughout this Village Cup journey. So actually getting him back in the hutch, I think they'll be delighted with that, even though it wasn't one of Mahendra's finest deliveries.
Simple catch in the end from Hill.
Yeah.
The captain, Lewis Hill,
yeah. So, who actually needs 5 more wickets to become the top wicket taker. So.
Out then comes the new batsman.
And this was the late change to the lineup. Actually, so this is Miles Holland coming in, who replaced Finn Brabham at the last minute on the scorecard.
Yeah, and it's that last minute that Brabham was still on the scorecard on the big screen before. So, couple more messages. Apparently somebody says that's Ravi's most effective delivery, the full toss. And Codger says he's in Mauritius for his anniversary. Sadly back Wednesday, so couldn't make it to Lords. He says don't tell the wife. I don't know whether he means don't tell the wife he's in Mauritius, or whether he don't tell the wife he wanted to be at Lords.
Yeah, who's he on the anniversary with then? Begs the question.
Yeah.
still not a bad place to be.
No. My heart's bleeding. So it is Mahendra then, first delivery into Holland, the replacement. And he's away off the back foot. That's one thing as a batsman you'd want to do here, is just get that first run, get off the mark, just that nerve settler. You don't want to be stuck on naught here for a while, especially in a final. But all the batsmen that have come out so far for Dumbleton have shown good intent. Mahendra's in, bowls, and that's a full delivery, and fielder dives there at cover, only parries it away, so they do get through for a single. And Garrett's been very watchful. You feel like now that he'll maybe take the role and look to score a bit quicker.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Big cheer goes up, maybe the first beers of the day, maybe the bar's open. It's a full delivery.
Yeah, and Holland actually got 53 not out in round 6 in the last round, so he's apparently the Saturday first 11 captain at Dumbleton. He's been around since he was 6 years old.
A real club man then. It's Mahendra bowls and flicked away by Holland. Looked as a man just sneakily situated around the corner, so there was no run.
And apparently, according to the player profiles, his dad runs the bar, so he's always going to be selected. So maybe that last-minute decision, the dad threatened not to run the bar anymore.
He's in behind that one, can't get it away.
And he's part of the 2022 Dumbleton winning team. So I think there's 8 of the squad here who played in that 2022 final.
And I know a lot of the Village Cup games I've covered this year, a lot of people said Dumbleton are favourites even before the quarter-final stage. Right, we spoke to Mark Rowlands at Alveley and he said I think Dumbleton are favourites. A couple of other clubs have said the same thing. So they are coming into this final knowing how to win it as well. Like you said, they've got experience as well in this side, and they beat Calmore Sports.
And I was having a chat with Kevin Emery, and I know he's coming in earlier, the ex-England player and big Dumbleton fan.
Full delivery from Kaufman, just defended by Garrett. Brad is in Thailand. He's an ex-Foxton publican. There we go. Thank you to everyone who's watching in on the YouTube stream and also listening on Live Sports FM. It's Live Sports FM covering the Village Cup final. Dumbleton against Foxton at Granta. That next delivery was just cut away but straight to Mahendra, and there was no run. And Dumbleton won the toss, elected to bat the 58 for 2 into the 14th. Here's Kaufman in bowls. Gives that one a bit of air, driven straight to the man at extra cover.
Yeah, it's a good field placement there, but he's ready for the catch, a sort of short extra there.
That's cut away and to Mahendra. I think they're targeting Mahendra because he was a bit slow down there. He managed to get through for a sneaky little single.
He's also taken a huge divot out of the Lord's pitch, which he's currently repairing at the moment.
A couple of times now, the groundsman won't be happy, will there? There was one down here before, wasn't there, as well? Pronounced Kaufman, apparently. I thought it was either Kaufman or Kaufman.
I was going Germanic, but no, Kaufman, okay.
Kaufman, okay. Thanks to George for that. Here's Kaufman in. And it's a slower delivery, that one. Seemed to take an age to get to Miles Holland, who's just patted that back to the bowler. Kaufman bowls, flicked away nicely. Holland does get through for a single as the sun bursts through here. It's a very nice bright day here at Lord's.
And Kaufman's a good foil to Mahendra. Mahendra's sort of pushing them through, and Kaufman is really taking the pace off the ball and giving them a lot more air.
Ended the over then 60 for 2. Keith's giving me the thumbs up. I don't know if that means there's one more, if he's just giving me the thumbs up. One more? Oh, okay. He's giving me out. He's sending me on my way.
Luke's been sent on his way.
Yeah.
I think it was the bad pronunciation of Kaufman, I think, really sort of did for him.
Yeah, it took a while to think about it, Keith, but he's raised a finger, and so one more over of me, and then Keith will sidle in alongside you. Is Mahendra Around the wicket again, bowls, shorter delivery. Knocked away by Holland off the back foot.
I think Mahendra needs to go back to that trusted full toss. That seemed to work well and do the trick last time.
Just the 1 run. Garrett's on 18. Off 30. Holland is coming and he's 3 off 7. Mahendra's in and bowls again. Full toss and driven that time by Garrett. That was nicely controlled. Fielder's not going to catch this one. And that is a boundary. Nicely driven through extra cover by Garrett. He moves on to 22.
Yeah, that was well placed. Didn't throw the bat at that, but just guided it between cover and mid off, and that was dealt with the full toss really well there.
And Mahendra just adjusting the field. You played in these village cups? Well, just saying, when you get to drinks, how much would you say you add on? I'd say, would you add another 150 to the score, and then you go, that's a good total? So say we've got 5 more overs to drinks, and you'd say you add another 40, so you're at 100. That's driven. But it was a full one, it doesn't really get hold of it. So say you get to 105 for 2, would you add on, say, another 150 to make it 250?
That sounds like quite a stretch. I mean, particularly with scoreboard pressure at chasing at Lords. There was certainly a bit of movement early doors here as well. You know, from the in the first few overs, and it wasn't easy up front, I think. So anything over 200, I think, will be quite a reasonable chase here.
Yep, another single added to the total there. Mahendra goes to start his run up in a little false start there, just stops and goes back and tosses the ball to himself. Comes around the wicket again. Slower delivery from Mahendra that time, driven by Holland. It's the man that short mid off, picking it up. Just inside the circle, just scurries back now a bit deeper. So you feel this one may be tossed up by Mahendra. It's not, it's the bluff. It was shorter and flicked away past the square leg umpire. Picks up a deep backward square, and that is 1 run added to the total. That is the end of the over. 67-4. You're listening to Live Sports FM online, and we're also run on the MV Play YouTube stream as part of the Voneus Village Cup final. Dumbleton against Foxton Granta, and we'll be here now from Rob Etheridge, and then Keith Higgins will come back in.
Yeah, so a solid start from Dumbleton, 67 for 2 off 15 overs. Garrett on 23, so I think he needs another 34, 35 to become the leading run scorer in the competition this year. So it's a very solid base. Here we go. So Kaufman back in again.
Thanks, Rob. Sorry, a bit too quick for me there. Didn't quite get a chance to get the headphones on. Yeah, Richard Kaufman bowling from the nursery and the right-hand end, bowling to Miles Holland, who cuts it off the back foot. But yes, we got the edge of the stand that obscures our view of the boundary down there. But I can see a cap of someone running round and managed to cut the ball off, and just the single takes Holland on to 5, and it's 68 for 2, brings Charlie Garrett 23 on strike. Kaufman, right arm off breaks, looking at his 4-5 pace runner. Tickled round the leg side, they've gone for a very quick single, and Garrett just managed to get there. The throw from the field, it was only about 15 yards away at just behind square on the leg side, and but well judged there by Garrett. Takes him on to 24, 69 for 2. Good, well judged single there by Dumbleton. Brings Holland on strike, who plays the ball to that same fielder, but this time he played it a little bit too firmly and goes straight to him for no runs. Yes, it's got a bit cloudy since we started commentating, but no chance of any rain, and the sun is shining, shadows across the pitch, and usual phrase, Law's looking a picture. Kaufman again bowls. teasing Holland outside the off stump, but he leaves it alone through to wicketkeeper Ash Clark, who actually had a chance earlier to be the joint fielding person in the competition, because he needs one more to equal the top catches, stumpings and run-outs. It's from Granta Road, who got 15. I've got his name somewhere in a moment, but anyway, we'll come back to that moment. End of the over, 69 for 2, Holland on 5, Garrett on 24. We've had 16 overs.
Yeah, and these two spinners are whistling through the overs here. We've got the left arm bit pacier from Mahendra, and then Kaufman, who's just giving it a little bit more flight and just tempting the batsman with that flight. So at 69 for 2, then off 16.
And the person I forgot to mention, Rob, it's the Granta Road wicketkeeper Harry Gregory, who's got 13, and Ash Clark is on 12 at the moment. But Mahendra starts a new over, bowling his left arm round the wicket from the pavilion end, and forward defensive stroke by Garrett brings him no runs. I was outside when the dismissal of Ross Martin took place. Rob, in your views on that as we wait for Mahendra bowls the next ball? He's played off the back foot and beats the fielder at cover, but the cover fielder on the boundary will pick it up. But yeah, quick thoughts on Ross Martin's dismissal.
Yeah, Ross Martin looked disgusted with himself. His head rocked back. It was a full toss which hit the bottom of the bat and just ballooned up to mid-on.
Comfortable catch for, in fact, the two captains, wasn't it? Martin, the captain of Dumbleton, and he was caught by his opposite number. As the next ball is dubbed down into the offside, and they just managed to scramble the single. It was fielder at a backward point who dived across, managed to stop the boundary, which was the key thing, but couldn't stop the single. Another single takes Holland on to 6, 71 for 2. Garrett on strike. Dubs the ball to that same fielder, but straight to him this time, and a little bit more direct, so there's no runs.
It's probably a commentator's curse, but these two seem to have a good understanding running between the wickets. They go early and go hard, and there's been a few tight ones, but they've been okay.
Yes, good. Generally, I've noticed the running from Dumbleton's been good. There's a great shot there by Garrett. Beats the diving fielder, extra cover, no chance for the cover sweeper to get that one. 4 runs, and underneath where we're commentating is where most of the Dumbleton fans are, and they really appreciated that shot there by Garrett. Takes him on to 29, 75 for 2.
That was absolutely threaded perfectly. Couldn't have
Wasn't
placed
it?
that better. Past the left-hand fielder of short cover and the right hand of cover. So both of them diving and ending in a heat, but the ball went to the boundary. Just
watching it again, and classical off drive there, or cover drive by Garrett. Mahendra again, left arm round, bowls, and played firmly off the back foot by Garrett, straight to the fielder on the cover boundary.
And these two are playing really well. They just take no risk cricket at the moment. There's nothing aerial. It's all along the ground. So they're getting that foundation. And as long as they have wickets in hand, for the last 10, then should be able to sort of push northwards of 200.
76 for 2 at the end of that 17th over. 30 to Garrett and 6 to Holland. Mahendra now 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. Yes, it's as you said, batting nicely at the moment, scoring at just under 5 and over, and batting very well indeed. As we got a new over, it's going to be Richard Kaufman from the nursery end, our right hand end today, bowls. Garrett, who pinched a strike at the end of the last over, just stabs that to Mahendra, who's at backward point, and there's no runs.
And we're told you weren't on air at the time, Keith, but we're told it's Kaufman, not Kaufman, by our YouTube followers.
Thank you very much. And in fact, we must give thanks. I'll have to check with Luke where we got to with the messages. So I think I'm going the wrong way. So thanks to everyone who's listening to us.
There's a large international following from Australia diving in, and we've had Mauritius, we've had the Greek islands.
Got a couple of messages which I'll read out in a moment. As you said, they're good running between the wickets there, and always a bit of hesitation as Garrett. I think that hit his pad. It didn't really go far enough. Miles Holland keen to get down the other end, but I think quite wisely Garrett sent him back. So yes, thank you very much, George. My apologies for not pronouncing Richard Kaufman properly. These people like your good self to tell us these things. Got a message from the Cambridge Bar workout, which I will read out in a moment. Looks like we have got somebody listening in Cambridge, or watching in Cambridge, which is good, as the next ball from Kaufman is steered into the offside by Garrett for a single, takes him on to 31, 77 for 2. So a quick message from the Cambridge Bar workout. Let's go Foxton, watching from Cambridge.
You'll probably find it's Cambridge, Massachusetts, given how international the audience has been so far.
Excellent. And got a message from Tim Carpenter, which trouble is when you've got two spinners, Tim, it's difficult to read your messages out, because as soon as I start, the bowler comes in. We'll find time to read your message, but thanks very much for coming into us as Richard Kaufman in his sunglasses bowls the next ball, played defensively back down the pitch by Holland for no runs. So we've had 18 overs, it's 77 for 2, Miles Holland on 6 and Charlie Garrett on 31.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job, these two spinners. They're going sort of four and over type touch, and just working really well together as a unit. I think one more here, and that'll put the game back in the balance again. So I think both teams can be relatively pleased with their start. Looks like we've got a new bowler coming in.
We certainly have. I think it is.
It's Will Brown.
Will Brown.
Yeah.
Who wasn't on our list of... oh yes, he is number 6. Yeah, Will Brown. So we've got Will Brown coming in from... looks like he's taken the place of Ravi Mahendra. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. Let's make a note of that, so that if he comes back on, we know what he's done. And it's Will Brown who's coming on. Let's see what he will bowl. He's... I think he's going to be a right armer. Shortish run up, so imagine some sort of spin. Got some figures for him. Let's see what they are in a moment. Well, that could be the first 6 of the day. I think it is. It was short. It was quite inviting. Charlie Garrett didn't need any second invitation for that one. Didn't think it was coming into the commentary box. We are a little bit vulnerable. It's worth pointing out. We got the doors open. It's a short boundary. Any more like that, and your catching practice will be needed. But big 6 there. First 6 of the day for Charlie Garrett. Takes him on to 37, 83 for 2.
Yeah, it's a really short boundary on this side, and that one was right into the confectionery stand and out again.
Yes, Richie Benno has joined us today. Great to have you here, Richie. As you said earlier, lots of Australian people are obviously enjoying what you're saying. So the next ball is played back to mid-off for no runs by Garrett.
And actually Brown was, according to the notes here, was a former wicket-keeper, so who's a turn bowler after an injury.
Yes, get a lot of messages from Tim Carpenter as the next ball is steered into the offside and well cut off before it got to the boundary, but another single for Garrett takes him on to 38, 84 for 2. Let's quickly read that message from Tim Carpenter. He said, I once took 8 for 58 for the Dumble Sunday seconds. Brian Lays took the other wicket, Stuart Purvis was behind the stumps, and Gerald Maxim dropped a catch on the final ball, and we drew. Oh, Tim. The next ball is hit on the pads there by Holland, but they scamper through for what could be a leg bye, or did he get a bit of bat on it? Wait for the umpire. No, leg bye. So thanks very much indeed, Tim. You're watching in Reno, Nevada. Well.
Grand Canyon territory.
Yes. Have you been? Well, we'll talk about that in a minute. Just watch the next ball comes in, a bit short down the leg side, and I think that's going to be given a wide anyway, but it's going to be more than a wide. I think
trickling towards.
Will it get to the boundary? Long chase of the poor fielder. I think has actually said I hit the. I think he actually said it was prudent there to give the 4. Whether it was actually did or not, I think the fielder realised they were going to run 4. So 4 wides there. So not a good opening over by Will Brown. 12 runs from it and still a ball to come. Makes the score 90 for 2 in the 19th over. Don't think I actually had a chance to tell people that 40 overs aside, and each bowler limited to 8 overs. Nobody's bowled their stint yet as the next ball is cut into the offside by Garrett. Straight to the fielder on the cover boundary for a single. Means he'll keep the strike. I don't think that's the first time that's happened. 19 overs gone, 91 for 2. Garrett on 39, Holland on 6, and 13 runs off Will Brown's first over.
Yeah.
And scoring rate of 5 and over. I think Dumbleton will be pleased with to come up to the halfway point, Rob. I think they'll be pleased with their morning's work so far.
Very pleased. I think that over's particularly tipped it back as well. I think it was a challenging first over after that first ball 6, and then we had the wides down the leg side, the 4 wides down the leg side. So Brown will be hoping to correct that in his next over.
We've got Richard Kaufman to bowl the 20th over, 5 overs, none for 19. Bowling is off spin from the nursery end, as I said, got his dark glasses on. He's bowling to Charlie Garrett, who kept the strike there. Garrett working very hard to be the top run scorer. Remember, it was 57 runs before the innings today. He's got 39 of them. So well on course to be the top run scorer in the British Cup this season, as he plays defensively to the next ball.
I think it's currently held by someone from Gotaker, isn't it, Keith?
Ross Dixon.
I believe, yeah.
312, who of course they got knocked out, so he hasn't got a chance to increase that. Don't know whether he knows about that, Charlie Garrett, or not. As he cuts the next ball short, it was outside the off stump. It was quite inviting for him. Cuts it through, beats the fielder on the cover boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, the pace of Kaufman's bowling, unless he gets it absolutely spot on, if he drops it slightly short, they do have the time to rock back and hammer it through the covers there.
Exactly what he did. It was outside the off stump, it was short. Didn't get up at all. Garrett on to 43, 95 for 2, and plays a very similar shot to the next ball, but the way he's running, I think that's gone straight to the fielder on the cover boundary, so just a single.
Yeah, didn't time that one quite as well.
Yeah, didn't quite make the nice sound, did it, off the bat?
No.
Brings Miles Holland onto strike. Next ball, he dabs it down into the offside, and field on the cover boundaries getting a lot of work at the moment, but comes round, cuts it off, just a single. Holland on to 7, 97 for 2. One more ball left and we'll be exactly at the halfway point. Kaufman bowls, couple of steps down the track does Charlie Garrett, and times that nicely, but finds the fielder at long off. Has to take evasive action as the throw comes in, but the ball misses him. So, for the second successive over, he keeps the strike. Garrett on to 45, Holland on 7, 98 for 2. We're at the halfway point, and I think I've got a new co-commentator with us. I think we got Dave, let's put his mic on so we can hear him. We've got Dave Sharman there for the cricketer.
Hi, how are we doing?
I'm very well, Dave. Lovely to see you. Thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Pleasure.
Obviously, I'm sure you're enjoying the view from the commentary box and enjoying the game so far as they go for drinks. How have you read these first 20 overs? Dumbleton 98 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, sort of Dumbleton, you know, they started reasonably well, didn't they? Captain Ross Martin doing exactly what you'd expect him to do and has done throughout the tournament, getting his side off to a good start. Now, it's interesting, Charlie Garrett now sort of motoring on. He's sort of obviously topped the leaderboards in the competition this year, and it's sort of interesting to see how he's motoring on a little bit now. Foxton obviously a very spin-heavy attack, relying on sort of 2 or 3 spinners, and it'd be interesting to see how, as the game progresses, that sort of duel continues.
I mean, they played, I think, generally very sensibly, in so much that Ross Martin was obviously looking to be the aggressor and perhaps got out a little unnecessarily. But you know, if you got confidence in your team, and you know you got people like Charlie Garrett, Miles Holland, particularly Charlie Garrett, who will score runs at a reasonable pace without being reckless, then you know must give the side a lot of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially somebody like Charlie Garrett, again, a new signing, somebody who's not. Who's not a survivor from 2 years ago, but being able to, like you say, have confidence in those people who aren't just sort of experienced finalists, it must be a brilliant thing to sort of have it up your sleeve.
Well, looking at the age of some of the Dumbleton players, Dave, and in some of them, I mean, the wicketkeeper 14 years old apparently.
Young,
14.
yeah. Young Will Sweeting, yes, yeah.
We're actually going to say, I have to say probably, because I'm not sure we got the stats for it, but put it this way, he's got to be one of the youngest people to have played in the Voneus Village Cup final.
Yeah, certainly, although interestingly, Harry Hopwood, who is in the Foxton Granta team today, he subfielded, I believe he was 13 when he subfielded the last time the Foxton were in the final, so that's a really lovely story. He was sort of seen as a young prospect and perhaps never thought he'd get the chance to do it again, but here he is, you know, he'll be batting today. I believe he scored runs in the Foxton Granta's league game yesterday, so so he's in a reasonable amount of form, and it's a nice step up for him to go on from subfield into playing a key role in their first team.
Just if you don't mind, Dave, got some lovely messages coming through on the live chat. People either listening to us on Live Sports FM or watching the live stream. Got a lovely message here from Trevor, and he says, bliss. 40 overs match on a Sunday in whites, no members or massive ads on shirts. Reminds me of the joy of the JPL, watching Richards and Greenwich at Portsmouth, Southampton, Bournemouth. And that's a lovely thing about this competition. I think a lot of people say how much they like it, because it's almost a throwback to the should we say the pre-100 days.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the true spirit of cricket, isn't it? And I think people, obviously Dumbleton and Foxton have brought some fantastic numbers here to support their team, but you've also had people here just for the day, but they really love the sense that it's about, as I think as one MCC member put it to me on the gate, it's about the postman, the blacksmith, if they're still about in these villages, the publican,
the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker,
Tinker Tailor, Soldier Spy, as RDC Hugh Turberville said as well. It's their day, and I think people really appreciate that, and the sense that it can bring to a community like the two on being represented today is something special.
Messages are coming through thick and fast, and I'm going to read out two. I actually got a personal one here for Rob Ettridge. You listening, Rob? Keep up the great performance. Great work on the commentary, Uncle Bob. Nice to know the family are supporting us. And a lovely one, because trying to get a balance between a mixture of Foxton and Dumbleton, and certainly one from Foxton, because the White Horse Foxton wish Foxton Granta all the best for today's final. Watching with a pint, bring it home, boys. That's from Amy. And we got that your nephew said used to work with Ross Martin. Oh wow, gosh, and Finn Brabham, and he played in the winning side with him with Finn Brabham at Arundel earlier this summer. So it's great to get all of these messages through. Sometimes when I'm commentating, I'm wondering if I'm all by myself, David, but I'm not. Anyway. The reason we've been talking a lot with Dave Sharman from the Cricketer, who I'm sure, do you fancy being an expert pundit for a little while, Dave?
Oh, gladly stick around for a little while, yes, absolutely.
Excellent. Well, we just had the drinks interval. It's 98 for 2 after 20 overs. Holland on 7, Garrett on 45. And I think it will be Rahul Mahindra to continue. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 23, no maidens. And he'll be bowling from the pavilion end with his left arm spin. He's run up between the umpire and the stumps, he left arm round the wicket, and I say bowling to Garrett, who kept the strike before the drinks interval. Outside the off stump, and plays that away straight to the fielder on the cover boundary for a single. Leaves him now 4 short of his half century, 99 for 2. And brings Miles Holland on to strike. Mahindra again. Holds it to Holland, who cuts it away and may get 2, may get more as the fielder runs round, does a diving stop and does ever so well, picks the ball up as well as stopping the boundary. But 2 runs to Miles Holland, brings 100 up for Dumbleton. 20.2 overs, 101 for 2. Scored it exactly 5 and over. One thing we have noticed, Dave, sorry, I haven't got any chance to bring you. Wait till the end of the over and I'll tell you what I was going to say then, as the next ball is defensively played by Holland straight back to the bowler. Just very quickly, we noticed Dumbleton when they bat first consistently score more than 200.
Yeah, they've
all the rounds this season.
Yeah, they really like to get those runs on the board and know what they're bowling at, and well, it's obviously been successful for them because they're here today.
Mahindra again bowls to Holland, who, like Ross Martin, took his bottom hand off the bat there as he played it back. Just occasionally maybe the ball just spitting up a little bit, but had full control of that. Plays it straight back to the bowler for no run. As Mahindra tosses a catch between himself, comes in again. Nice drive by Holland, sets off for the first run quickly, but that's all they're going to get as the fielder on the cover boundary comes across very quickly to make sure that no more runs are conceded. But just another single takes Holland into double figures, 102 for 2. And brings Charlie Garrett on strike, and last 2 overs, Garrett got a single off the last ball to keep the strike. 46 or 54 balls, I'm sure he's looking at that 50. fact, a bit more than that. Let's see what he does off this ball. This time he doesn't repeat because he hits it straight to the fielder at mid-off. So, the end of the over, first over after the drinks break. 20 overs gone, 102 for 2. Holland on 10, Garrett on 46. Mahindra now 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27. So, 4 off his 50. For Charlie Garrett, Dave, I'm sure he's sort of thinking, be nice to get a 50 at Lords, wouldn't it?
Well, certainly, yeah, and then perhaps go on from that. But yeah, you must look at that scoreboard and think, wow, is this really happening? I think, I've been speaking to Paul Birch, who is our National Village Cup Hall of Fame inductee for this year. He was lucky enough to play in 4 finals and scored a century in his first, aged just 22, for Elveston Cricket Club in Derbyshire. And he just sort of says you're just so in the zone that actually you don't kind of think about that stuff. But I think for most amateur cricketers, you feel like you perhaps would be. But Charlie Garrett's looked very focused so far, and clearly keen on adding to his tally.
Going to have another bowling change from the nursery end. Richard Kaufman coming off. Kaufman coming off. I will get his name right before the end of the day. 6 overs, no maidens, done for 26. And it's captain Lewis Hill coming on. Bowling right arm round the wicket. Bowling is off spin. First ball to Miles Holland is played back defensively for no runs. Yeah, as you said, Dave, very spin heavy. What I'll do is give you a couple of overs if you don't mind, and then we actually got a Dumbleton expert here. So, but you're welcome back any time today.
Well, fantastic. I'm enjoying just being on and just being here. It's such a great occasion.
I mean, if I had links for a Test match special, I'd put your name down for it, but sadly not. But
very kind.
But no, stay for a couple more overs, and then Seb will bring in another person to do some expert punditry, as the next ball is steered behind square by Miles Holland on the offside to Mahindra, but managed to get through for the single. Takes him on to 11, 103 for 2. And if I do my maths correctly, Garrett's 4 short of his 50. The team are 3 short of a 50 partnership. So I was running out of fingers there, Dave, but I think 56 for 2, then 103 for 2. So not far off the 50 partnership as Garrett plays the next ball straight back to Hill for no runs.
Yeah, Lewis Hill, of course, instrumental in that semi-final win at Granta Road.
Quite a game, that one, wasn't it? I was following it a little bit on social media, as the next ball is well driven by Garrett, but well fielded, extra cover.
Yeah, it really was, and
no runs.
I think emphasise the spirit of this competition.
So the next ball is cut hard into the offside. As I said, we got the stand in the way, so difficult for us to see what was happening there, but I think it's been fielded on the cover boundary. Another single. Garrett on to 47, and for the 3rd time in 4 overs he keeps the strike. 22 overs gone, 104 for 2. Garrett on 47, Holland on 11, and Lewis Hill first over, just conceding 2 runs. A little bit less expensive than Will Brown, who conceded 13 off his first over.
Yeah, I think that Granta Road semi-final, it was, like you say, a very close game. Foxton, actually, some of their fans flew down to Cornwall for the game, which might be a first for the Village Cup. They took 50 fans there. But the spirit really alive. It was such a close game, but the first thing that 2 of the Foxton fielders did was go over to the losing batsman to console them in the fashion of Flintoff and Brett Lee.
Absolutely. I read that, and that's absolutely terrific, because Mahindra starts the next over and cut into the offside by Garrett, but just for the single takes him on to 48. 105 for 2. I think what I'm going to do, Dave, is, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask Kevin to come in, because he's got links with Dumbleton, and I'm sure he'd love to be here. This is probably commentator's curse, but let's just see if he can be here when Garrett gets his 50. But don't run away. We'll love to see you later on today.
No problem. It's been nice to be on.
Thanks very much indeed. So we'll bring in a new summariser. He'll come and sit down shortly, but in the meantime, let's just watch as Rahul Mahindra comes in left arm round, bowling to Miles Holland, who plays him into the offside for no runs. So he's put the headphones on, switch his mic. No, he hasn't got them on yet. One more ball, and then we'll introduce you to our new summariser. There's Mahindra, left arm round, comes in, bowls. Holland really launches that one. Where's that one gone? A lot of cheering going on. It's obviously gone for 6. It was a lofted on drive. It was said the stand makes it difficult for us to see what's happening. I can see it here now. Really did launch that, did Holland. And it obviously, just looking at the expressions of the fielders, it just carried. Means that we got the 50 partnership between the two. Mahindra's bowling straight away, and that is steered by Holland into the offside for a single. Takes him on to 18, 112 for 2. And a chance for me to say good morning to Kevin Emery. Kevin, good morning to you.
Morning, Keith.
Sorry, rephrase that. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, no. Beautiful day, morning and afternoon. And the game's quite evenly poised, I think, at this stage.
One of those where wicket might change things, but this is a very good partnership between Holland and Garrett, and Charlie Garrett on strike on 48. Let's see how close he can get to his 50.
Yeah,
he's getting closer, but he won't get it there because he hit it straight to the fielder, who did fumble a little bit on the cover boundary, but recovered enough to just stop the stop the 2 runs rather. But it means that Charlie Garrett will be on strike for the next over, on to 49, 113 for 2 at the end of the 23rd over. And Charlie Garrett, a new member of the club, so should explain, you have links with Dumbleton.
Yeah, I've played for Dumbleton for several years, moved away from the area in December, but still gone back and watched a few games. Charlie's been there, I think, a couple of seasons now. Was before at Bourton-on-the-Water, maybe tourist-wise would recognise he played there for quite a while.
Certainly do, yeah. Recognise it as a tourist attraction, not a cricket team. But,
and he's done very well in this competition. He's played within himself and knocked it about as he's done here today, and then put the bad ball away, and the other players can play around him, and that's, I think, his role that he's fulfilling very well so far. So 1 away from 50. Let's see if he gets it.
Lewis Hill starting the new over from the right-hand nursery end, and there is his 50 as he strokes it into the offside very gently, and great innings there by Charlie Garrett. 50 off 62 balls, 113 for 2, 114 for 2, 61 balls, 5 fours, 1 6. Great innings by Charlie Garrett. And the next milestone for him, Kevin, is another 8 runs, and he'll be the top run scorer in the competition this season.
Oh, will he? Yeah, and I've watched 3 of the rounds, and he's got runs in each of those games.
Yeah.
And he's just played nicely. He's just played proper cricket shots, not premeditated. And as we saw earlier today, he put the bad ball away. I think the first ball of where it was over for 6.
Yeah.
Just to get his run rate up there, and he's not panicking. He's just playing it nicely in gaps and then leaving it so Dumbleton have a base to build on.
As he dabs the next ball into the leg side, and into the offside rather. Mahindra has to run round to collect it, but can't prevent the single. Takes him on to 51, 116 for 2.
Yeah, that'd be a big milestone for him to achieve that leading run score. I don't know what any of the Foxton Granta guys are in contention.
No, they're not actually. That's fun enough. Ross Martin was sort of an outside bet, but he won't get. No, he definitely won't be there now. But no, 57 runs is the target. He's got 51, so just 1 blow away. Well, that'll be equal. So he actually needs 1 blow and a single away. There's a single. So he dabs it ever so nice. It was a lovely little shot, wasn't it,
Miles
Kevin?
Holland, yeah, very good. Miles was captain of the Saturday team. He's only 20. He's my godson, but he injured his finger badly. They thought he might have to pin it about 6 weeks ago, but he's just come back in the last week or so. So nice to see him playing here, and he's all-rounder as well. So. And
as you correctly said, it was him who got that single there, and it's Garrett on strike as Hill comes round the wicket to play the next ball. And played into the leg side, and they're going to get 2 here because he ran the first one very quickly. Charlie Garrett. The 2 was always on. Good running there by the Dumbleton batsman. Takes him on to 53, 119 for 2. Garrett on 53, Holland on 20. And nice little partnership developing here. Well past the 50 mark now. 63 runs they put on for this 3rd wicket.
Yeah, they've run well together, and just those little moments there where they made a 2 by running the first one hard just saps a bit of energy from the fielding team. And most bowlers don't like to be going for 1s and 2s and 1s and 2s, and that's where you get the ball that you can hit for 4. So I think good psychological win there for Dumbleton, but a change of bowling. I think the opening bowler coming back on from the different end.
I think that's Rahindra
Is this
has
Beer?
bowled 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. I think that is Sam Beer coming back on, who bowled 4 overs earlier, got the early wicket of Lewis Rollinson, 1 for 15.
Yeah, I was up in the pavilion looking down at that wicket, and it looked maybe that it just beat him into the edge and just clipped his jumper, but maybe it was a faint glove, but it was one of those that the umpire thought if it's out, you're going to give it quite quickly. And he waited and waited and waited and waited till the appeal kept going, and then he gave it. And by Lewis's reaction, I don't think he hit it, but
he did look. Pollard did look a little bit distressed by the way he was sort of looking back and walking. It was a good ball because it cut back across him and tucked him up. So there was an element of a good ball there. But the laws of the game, I believe, are that you've got to hit the ball in some way to be out called, and if the ball hit his jumper, that shouldn't have counted. But
no VAR at this level, or third umpire. But he did bowl some good balls in his first spell. Quite tall, looked like he was bowling leg cutters, and then the odd one jagged back quite sharply. So now he's changed ends, coming from pavilion end.
He is coming to pavilion end, Sam Beer. Right arm over. First ball is outside the off stump, and the umpire walking across to put his arms out? No, he's not.
Give him the benefit.
Yeah, it was a close one, that one. I thought for a minute there. They've been very strict and consistent about leg side wides. Early on there was quite a few, and they were very consistent there. Not saying they were inconsistent there, but not quite so harsh when it's outside the off stump. But left alone by Miles Holland and straight through to wicket-keeper Clark, who's standing quite a way back. No slips now. Give you the field in a moment as the next ball is dabbed into the offside, but straight to the fielder at backward point for no one. Yes, we got third man, backward point, we got fielder on the cover boundary, we got sort of extra cover mid off, and then on the leg side I can see a mid on. I'm sure there's 2 or 3 other fielders that I can't see because of the stand, but there'll be fielders on the leg side as well as the lone fielder I can see at mid on. Spear comes in again. Past the umpire bowls. Dabbed down there by Holland, but Beer comes through very quickly in his follow through to make sure there's no runs. Yes, Dumbleton scoring nicely, just under 5 and over at the moment, but plenty of overs left, plenty of wickets, and as we said earlier, they're been scoring well over 200 consistently when they've been batting first in the Village Cup, and every round except the semi-final they batted first. I think their lowest score, I forgot it here, was 218 for 6 against Kibworth. So they can score runs in this competition, and they're proving that at the moment. As Holland bat raised, rates for Beer. Oh, that one played and missed outside the off stump.
Yeah, if you look at that one that died into the keeper's gloves coming forward, and I think that's the one he bowls, a sort of leg cutter, but he's at a good length straight away from the pavilion end. His first spell was at the nursery, and he's threatened the batters, I think, throughout the innings. He's bowled some. Yeah,
that one, you're right, a little leg cutter there, just looking at the replay. It was just outside the off stump, so probably Holland didn't need to play it, but it jagged away and caused him a problem, but he's got away with it. The next ball he steers to the fielder just behind square on the offside. Garrett backing up, thinking there might have been a single, sent back. But good fielding there, backing up, making sure there's no runs.
And he's, I think, the last ball. So he bowls relatively wide of the crease, quite open, but I think he looks to shape it away, either off the seam or in the air, and he has the ability to nip it back, so not bad. He's quite a tall chap, uses his height, and so far I think no runs of this over, so it's a good decision to bring him back.
Been a top wicket taker in the league this year, not quite so successful in the Voneus Village Cuppers. Next ball's outside the off stump, and Holland has a go for it, but misses it. Goes through to wicket-keeper Clark. So the end of the 25th over, 119 for 2, Garrett on 53, Holland on 20. Kevin, I'm going to leave you to say a few words, and Luke Edwards will take over with the ball-by-ball commentary.
Yeah, good over there. Beer coming back. Bowled a couple of balls, a bit of width. The umpire gave him the benefit, but just shaped it out against the slope from the nursery end. So a timely maiden for Foxton Granta. There's Dumbleton 119 for 2, and Garrett and Holland looking to extend this partnership and give Dumbleton a real base to go hard in the last 10 overs.
Hello, Kevin.
Morning, Luke. How are you?
Very well. You must be pretty pleased with how Dumbleton are going. I mean, Martin will be frustrated he got out. They were going very well as the Hill starts a new over. That one's just defended by Garrett. Yeah, you must be really pleased with how the score's looking. 119 for 2 currently.
Yeah, I think they've set the platform. They've got people who can hit it, who are busy cricketers coming in the next 2 or 3. So, but like anything, it's about the players in the middle to take responsibility, and they're both in now, so they should be knowing what the wicket's doing. And it looks like Foxton and Granta are sort of in damage limitation mode. They're not necessarily striving for wickets, they're just looking to keep the run rate down.
Yeah, it was pulled away there by Garrett for another single, and now driven by Holland, and that is an easy single as well. We're on Live Sports FM. You can get in touch via social media. We are on X at Live Sports FM. We're on Facebook as well, and of course we're on a YouTube stream as well. We've had lots of comments on there, so I'll read some of them out as well. That one's just dabbed down nicely, quick single taken.
And again, good running, just keeping the scoreboard ticking over after that last maiden, so just getting the score back in Dumbleton's favour as Holland faces. And interesting that Foxton and Granta have bowled spinners against the end you might expect, although they're conscious of the short boundary to the Tavern side, so the spinner worth his salt is trying to always bowl from the nursery end with a longer leg side boundary.
Yeah, that was a dot ball, and here's the next delivery, given a bit more air, and that's another dot ball as well. Lots of people are listening in, Kevin. Lots of Dumbleton fans listening all around the world as well. Good message, nice little message from one of your rivals. Where was it? Stanway Cricket Club have got in touch, saying they're good luck to Dumbleton.
Yeah, they're just located just a few miles down the road. Nice picturesque ground.
We've had a nice message from Rebecca Stewart saying Alf gets at Dumbleton. Nell, Beckett and Jake cheering on Dumbleton in Berlin. Half the Dumbleton fans are just all over the world, Kevin.
Scattered to all 4 corners, yeah. That's nice, isn't it, these days? You can listen, feed. In our years growing up, it'd just be a BBC, radio, etc. So yeah, so it's nice they can keep in touch and even watch it. And so, quite appreciate what a beautiful September's day for cricket this is.
We've been lucky. I think last time Dumbleton won the final it was a rain affected game, but the last couple of years we've had a really glorious day here at Lords, and it does look great when the sun's out, Lords, as well.
Yeah, no shadows already, just lengthening as Beer comes again from the pavilion end, quite tall.
Yeah, he's certainly got a lot of pace out of the pitch. He's changed ends, and that one's cut Garrett in half. That he didn't know where the ball had gone, and it runs down to third man, and it's going to be a leg by, I think. And he's got some bat on it. Umpire didn't signal anything, so it is a single to Garrett.
Maybe a little tiny inside edge onto the top of his pad, but again a good length from Beer. He's found that straight away from the nursery end as he's now back into Miles Holland. When he pitches it up, he seems to just shape it away a little bit, which is different to when he bowls back of a length.
Beer is in and nicely
Nice shot.
clipped away off the back foot by Holland, but there's a man out there, so it's just a single. James Buss, he's watching from the coffee queue at Lords, so it must be quite a big queue if he's watching. And in control says this is great to see. We're stuck in the ages here in New Zealand when it comes to cricket YouTube stream. Great commentators and package in general, so thank you for that. Kevin Emery alongside Luke Edwards here at the Voneus Village Cup final. Dumbleton won the toss and elected to bat. They just added another single there through Garrett, so 1-2-5 for 2. Kevin, he's wearing a lovely MCC tie as well.
Yeah, but my MCC blazer comes out when I play a few games, and it means the stewards haven't got to be texting me, where's this, where's that, to get in. Although, yeah, they were slightly officious this morning, but they've got a job to do, no problem. Yeah, just kept me warm. But I walked up from Paddington, I was quite sweating a bit by the time I got here.
Yeah, I came from Ealing this morning, I was warm as well. That next delivery is driven and it's fielded at short mid-off. So will you be in the pavilion later on then with all the other members?
Well, there's a few there, and it's nice to see. They normally at lunchtime they let some of the spectators in. There's quite a few ladies there, and it's a nice, relaxed atmosphere. It's not as busy as in the Test match, obviously.
Yeah.
And
it's
you get
nice
a nice view down the wicket. That was what I was trying to get at today.
Yeah, no, it's good that the I'll come back to the members in a minute. Beer in bowls, and he's advancing down the track there, Holland. And we'll get a single. They want a second, but they're not going to get that one. In fact, it's a bit of a wild throw. Well backed up though in the end. It's nice that the members in general just think, do you know what, I'll just come down and watch a game of cricket in general, even though it's probably a team that they're not affiliated with.
Yeah, and it is, you know, if you couldn't pick a better day in September to watch cricket. Some of them early were getting out the way of the sun. It was too warm for there, and it is, you know, it has its unique atmosphere, and it's nice for as many people as possible to experience that on a day like this.
Beer in again, pulled away by Garrett. And the fielder down there does his job, and he's through for a single.
Yeah, just a surprise short ball to end the over, but I think 4 or 5 off that over. Dumbleton just picking off the singles, and Beer looks, I suppose, with the other opening bowler, the main threat. The spinners have bowled tidily without really extracting lots of turn. As I say earlier, they're bowling against where they might bowl for spin, i.e. the off-spinners bowling nursery end, etc. But Dumbleton have, steadily laying a platform. 27 overs gone, 127 for 2. Foxton Granta's captain, Lewis Hill, is continuing from the nursery, just trying to put a stranglehold. I think they'll be happy only going for 4s to 5s. But Dumbleton now need to just step it up a little bit.
Here he is, around the wicket hill. Garrett just waits for that one, clips it away. Garrett, who is now the top run scorer in the competition, he's on to 314 runs now. So that's a nice little honour for him to take out the day, if nothing else.
Sure.
Again, driven by Holland, that will be through extra cover.
Yeah, very good use of the feet, quickly onto the back foot, nice balance, and punch through extra cover with a good deal of skill there from Miles Holland. But Charlie Garrett, his nickname is Chesney, as he looks a bit like him. So he is, as you just said, Luke, he is the one and only. He's the leading run scorer in the competition. So well done him.
Brill. Rob and Rich have been on a nice little run for us. So they come with food and drinks. That's swept away, and the fielder, desperate attempt there, left-handed to his left. Trying to prevent he was trying to take the catch actually, and he's pushed it over the boundary, and we're just checking if it's 6 or 4.
Pretty certain it's 6. He seemed a bit slow picking that up, and then didn't get his legs going,
6.
but dived. It was sort of chest, shoulder height that he could have got, but he palmed it over. Did well to get there in the end, but sort of slog sweep by Miles Holland, and he was just placing it, but he
great shot,
all the way.
Picked it early, caught it cleanly. That's driven back to him, and he's caught and bowled next delivery. Lewis Hill with a big wicket there for Foxton Granta. Holland caught that really well as well, but it was well anticipated by Hill, and the captain takes his second catch of the inning and a vital wicket for him, and it's now 138 for 3.
Yeah, that is a big wicket for Foxton Granta. Miles Holland just accelerating, and I said they probably need to look at doing that, and just got caught between the two stools there. He did a lovely back foot extra cover, then a slog sweep, and he just checked his drive. Lewis Hill just held it back slightly, checked his drive, not quite at the pitch, and it was a good return catch taken by Foxton Granta's captain, and that's leading by example. So Dumbleton 138 for 3 now, and the game is nicely poised. Dumbleton will be looking to get to probably at least 220 from here, but if Foxton can chip away with a few wickets, then new batsman in, it will be an interesting, but wicket looks good. I think it's a fresh strip. There's no club final yesterday here. It was the girls under 15s, and they played on a different wicket, so yeah, I think it's offered a little bit to the new ball, but maybe that just held up a tad. But good catch by Lewis Hill, caught and bowled. Yeah,
nice shot catch to his right there by Hill. You'd still say that Dumbleton are probably in the driving seat with 7 wickets left in the pavilion.
Yeah, exactly, Luke. But this is where it's sort of vital here that Charlie Garrett allows Adam Stewart's the new batsman coming in to get himself in there and just keep the scoreboard ticking, because at this point you'd want Charlie to be there at the end, and the other players can come in and play around and take it on once they've got used to the pace of the wicket.
Yeah, another one of the 2022 winners, known as Pumba.
Yeah, I don't know where that's come from. He's known as several things, some of which we can't broadcast on the radio. But Adam is a very canny cricketer, experienced, gets busy at the crease, and he looked for some quick running, even though he's advancing in years now. But there you go, straight away, just tucked it behind square, 1 run.
Yeah, what the good thing about the Dumbleton players is they've all got off the mark quickly, haven't they? It's like you don't want to be stuck on naught and a Lord's final, do you? Because the nerves will just build. So to get that first run seems to just relax the batsman a little bit. There's only Rollinson who's really missed out so far.
Yeah, and the onus there is on your batting partner to be ready and backing up. Often, as you say, it's just that weight off. You can relax. I've got I don't want to be naught at Lords. So and again, I think Fox and Granta are trying to make a few things happen, and they're changing the bowling, going to keep Beer back, I think, a couple for the end. And his opening partner is coming back on from the pavilion end, which is, I think, his name, Campbell.
Yeah, Campbell's coming back on. Henry Campbell was the opening ball alongside Beer. RT's got in touch, greeting Dumbleton from Croatia. All the best from your old friend Trigger and the Mogador Wanderers.
Oh yeah, very good. Mogador's come on the cricket week to Dumbleton and always enjoy themselves and boost the bar profits. Always lovely to have them there, and they enjoy their time at Dumbleton.
So here is the first delivery then from Campbell, guided away nicely
Two if he wants
for
it.
a single. In fact, two. They've come back for two. Good running there. The fielder was a bit slow down there at third man. I think it was Mahendra who kind of ambled across to it.
Yeah,
they were able to get through for two.
That's right, Lou. There are a few of their players. I know they played yesterday. Maybe they're just slightly feeling the effects of that. But and that's where in the pavilion you just watch and take it in, and you know who you can take the extra run to.
Here's Campbell in bowls and again flicked away. I'm amazed that you'd play a game yesterday knowing that you've got a Lord's final on the horizon.
Imagine if you got injured in, I think it was their last league game. You'd be gutted, wouldn't you? But the flip side of that is that they're still in rhythm and they're playing, games of cricket, so in form. Whereas Dumbleton have had a few weeks off. Their season finished a couple of weeks ago.
So here is Campbell in again then, to the wicket from the pavilion end, flicked away again by Garrett. Umpire's walking across. Is he going to signal a leg by? He is.
Yeah. And Campbell, I think in his first spell, he sort of ambles up to the crease, but he's got quite a nice shoulder release, and he's just hurried the batsman a few times. That one again, just down the slope, just into Garrett's thigh pad, and they jogged a single as he comes back in there to bowl Stewart.
Yeah, running away from the pavilion end. Nicely again flicked away by Stewart. This time it is to Mahendra. He just
came in 10 yards.
He did, yeah.
Another two.
No two this time, just the one.
Yeah.
Learned his lesson.
Again, that's Adam Stewart's forte, just keeping the scoreboard ticking, getting the main batter back on strike, just hitting it into, knocking it on his head, dropping it down to third man for one.
Campbell in, balls and cut away nice. It doesn't quite get hold of that one, Garrett, so the fielder will come across, and again it's just a single. But Garrett's he kind of just came in, he was the anchor at the other end for Martin, wasn't he? And then as soon as Martin's got out, he's picked up the pace, hasn't he?
Yeah, no, and that's it. You don't want two batters necessarily both going at it, although if they're in form, why not? But yeah, his role now is to bat through and let everybody bat around him, and if he bats, what have we got, another 11 overs after this?
It's pulled away, not convincingly by Stewart. He got enough on it though, bottom edge, and a man running in there from the boundary around the cow corner, cuts that off, just a single, and ends the over and leaves Dumbleton on 146 for 3.
That's right, so we've got 11 overs left, barring any extras, so if you factor in if that's 66 balls and Charlie Garrett can bat for half of those, can he get another 40 to get to a wonderful milestone at Lord's 100? I know he's already the leading run scorer. I'll say it again, he is the one and only at the top of the batting charts. And sorry, I've done it twice. But he's a lovely lad, Charlie, I think he works for the Barmy Army and tours and stuff. So, but he's a lovely chap. He's settled well into the club. He's had a leanish time in the league, but he's been very good in this. And without his runs and his intelligent batting, Dumbleton wouldn't be at this final.
David Wood says, hi guys, Jersey cricket legend Harry Brook here. I don't know if it's that Harry Brook. I don't think it is. Cheering on the Foxton boys, particularly Henry Campbell and Richard Kaufman. He says he'll be putting £300 behind the bar at Mimosas if the boys win, so that's an incentive. As Hill bowls and caught behind is that big appeal. Umpire doesn't raise a finger because he's walking off, Stuart.
Yep.
So another wicket there, and Lewis Hill is 3 away from being the leading wicket taker in the competition, but a bit shorter, looking to cut and got an edge.
Yeah, just to change of pace, Lewis Hill just bowled it. He obviously watched Adam, who's running it down the third man, bowled it slightly slower. He went back, it just bounced a bit more than he thought, and caught behind, regulation catch. Adam Stewart knew he'd nicked it, and off he walked. So yeah, a couple of wickets there, just slowing Dumbleton's progress. So be interesting to see who they'll be sending in next. Probably Aaron Thompson, another busy little cricketer who has a penchant for reverse sweeping. But yeah, Lewis Hill is doing a very good job, and I can certainly see why he's up there in one of the leading wicket takers in this competition, because he's bowling at a critical time of the game, and he's varying his pace nicely. He's got a good field set. I think he's got 5-4 leg side, and he's just looking to say, look, I'm happy to go for 5 and over. That's all right. That's all we want. So yes, it's Aaron Thompson, next batsman.
And looking at the replay, really clever bowling by Hill, because Stewart went down the track, so he slightly short. He had to shuffle back. Stewart wasn't in a great position and just flicked it through to the wicket keeper.
Just a little top edge, just run down the slope perhaps, but just the bounce did him. So again, he was just. And I think Ross Martin got caught in that, where he just sort of premeditating rather than just play the ball on its merits. Couldn't adjust, and he's back in the pavilion. So it's Aaron Thompson with Charlie Garrett. Significant size difference. So Aaron, as I say, is very busy, runs the singles hard, and looks to hit it in different areas to other batsmen.
In fact, it was Kaufman. I was giving Hill all the credit. It was Kaufman back. They look similar, actually.
Both
got shades on. Yeah,
both off spinners.
Both off spinners. So apologies there. I was giving Hill an extra wicket there, so he still needs another 4. But
we'll give Hill some credit. He's the captain. He's taken himself on. Kaufman on. He's got a wicket. So even though we were trying to give him the wicket, never mind. But that Kaufman.
Yeah, it's Kaufman, and here he is in to the new batsman. Thompson, who again, he was immediately off the mark, just cutting that away for a single. Kaufman, who's got his own Wikipedia page, because he's played minor counties cricket for Oxfordshire. So he's a couple of games for Northamptonshire as well in this C&G Trophy. So he's got pedigree. And
yeah, nice. Now looking at the last couple of balls, it's a little bit more flight than Lewis Hill, who varied his pace, but nice. Not that tall, and just gets it above the eye line. Short then. Yeah,
it was a dot ball for that one, and that one was a bit shorter, and Garrett, who's carrying on in his merry way, just cuts that one down again. It's a deep backward point, and there's 1 run. Approaching a 150 Dumbleton with just over 10 overs to go. Reverse sweep, well there you go, you called it about Thompson. He went for reverse sweep pretty early on, second ball actually. A wicket keeper whipped the stumps off. He was in his ground though.
Yeah. No, you don't want to be stumped on that, but I think the bowler saw him and bowled it slightly quicker and flatter. So whether they've been watching some footage and knew that Aaron does that, but there we go. I think he just needs to hit it in the gaps. Yeah,
it's Ash Clark behind the stumps. He's an MCC playing member, so there we go. And he's also represented Suffolk, so they've got plenty of experience. That last ball was a dot ball. 148 for 4 Dumbleton here on Live Sports FM and on the MCC YouTube stream. It is the Voneus Village Cup final. Dumbleton against Foxton Granta. Dumbleton won the toss and elected to bat. And they are 148 for 4 currently.
Yep, and it looks like they're going to persist with Campbell, who will be into his 6th over. So I'm interested to see whether he bowls through his full 8 or whether they keep 2 back as they did for Beer. But yeah, this is not such a critical phase, but 10 overs to go. Dumbleton will be looking at a minimum perhaps of 210 from here, but with a fair wind they may fancy 220, 230 plus, but the key to that may be Charlie Garrett.
Campbell back into the attack, bowls, and just again dabbed down to third man there by Garrett. In fact, it was Thompson guiding that down to third man in his 1 run. No, it is Garrett actually. It's because it's changed. Yeah, well, I thought it was that. Thompson's a lot smaller, but the scoreboard moves too quick for me. By the time I look up, it's flipped over.
Technology, Luke. Yeah,
I know.
Back to the old days.
Yeah,
the pigeons.
Yeah, and moving it by hand as well.
The old tins. The old guys in the scoreboard did a sterling job. I played it when they did that. Ravender's still come in. He's 10 yards in from where he was before, so I think the captain may have had a word. But that means there's a slightly wider angle at sort of wide third man.
There's Campbell in, bowls, and Thompson tries to just lean back and cut that away. He's got the look of Ben Duckett about him from a distance. Quite small and looking to attack the ball, isn't he?
Yeah, small in stature, but he gives it, times it nicely. That one I thought, I think maybe it was harsh wide. It looked like he played over the top of that, but obviously we can't quite see from square as to how wide it is, but that's one of the first ones they've called wide of off stump as opposed to all the leg side.
That's a short delivery. He was up on his toes there, Thompson, up off the ground, trying to again dab it down, but plays and misses, and it goes through to Clark behind the stumps.
It's interesting watching the keepers into how far they stand. Certain keepers like to take the ball dying, and that I think appears to be the case with Foxton Granta's incumbent. That one nipped back from Campbell.
There was just a small acknowledgement that a 150 coming up as well. Here's Campbell in, bowls, and Thompson nice straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, and what you don't want necessarily is for the new batsman to chew up too many balls without getting Garrett back on strike. So just to get those singles, not necessarily big shots, but just hit gaps. I mean, that's a last ball, good length ball from Campbell, back of a length straight, and Thompson gave it due respect.
You feel they've really got to accelerate 8 overs from the end, haven't they? They've got, it's kind of now, you're entering now on never territory for a decent total. As Campbell comes in, it's a full delivery. Thompson, it was an attempted Yorker, I think. Thompson does well to dig it out and flick it out into the onside for a single. But yeah, you'd say when you get to say 32 overs, that's when you really need to put the foot on the accelerator if you're going to reach 220.
Yeah, and they've got some strikers of the ball coming in a bit lower, Liam Brignall and Ollie Horn, who will probably both fancy this shorter leg side boundary at the tavern, but I think it's important for Dumbleton to just keep ticking it over.
Nicely driven by Garrett, back to the bowler. A bit disappointed, I think, that he didn't get that through the covers. He just stayed down on his haunches there, twiddles his bat, and walks down the track to have a word with his partner.
Yeah, it's often this time, you see, if the main batter who's in and used to facing 3 or 4 balls on over is only getting 1, then it plays on your mind a bit and think, I've got to score the boundary. Rather, he just needs to play. I mean, that was a decent ball, slightly slower. Campbell's been varying his pace, but has bowled quite well, I think, from this pavilion end all game.
Here is again Campbell into Garrett. He's on the back foot, wants a quick single, and Campbell shies at the stumps, and there's going to be buzzers. Wicket keeper missed it. It was a wild throw. In fact, they've not taken the overthrow. It was a wild throw from Campbell there, and his excitement to try and throw the stumps down. But that was a cheeky little single.
Yeah, Aaron's quick, and but again, intelligent batting from Charlie Garrett. Just dropped it, the single, and potential, as you say, overthrows, buzzers. Never quite sure where that phrase comes from, but Charlie Garrett, being the intelligent cricketer that he is, said, "Well, I'll stay this end. I'll keep the strike. Thanks, Aaron. You just keep busy. Back up, because I'm in." So he'll be facing the off spinner of Kaufman. Was that in a song, an R.E.M. song, way back when?
I'm not entirely sure.
Something Kaufman, saw that. Oh, yeah, I think I remember. I went burst into song, but so yeah, he's going at 4, Kaufman, which they'd be happy at this stage for his last over, only to go for 4.
Here he is, bowls from the nursery end, and
nice shot.
Garrett clips that way off the back foot. I think the word buzzers comes from Bumble. Bumble usually uses it, so I think they've kind of adopted it from him, haven't they? I don't know who else has used it before then.
Yeah, probably several people over the years, but I'll give you another expression from the old county days in a minute.
Here's Kaufman in, bowls and getting short. Slower as well. Thompson had to wait for that one, but he picked it and timed it beautifully. Beat the diving fielder at extra cover, and it's a boundary.
Yeah, nicely weighted, Aaron. Less frenetic, just let it and just pick the gap to the left-hand side of a short extra cover for 4.
He had to really wait for that one, didn't he? He was almost stood in position for a good second there, but timed it really well. Here's Kaufman in again.
Quicker ball.
That time it was quick. It was a slow one before. That one is quicker.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. So apparently, Buzzers is thought to arrive from the old street slang term for a pickpocket who targeted women, a mole buzzer. Obviously, batsmen steal an extra run or two while the opposition are distracted, hence the name Buzzers, as that is swept away
there you go.
by Thompson.
You learn something every day. Back in the days, the county days, the ball would going towards the boundary, and the old coaches of a certain vintage would shout, "German General, German General, German General." You thought, what? German General. And it was go balls. That's what they used to, yeah. And we've done another young fella on that one, we've got him, he don't understand it. But yeah, so again, Kaufman just sticking in there.
Yeah, playing a miss there. I'm not sure if it was a chance or not. There was oohs and ahs. It was dropped behind the stumps by Ash Clark. And that one is nicely cut away again. There's a fielder down there, a sweeper, and just the single. Jimmy Hanley says the ball must be reversing for Henry Campbell at this stage. ? Cambridgeshire's reverse swing merchant.
It's a bit lush for reverse swing at Lords in September. Aren't too many abrasive wickets, and the fielders haven't been throwing it in hard into the wicket ends. So I'm not sure he was reversing. I think he just changed his pace nicely, and he's having a break. And Lewis Hill ringing the changes, and back comes Beer, who'd be frothing at the mouth to get back on and get another wicket here. 6 overs, 1 for 20 from Beer, and Campbell was 6 overs, 1 for 28, I think. So yeah, Kaufman finishing 8 overs, 1 for 35, respectable. Just dropped short and got picked off a couple of times through past extra covers left hand. So 159 for 4 Dumbleton. We're 8 overs remaining. As Luke said, this is the time now where just looking to try and accelerate the run rate, hit the gaps, try and score a run a ball minimum, and then the odd boundary which will get him up to sort of 9, 10s and over.
We'll keep you up to date as well in the England-Australia T20 game, which kicks off at 2:30. And we are 8 overs now from the end. As Beer starts the next over, it's driven by Garrett. He moves on to 66 off 81. So single for him.
Yeah, good start. Again, full of ball there from Beer, and Charlie Garrett, as he's done, he's picked the gaps and single. So Dumbleton looking for Aaron Thompson to keep the scoreboard ticking, getting Charlie Garrett back on strike. This is his first ball he'll have faced off Beer.
It's flicked away out to the fielder, who takes it brilliantly above his head in front of the stand, holds a hand up to the crowd there and takes the applause because it was going over his head, and he just took it really well. And it was nicely flicked away by Thompson, timed it really well, but a really good catch just in front of us here.
Yeah, one of those you'll walk off and think, why don't I just give it a bit more right hand, and that carries the shorter boundary. Just flicked at it, but sadly for him, straight to the fielder at square leg, under the eyes of the Dumbleton supporters, and I think Foxton Granta fans are adjacent to the right. But yeah, good catch. And again, they're just chipping away here, Foxton, and and that all restricts Dumbleton from a score in the 220, 230 at the moment. A lot rests on Garrett's shoulders. Just getting a drink from the 12th man, Arthur Kane, coming on.
Good catch by Dougie Rice it was in front of us. So Thompson departs for 7 off 10. But yeah, like you say, with the wickets going down, Kevin, it means a new batsman's got to come in, assess the conditions, whereas you like to see Garrett's already settled.
Yeah, and it's been interesting that Lewis Hill has just rotated his bowlers, so not letting the batters settle. So Beer had a couple of overs, came off, then Campbell came back, then he's taken him off, took himself off, brought Kaufman back for a couple. So just trying to ring the changes just to reduce the momentum of Dumbleton's innings, which is in fairness to him, that's what they're doing. 160 for 5. They've had a little comeback in this game, Foxton Granta.
Yeah, Beer with his second wicket. He's taken 2 for 21 off his 6, and Liam Brignall is coming out.
Yeah, and Liam, a keeper by trade and keeper batter. Played international hockey for Wales, so again he can hit it to different areas. Busy, fast hands. So both Liam and the following man in the order, Ollie Horn, can hit a big ball. So we'll see. But the old adage is get yourself in, try and rotate the strike. Got a man who's set, Charlie Garrett. But if I was Foxton Granta, I'd maybe, if I could target him and get Charlie Garrett, then that puts Dumbleton under pressure to get to a score which they think is defendable. Last time here 2 years ago, they got to 241 in the end, with some big hitting from Rupert Salmon and Tommy Borman in the middle.
Yeah, Winch has got up a bit. I can see the MCC flag fluttering away.
The guy took the catch. And he's now being adulated by the crowd. He's signing.
Oh wow. There we go. That's why there's a delay in play, because Dougie Rice is signing autographs now, like he's a test cricketer. First delivery to the new batsman is left alone outside off stump. They do it between balls, don't they? They don't normally delay it.
He's milking it.
Yeah.
Dougie.
To be fair, it might be the only time he plays at Lords. If you say I've taken a catch at Lords, then
why not? Yeah, let's make it focus. And it's nice you're fielding, in front of a load of spectators, which he probably doesn't happen to him normally on a Saturday.
Here's Beer in bowls and tries a little sweep there, and it's going to run down to the boundary, is it? No, it's good fielding, is it? Oh, I don't think he's prevented it. He was desperately trying to prevent that. We'll just see what the umpire signals. Yeah, Rob's not sure. And the umpire's not signalled anything, so it looks like it's just 2.
Just a 2. Yeah. And the umpire's just signalled a 2, but to his colleague, that meant 2 balls to go in the over. So Brignall off the strike with an inventive shot.
Yeah, here is Beer into Brignall. Goes for more. Yeah, expansive drive, and he's caught behind by Clark, and Brignall's brief innings comes to an end. He tries to play the shot he wanted to play, but it was a waft outside off stump, and he's been caught behind. So Beer has a 3rd wicket. Yeah, just swung away a little bit from Beer there, and he just got the edge.
Yeah, and as I said, when he's pitched it up, Beer, from both ends, although he's got quite an open action, his wrist position is such that he gets it to move away in the air, and some of the Dumbleton lads haven't been watching that because he's done it all game. And Liam just having a drive just slightly, his foot not quite across to it, and a little nick caught behind. Regulation catch for the keeper, who takes it at sort of knee height. And Foxton Granta now coming well back into this game. Dumbleton's momentum severely stalled. 162 for 6, just the 4 wickets remaining, albeit one of them is Charlie Garrett, who's well established. But just a time for Dumbleton to try and get a partnership again together. Maybe they've gone a little early trying to accelerate, and they're paying the price.
And that means that wicketkeeper Ash Clark, that's the most dismissals in the Cup this season. So
yeah, nice.
It's the Suffolk wicketkeeper there, with doing some good work behind the stumps. And
yeah, he's looked tidy. He's looked tidy. You could argue slightly deep, but I think like a lot of keepers, where the position they take up initially is not where they end up. They walk in as the bowler's about to deliver, just to get them on the move and ready to go either way. But yeah, he certainly contributed to Foxton Granta coming back into the game. New player Ollie Horn, who's opened the bowling, and Ollie this year has scored a lot of valuable runs lower in the order. It's a clean strike of the ball when he gets in, so he'll be hoping to make a mark and see if Dumbleton can just stabilise the ship, so to speak, and get back into a position of scoring a minimum of sort of 6 and over. But Foxton Granta with their leading wicket taker Beer on form.
Yeah,
back in it.
Here he is, 2 wickets in the over, in to Dyson. He's slicing away, he's driving at that one. He's got a thick edge. Down to Mahendra at 3rd man, and it is 2 for Horn, so he is off the mark. But a good over that from Beer, 2 wickets off it. 5 runs off the over, 2 wickets. He's got 3 for 25 off his 7.
Yeah, I think he'd be happy with that. Noticeable there that Ollie Horn played that a little later and squarer rather than straighter as Liam Bigham was trying to drive. Because as I say, he's just shaped it away when it's fuller, even though his action is quite open-chested. But he'll be very happy. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 25, 1 to go. And he'll be eyeing up in his mind if he could nick 2 off. He gets a 5 at Lords. I'm not sure he gets on the honours board unless he writes it himself. But
with a Sharpie. Yeah.
But maybe Dougie will go and help sign it for him.
Lewis Hill, the captain, is bringing himself back on from the nursery end. Comes around the wicket, bowls and driven by Garrett. Field is going to come across. Yeah, the big partnership was that one between Garrett and Holland, which put on 82. After that, it was Martin and Garrett with 41. And apart from that, the partnerships have just stalled a little bit, haven't they, Kevin? Like I say, that 200's looking a bit sort of risky now.
It is, yeah. It's looking... it's going to be a good effort to get there, but I think they'll be, from where they were, wanting a bit more.
It's just guided away by Horn.
And that's good batting. Tells you, Manny, you've just come in, you've got 2 off your first ball, and then you just hit in the gap for 1 to get Garrett back on strike. So you don't need to be playing the big shot unless the guy bowls it in your area. But get yourself in, get used to the pace for a few balls, and then you can catch up.
Garrett again. Yeah. Similar to the first 2, it's just cut away off the back foot down to the man at deep backward point.
Yep, so he's steady again. Lewis Hill, just good line, bowling round the wicket to the right-handers.
Flicking away, yeah, they're just trying to milk the runs. It's good, they're just getting the singles. Just trying to get that run rate ticking. Ollie Dyson. Apparently he's a good driver on the field, but a terrible driver off it. So it sounds like you wouldn't want to get in a car with him.
Yeah.
Here's no comment from Kevin there, and that's clipped away again by Garrett off the back foot.
He once thought he'd put something in a sat-nav to go to a ground where he'd played at for 15 years. He put the wrong thing in the sat-nav and went to somewhere completely different, even though he knew where he was going if he didn't use the sat-nav. But other than that, we all have those moments. But again, nice bit of cricket, just pushed it into the vacant gap, 1 to long off. So yeah, 170 for 6, Dumbleton. We're 6 overs to go, 36 balls. I think they'd be eyeing up minimum 210. But yeah, as I said a while ago, a lot depends on Garrett. But this will be Beer, who's the leading bowler for Foxton Granta at the moment, bowling his last over, and he's bowling to Ollie Horn facing up. But yeah, it's one of those where in old-fashioned cricket you'd maybe see him off, but this is a 40 over game, not a 45 or a 50. So, but just if we Dumbleton do not want to be losing wicket here in his last over. You just need to be keep the scoreboard ticking. If we can nick 6 off this, that'd be great. Anything else is a bonus, but let's see what Beer does. Will he pitch it up and try and swing it away for that caught behind?
Yeah, he's coming into Horn. It's nicely flicked away onto the onside by Horn and goes for a quick single, gets a quick single. There was a shy at the stumps which missed. So again, nice single from Horn. He's another 2022 winner.
Yeah, good cricket from Ollie Horn there. Just getting Charlie Garrett back on strike. Pushed it into the leg side for 1. So Charlie Garrett on 69 off 84 balls facing Beer.
Here he is then, takes his stance and in comes Beer, bowls. Garrett drives again towards deep backward point. Again another single. Ollie Horn's been supported by Jesse Richardson here from Australia. He was the first grade player of the year for Eastern Suburbs Bundaberg Cricket Club last season.
Yeah, he went out had a winter in Australia. I don't know how much rum he drank, Bundaberg, but yeah, came back fit and enjoyed his time there, and he's an integral part of the Dumbleton setup.
He's facing Beer, goes for a big shot that is coming over just in front of us actually. Taken by somebody
in the crowd.
Which Rob's applauding. Rob was ready to catch it himself, but that went a mighty way, that one.
Yeah, and taken by Alice Goodwin, who's 84. Beautiful hands, Alice. Not. We can't see who's taken that, but certainly wasn't Dougie from Foxton. But that is, he's gone back and just pulled the back of a length ball high up to the sky for 6.
Excuse me, sir. What's your name? For Live Sports FM.
Rob's asking him. It's down the played and a miss at that next one. But Rob was really impressed with that catch. So impressed he's getting his name.
There you go.
Keith thought when Keith comes back in a minute, he can tell us who took the catch. We've got 2 balls left of this over, and then you'll have Keith coming in, joining Kevin.
Yeah, a little change of pace there from Beer. Oh, something just Ollie
False start, yeah, Ollie.
Something on the wicket, just throwing that out of the way. So if it's a stud or something, he's trying to put it in his pocket. The umpire's not helping him out. But yeah, back in. So Ollie Horn needs to just be get back on focused. Beer's looking for that another wicket. Just let it come.
Here he is, bowls. It's fancied down the track a long way, and Beer gets a hand on that one, and he's that far down the track, Horn, that he's easily got through for a single, but he took about 3 or 4 paces down there.
Yeah, just give him the slow charge. Just pushed it nice full face back past the bowler. Beer got half a hand on it, but they ran through as it dribbled between mid-off and mid-on. So it's the last ball of Beer's spell. In a good spell, he's on 7.51, 3 for 34. And Charlie Garrett, who needs to still be there for the duration, on strike.
Yeah, here he is facing Beer. Last ball of the over, Garrett
nice shot.
Away, driving that one. Fielder's going to run across. I don't think he's going to cut it off. He isn't, and that's a boundary for Garrett. He moves on to 74. The score moves on to 18346. So Beer, he's been quite economical. He's gone for a few in that over. He has gone for 14 in the end off that over.
And what we were saying about seeing him off,
yeah,
just play 6 or 7 be nice, but that 6 made all the difference. And again, Ollie Horn in particular, just putting the pressure back on the bowler. Unusually for club cricket, often it's one of your quickest fielders out at deep point. And with all due respect to whoever it is, I wouldn't say he's one of their quicker fielders, but he's got a good arm on him. But he couldn't quite make up the ground, running slightly up the hill, and the ball span away from him for 4.
Well, Keith's going to come in now. He's going to tell us who's taken the catch just in front of us, and Lewis Hill, the captain, is about to come on. So I'll just guide you through that ball, and then I'll hand you over to Keith as Hill floats that one up. He's gone for a reverse sweep. There might be a mix-up. He's gone for a quick run, and in the end they have got through for the single. So 184 for 6. Here's Keith after a word from Kevin.
Yeah, Lewis Hill back on, bowled a very slow floaty one that Ollie Horn was committed to reverse sweeping. I think premeditated shot down on his haunches, so had to get up quick to scamper in for the single. Just got in.
Thanks so much, Lou. Thanks so much, Kevin. As back on for the last few overs here, as the next ball is edged by Garrett behind square on the offside, but he scampers through for the single, takes him on to 75, 185 for 6. Yes, all the cheering just now, Kevin. That catch in the crowd was taken by Daniel Hammond's dad.
Oh, very nice.
Noah Hammond, and apparently a really good catch as well, nice and clean.
Very good. Obviously, talent runs in the family.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. Well, he can hold that. After going for a quick second, it's very close. He's gone.
Oh, I think he's gone.
It's a poor decision there. Very poor decision.
Yes, and he kicks his bat there, does Ollie Horn, as he's run out there for 14.
Yeah, that's a giveaway, really. It was hit, and the fielder didn't have to adjust his line into the ball, and Ollie Horn thought he didn't hit it as well, but he was run out by a good half a yard there. So a needless wicket, you would argue.
Yes, it was. Bulwer came in from the boundary. It was Ash Clark who was quick enough to take the bails off. We are very square on here, so we could see that that was going to be a definite run out, about half a yard, but no need for a DRS on that one or a third umpire review. So Ollie Horn ran out for 14, 185 for 7, and Yeah, I totally agree with you, Kevin. I think given that still got 4 overs and a bit left, bit of a needless run out, I think, particularly as Ollie Horn was looking very, very good out there.
Yeah, and it's just that, maybe in another context Charlie would have sent him back, but who knows what the communication was. It was Campbell, who'd opening bowler, who came in, and it was attacked the ball well. Not the chap who'd been out on the boundary previously, and threw it in hard on the bounce. Keeper took it, and no dive from Ollie Horn. I think, maybe in hindsight he may have got that out, but needless wicket really, given that he was 15 off about 7 balls and hitting it nicely. So we've now got the man who's not racing to the wicket, given his surname. It's Finn Brabham coming in, who is playing in, not Freddie Sharp.
Yes, a bit of confusion earlier, and apologies by the way. I think we said Finn Brabham wasn't playing, but I think it was Freddie Sharp that was replaced. So Finn Brabham coming to the wicket. I assume, sorry, forgive my naivety, Kevin, no relation.
No, he is relation, yeah. He's from the Brabham racing
He is
family.
from the Brabham, wow.
Yep, and he's a very useful cricketer, Finn.
Yeah.
He went to the same school as a colleague Mark Charles Nicholas and Atkinson. They went to Bradfield, North of Reading school, and he's a handy cricketer, Finn. Will bat higher in a lot of sides, and he bowls useful medium pace. So it's nice that everybody's having a bat so far, but that's a nice shot first ball.
And it is, as Lewis Hill put the bowling round the wicket and steered nicely into the offside by Brabham. Off the mark first ball. I think every batsman bar Ross Martin has got off, I think maybe Aaron Thompson, but everyone else has got a single off their first ball, which is really good cricket. I think Luke was saying, that you don't want to be stuck on naught forever. No. And I think that's really good play there, as the next ball is steered into the offside by Garrett for another single. Takes him on to 76, 188 for 7.
Yeah, and it's just being aware of the field place before you come in, thinking, okay, where am I looking to score off this bowler?
Exactly, which you can do, of course, if you're coming in, if you're not opening. It's as Hill finishes the over, played back by Brabham straight back to him. So he got 4 overs left, 188 for 7. Brabham on 1, Garrett on 76. So 4 overs left, Kevin. I think the 200 is still very much on, and it'll be interesting to see if they can get past their lowest total batting first this season in the competition, 216 I think it was. So good contest at the moment, I have to say. Good contest.
Yes, they've stuck in Foxton Granta when Holland and Garrett were going well. You could see the shoulders dropping a little bit, but they've recovered. Captain Lewis Hill has been canny in rotating his bowlers, and Campbell's going to come back and bowl the last 2, I imagine, from this end. He was the man who affected the run out.
He was. Good piece of fielding by Henry Campbell just now to get the run out, as he comes in from the pavilion end, where he's bowled all his overs so far, and that one looked wide outside the off stump, but no signal from the umpire. I'm sure the crowd asking that looked like a wide, but umpire says no, and Garrett trying to cut it through the offside, missed it. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, look, I think he called one of them an over or so ago, so it was a strange one. It looked like
not
back
as
away,
consistent.
couldn't reach it.
Yeah. Anyway, Campbell again in bowls. This one's coming our way. It's a pull beautifully, and it nearly comes into the commentary box. I was all poised for the catch. Kevin was sitting there, arms folded. He wasn't going to catch it up with that.
Good, I knew it wasn't coming. It was hitting the glass. So.
Nicely pulled 6 there by Charlie Garrett. His second 6 takes him on to 82. Rob has moved. We've moved Rob to slightly more round, please, Rob. Campbell comes in again, and he's pulled it again in a similar position, but didn't time that one at all, and that will be picked up just inside the boundary rope by Rice for a single. Garrett on to 83, 195 for 7.
Yeah, a little quicker that ball, a little bit fuller length, but got higher on Charlie Garrett's back. The ball before, weighted back foot and hit it right out the middle, landed straight into our box. So that's a good start to the over. Finn Brabham on strike. Now Finn Brabham is, again, good player of seam normally.
Well, he's got some seam now to face from Campbell, and the ball strikes him on the pad, but he was walking down the wicket.
They were looking for 2. No. Sorry.
It's all right. No. I think it was good cricket there by Dumbleton. Particularly Charlie Garrett realised that the fielders were a little bit more preoccupied with the appeal and started running. He was only gone about 10 yards. in the end they woke up enough, Foxton Granta, to pick the ball up. It was Campbell following through, but no, credit there to Garrett. He realised that there could be two there, but in the end just the one leg by, 196 for 7.
Yeah, and that means brings him back on strike. Charlie Garrett, 83. So looking to score again here.
Faces Campbell and digs
Good
it
ball.
nicely, sort of full length, and just dubbed it down into the covers, but straightforward single takes him on to 84, and of course now we get excited thinking he's got 3 overs left. Will he get the 16 runs for his 100? I'm sure
I'm sure that's going through his mind as well, Keith, but he just moved around the crease there, which he's been pretty static most of it and just playing proper shots, so trying to manufacture something, but in he comes again, Campbell, last ball of his over.
3 short of the 200 at Dumbleton, and the next ball steered into the offside by Brabham, straight to the fielder on the cover boundary.
Oh, poor throw.
Well, it is poor throw, and they're going to get the overthrow.
Oh,
it hits the stumps, but
good second throw.
I think Garrett was well in that time, but really excitement there. It was not the best of throws from the cover fielder, and it went in the middle of the wicket, and they managed to get the overthrow. It was backed up by, I think it was Dougie Rice in front of us here, but got the throw at the non-striker's end, but Garrett was well in. So all excitement there at the end of the 37th over. Dumbleton 199 for 7. Brabham picked up 2 from that. He's on to 3. Garrett on 84. Yeah, it was all happening there, Gary,
the
wasn't
pulse
it?
rate all got up there, out to the Garrett cover. He's had an indifferent game. I do apologise for his name. It's Campbell going back out now to backwards square leg where he effected that run out. But if it hadn't hit the stumps, neither of mid-off and mid-on were backing up. That would have been another 2 lots of buzzers, as they say. But no, Hill is going to continue.
Yes, I think he'll bowl the last 2 overs out. Let's see as he comes in now, bowls, and Garrett launches that one long, high, for 6 into the grandstand. Brings up the 200 for Dumbleton, 205 for 7. Takes Garrett to the 90s.
Yeah, lovely. I thought initially when he hit it, he'd not got all of it, but he knew himself. He just admired it as it sailed 30 yards over the boundary.
The boundary's a little way in from the grandstand, but it's certainly a longer boundary. And he's launched that one high. Has that one also got into the boundary? It has. Another 6. That was a classical lofted off drive.
Yeah, just used his feet, danced down a couple of paces, let the ball came and opened the face and just stroked it over extra cover for 6 to the short boundary. So moves on to 96.
He's really accelerating through the 90s. From 84 to 96 in 2 balls. What's he going to do to this one? This one he cuts off the back foot, but straight to the fielder on the cover boundary, who will make it a single. Scores accelerated on 212 for 7. Garrett on to 97 off 95 balls. Brabham now facing here on. Next ball he tries to swing round on the leg side, misses it. Clark appeals for the stumping, but his back foot never moved from the crease, and given not out.
And usually no wide.
I was just going to say there should have been a wide there.
It was a conventional sweep that he missed.
Yeah.
It's touched his pad, didn't.
Interesting. Anyway, next ball goes to the reverse sweep. Hits it straight to the
gotta
fielder's
run
going to be
hard,
close
he's
here.
out.
He's out.
Direct hit.
Great throw there by the fielder. We'll give you his name in a moment, but what a great piece of fielding by the fielder. Runs out Brabham for 3, who thought he, with the reverse sweep, had got the single as he ran. Probably had to at this stage of the game, but probably gambling, thinking, well, there won't be a direct hit, but there was.
There was. It was hit straight at him. It was a reverse sweep. He tried the conventional sweep the ball before, missed it down the leg side, not given as a wide. He then reverse swept a bit straight to Beer at backward point.
Yes, Sam Beer was the one who did the run out with the direct hit.
As an opening bowler picked it up, threw it, one bounce, hit the stumps directly, and Finn Brabham was out by a yard. Unlucky, but Charlie Garrett at least is back on strike. But it's one of those that you look to the shorter boundary, Keith, and you're thinking, Charlie Garrett has hit a lovely shot of extra cover for 6. Why would you necessarily be reverse sweeping it? But one of those, he hit it well, but straight to the fielder. And I guess if this was the 12th over, they wouldn't have run. But as it's the 38th, they went for it.
Yeah. No, it was a gamble. And I'll say the risk factor was low, but there was a risk, and he paid for it. But no, in terms of the team, it's probably the right thing to do. As New batsman comes out. Now, you
bats-
must confirm the age. Will Sweeting, I'm hearing he's either 14 or 16.
Good Will Sweeting, 14.
14.
He's got a
14-year-old lad
14-year-old.
coming out to bat at Lords.
And he is, you'll notice when you see him, he's a very talented keeper. As the ball melts into his gloves.
I've heard great things about him.
And he's a technically very orthodox batsman. But it's great for him to come out, play in the final, get
absolutely.
a bat. Mum and Dad up in the pavilion watching. They'll be proud as punch.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can get on strike and hit a few runs.
Well, let's just watch as it's Hill bowling to Charlie Garrett on 97. Garrett steers it into the offside, and I think it would just be the single.
Nice cricket last ball.
It's good cricket
strike.
because it means it keeps the strike at the end of the over. So another eventful over. We got 2 left. 213 for 8 is the Dumbleton score. Garrett on 98. Will Sweeting get to face a ball, and I think Lewis Hill's figure's taken a bit of a dent there. I think after that over, 7 overs now, 1 for 48.
Yeah, that was it. Just dropped, and Charlie Garrett, who's in, seeing it like the proverbial football, and played some lovely shots. Finn Bradman unlucky a direct hit, and certainly Foxton Granta should be proud of their fielding. It's almost improved in most of the areas. In the last 5 to 10 overs, they've had 2 run-outs.
2 run-outs.
Direct hit, good catch
good
on the boundary.
catching. Just 1 missed stumping, I think, is all I can recollect, as Campbell comes in for his last over.
Run hard for that.
Garrett hits the ball hard. Will he get 2? No, he won't. He's straight to the fielder on the cover boundary, throws in cleanly, just a single. Garrett onto 99, 214 for 8.
Yep, there's a nice shot, square cover drive.
Yep.
So it brings young Will Sweeting
Onto his first ball. What an achievement, eh?
It is,
14
at 14
years old to be batting at Lords.
Yeah, lovely.
Jealous, moi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Stuff of dreams.
Totally.
Right, come on then, Will.
Let's see how he gets on. Kevin Emery rooting for him as the first ball's
And he
outside.
says, I'll be playing in a test match
And
one day.
it's
I
a
can let
wide.
that go. Good
So-
judge of width.
Yeah, well left there, so wide that it was given a wide.
But often umpires, you see, Will's more diminutive than some of the other players, and he just held his ground in the crease, didn't go towards the ball, and a few overs ago the umpire didn't give 2 of those for wides, but it's amazing how if batters make a move towards the ball, they don't necessarily give it. But here he goes on his second ball.
Sweeting facing up to Campbell. Bowls.
Oh, a nice
that was a nice clip off his legs. Just a single, I think, but what a nice shot. Really, front foot, clipped it off his legs.
Right, Will.
Okay.
Now back up, Will. Forget this now. You're ready to run the
Charlie
run for
Garrett
Charlie
on
Garrett.
99.
As he
Just looking at the high scores in the finals, and I think this will be, let's see if he gets there first.
Yep, lots of gaps in
Campbell.
the offside square of the wicket.
Up to Charlie Garrett bowls.
Oh.
Dabs it, but straight to the fielder at backward point, no runs. You can hear the crowd.
Good bit. The fielder just inched his way as the bowler was coming in more towards his right, although he's left-handed, so he'd been a few yards finer than that. So yeah, cut off the single. This is where young Will needs to be backing up, getting ready.
Well, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he's been well coached and knows that at times like this you back up well. Watches as Campbell comes in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Garrett.
Yeah.
Garrett scrolls it into the offside. There's his 100. Well batted, Charlie Garrett. 100 at Lords.
Yeah.
Well played. Fantastic innings. 6 fours, 4 sixes. Run a ball, 99 balls. What a great innings.
Yeah, he's been the bedrock of the Dumbleton innings. Played shots all round the wicket. Caught up with it. 100 off 99 balls. He was well behind strike rate early, but he's just kept the scoreboard ticking, hit bad balls away, hit conventional cricket shots, and he must be glowing inside. That is a magnificent achievement. There's not many people can say I got 100 in a final.
Absolutely, he just blows his cheeks out there. I'm quite emotional actually, I really feel for it. Great innings. Privileged to be here. Anyway, back to the game is Will Sweeting now facing up to Campbell. Goes for that same shot on the leg side.
Another run out. Oh,
he was a little bit dawdling there. I think he was sort of, maybe got hit on the boot and was limping a bit. It's all right. But yes, direct hit there, and that would have been a Will Sweeting gone. But anyway, leg by, 218 for 8.
Yeah, he just stepped across his stumps there. Well, to look to the shorter boundary, was admonishing himself internally, and then forgot to run hard. And if the ball had hit, we'd have had another run out. But,
yes, absolutely right. Yes, I think he was sort of cross with himself for missing the shot, Kevin. Absolutely right, and forgot the rule number 1: if you're running quickly, running for a short one, run hard. As he swivels on the next ball, does Garrett. Doesn't quite time it, but hits it behind square. But just a single as it goes down to long leg.
That's good. Keep the strike.
Yeah.
Strike.
No, good cricket all round. So we're into the last over now. 219 for 8. Garrett on 101. Sweeting on 1. Just looking at the records in the competition, Kevin. At the moment, he's Charlie Garrett is the joint 6th highest scorer in a final.
Is he?
And funnily enough, the man who is the 6th is Paul Birch, who scored his in 1994 for Elveston against Warrington. Apparently he's going to be joining us in the commentary box over the innings interval, which would be nice.
He can talk you through what it felt like.
Yeah.
But, great feeling. You dream of playing at Lords as a club cricketer, and to come and play on a glorious day and get 100, and side were batting smoothly, and then a few quick wickets, and so he's kept it all together, and with 1 over remaining, 219 for 8. He'd be looking to see if we could possibly get to 230. It's Lewis Hill who went for a few in the last over.
He's bowling the last over, and he comes now.
And he's hit that straight over his head.
Right over the head of the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Another 6 for Charlie Garrett. 107 to him. 225 for 8.
Fine shot. Fine shot.
Just taking this game away from Foxton Granta with these 6s at the end.
Yeah, just a little momentum, isn't it? You want to, go in with some if you're the fielding side, but not go for too many.
Paces up again, takes a couple of steps down the wicket. As he got another 6, and he just steered that. He just seemed no more than a push into the offside.
Great use of his feet.
Underneath it, bisected the 2 fielders on the boundary. Another 6.
Very good use of the feet, just into out, effortless, straight out the middle of the bat, almost a carbon copy of the last over, a 6 and a 4. So what can he do?
113, 231 for 8, and it puts him now 4th highest scorer in the final. Next one gets tucked up in his pads, but good running there by Will Sweeting.
Yeah, well bowled. Good. Lewis Hill firing that in, getting under the bat. So Will Sweeting, 3 balls to go. He'll be thinking, can he hit a 6? Young Will, can he hit a 6?
Let's see what he does as Hill comes.
He's gone reverse. He's gone reverse, and he's absolutely not timed the cover off it, but he's got a single.
Got a single for him, where first slip would have been. But, well, what? The arrogance of the lad.
Yeah, 14 years. The age, reverse sweeping.
So, 2 balls left. Garrett back on strike. Hill right arm round the wicket, bowls.
And he's
goes back and high, and that's gone right over the fielder onto that grandstand boundary for yet another 6. His 3rd of the over. Takes him on to 119.
With the ball to go, Dumbleton in 2022 get 241.
I know, and I was thinking they won't get anywhere near that. They will. Lots of records going here, and need a little bit of time, I think, during the interval just to get the record sorted. So the last ball of the innings.
Got to go. Now, if I'm,
he's sort of looking at that leg side boundary, isn't he?
He's probably going to fire it full. And he does
he
again.
Right
just
in the pads,
single.
They're just going to get the single.
240.
240 for 8 is the score for Dumbleton at the end of their innings. Garrett ends up on 119, which is the joint 3rd highest score in a Voneus Cup final. And just 1 run short, Dumbleton, of their 241 for 4 that they got here 2 years ago. So that makes them the 6th highest score in the final. But great innings all round. You can hear the applause going there. And I'll give credit as well to Foxton Granta. As Kevin said, they fielded generally very, very well indeed. But big cheers as Charlie Garrett raises his helmet. I'm sure I will let him lead the players off.
Yeah, what was really good to see there was, I think, most of the Foxton Granta guys ran for quite a distance to come and shake his hand and say well played. They recognised the way he played and got his innings from a slowish start into full flow, and then he cashed in at the back end even though wickets were falling all around him. He deserves to walk off. Not tired. Many times in your life you can walk off to Lords. Okay, it's not a full house, but the noise here for the Dumbleton faithful and the members in the pavilion are all on their feet, saluting a magnificent 119 of 105 balls. Charlie Garrett, yeah, hold your head up high. That is a magnificent batting performance. Well done. And young Will Sweeting, or young Will reverse sweeping, is just following him in as Dumbleton finish on 240 for 8. And I think if you'd have given that at the start, Keith, they'd have bitten your hand off for it. So I think there's a bit in the wicket. Certainly the new ball did nip around and it did swing for Beer and Campbell. So game on, as they say. Absolutely,
Kevin. I think it's going to be an interesting game, and Dumbleton certainly. Well, if it's wonder if it'll be a mirror image of last time, where Ross Martin, who did well at the beginning of the innings, whether he will be the one who perhaps with the new ball will do the damage that gave him the man of the match award 2 years ago. So what we'll do is, we obviously got the innings interval, but what we'll do is we'll collect a few things together, and we hopefully will have quite a few people popping into the commentary box. If not, we certainly got Luke, Rob and Rich to come back in, as well as Kevin. But we'll just give you a few minutes, give us a minute and a half while we just go and collect the stats. But just to give you the main headline, Dumbleton at the end of their 40 overs are 240 for 8. And let's give a big mention to Charlie Garrett, 119 not out.
Well played, Charlie.
After a hop, skip and a jump by Campbell. Right arm over comes in. And that one has gone down fine on the leg side. We'll see what the signal is. It's 4 runs off the bat for Ross Martin.
Off the bat.
Just got a fine edge down there.
Way ahead of his body, and it looked a bit of a waft, really.
It did. Not a shot any control. What's he doing this one? Oh, he's got a thin edge, and that's going to race away to the boundary at the media centre for 4 runs. All the way along the ground, no real chance there for
in his 8 deliveries so far.
Nice economical run up as well. Not very long, is it? Less than a pitch length, about 15 yards.
Yeah.
Accelerates nicely. Nice action, and that one. And has he got an edge there? There's a big appeal, and he's been given out.
Oh.
Lewis Robinson doesn't seem too happy about it, but he's walking off. First wicket goes down in the 4th over. Lewis Robinson caught behind by Ash Clark off the bowling of Beer for 1, 15 for 1, and that one did seem to cut you up a little bit.
Definitely did, Keith. Short of a length.
Has fallen down. Rob thought it might have hit a pad. I was winding him up saying typical wicket keeper, influencing the umpire.
Yeah.
Beer in again. Nicely driven by Martin. That will reach the boundary through the covers. Well, he'd been tied down for 2 or 3 deliveries, but he said, I'm not having any more.
And I think that's part of the whole trying to play on the front foot for him.
On the whole, he's looked pretty controlled, hasn't he? This will probably curse it now. Oh, and cuts that away nice, and thankfully it hasn't cursed it, because he's cut that away beautifully through the gully region for 4.
I mean, Lords are preparing for the one-day international against Australia.
Oh, right, okay. Here's a Beer in, pulled away, muscled away by Martin aggressively there. That's going to run down to the boundary again, and he's picking the length of Beer really well. He's knowing which shot to get hit for 4 or ball wide, and he's done that.
You don't.
So, change of pace. Here he is, left arm around the wicket, down the track, and a missed stumping there from Martin. Well, we said, would he fancy another ball? I've got an update on where Jack is, so I'll fill you in after this delivery. Kaufman bowls full delivery, hit on the pad, umpire straight away shakes his head. The appeal had barely started, and he was bet you don't get any tourists there. He's probably just sat on the beach with a beer, watching or listening. What a life. Here's Kaufman in, bowls, driven And it's a good shot, it's beaten the fielder. Desperate chase, and it is going to reach the boundary. Martin is scoring it covers. Here's Mahendra again, turning. And tosses that one up. It's not a great delivery, and it's been given the treatment by Garrett. Fielder's going to come across, but he's not going to cut that off at deep backward point of Dumbleton's kind of Evesham way, which is the Gloucestershire, Worcestershire border. Beautiful part of the world as Kaufman in bowls. Flicked away by Martin, and Garrett was straight away saying yes, yes, yes to a single, and that does bring up the 50. I've gone too early, I think I've gone too early. So the 49 for 1. The scoreboard moves along too quick for me, that's the problem. Now it's hooked away. This cut away, this will be 4, is it? Mahendra's chasing after it. And you can tell by the cheers what's happened. It hasn't.
Solid foundation with wickets in hand for Dumbleton.
8 off that Kaufman over, so a bit expensive. 56 for 1. Here's Mahendra again. Full toss again, and straight to the fielder though. By Martin, when, well, he looks to the heavens and he can't believe it. Mahendra looks to the heavens as well, he can't believe it. It was a full toss, and the amount of times a full toss gets a batsman out, his eyes must have lit up, and he maybe didn't quite catch it as he wanted to, and it was such a simple catch for the fielder.
Absolutely, you saw Martin's head rock back the moment he caught it right at the bottom of the bat, and just sort of toe-ended it and ballooned up to mid-on, who was just on the edge of the circle, and that's a big wicket for the Foxton Granta guy.
30, Holland is coming in, he's 3 off 7. Mahendra's in and bowls again, full toss and driven that time by Garrett. That was nicely controlled. Fielder's not going to catch this one, and that is a boundary.
A few tight ones, but they've been okay.
Yes, good. Generally, I've noticed the running from Dumbleton's been good. There's a great shot there by Garrett. BC diving fielder, extra cover, no chance for the cover sweeper to get that one. 4 runs, and I think he's going to be a right armer. Shortish run up, so imagine some sort of spin. Got some figures for him. Let's see what they are in a moment. Well, that could be the first 6 of the day. I think it is.
Galicia.
312, who of course they got knocked out, so he hasn't got a chance to increase that. Don't know whether he knows about that, Charlie Garrett, or not. You see, he cuts the next ball short. It was outside the off stump. It was quite inviting. Brings Miles Holland on to strike. Mahendra again. Holds it to Holland, who cuts it away and may get 2, may get more as the fielder runs round, does a diving stop and does ever so well, picks the ball up as well as stop. Comes in, bowls. Holland really launches that one. Where's that one gone? A lot of cheering going on. It's obviously gone for 6. It was a lofted on drive. It was said that
can play around him, and that's, I think, his role that he's fulfilling very well so far. So 1 away from 50. Let's see if he gets it.
Lewis Hill starting the new over from the right-hand nursery end, and there is his 50 as he strokes it into the offside very gently, and great innings there by Charlie Garrett. 50 off 62 balls, 113 for 2, 114 for 2. 61 balls, 5-4.
Up to 314 runs now. So that's a nice little honour for him to take out the day, if nothing else.
Sure.
Again, driven by Holland, that will be 4 through extra cover.
Yeah. But
Rob and Rich have been on a nice little run for us, so they come with food and drinks. That's swept away, and the fielder, desperate attempt there, left-handed to left. Trying to prevent the
sort of chest, shoulder height that he could have got, but he palmed it over. Did well to get there in the end, but sort of slog sweep by Miles Holland, and he was just placing it, but he
great shot,
all the way.
Picked it early, caught it cleanly. That's driven back to him, and he's caught and bowled next delivery. Lewis Hill with a big wicket there for Foxton Granta. Holland caught that really well as well, but it was well anticipated by Hill, and the captain takes his second catch of the inning and a vital wicket for him, and it's now 138 for 3.
Yeah, that is a big wicket for Foxton Granta. Miles Holland just accelerating, and I said they probably need to look at doing that, and just got caught.
Brook here, I don't know if it's that Harry Brook, Don't think it is. Cheering on the Foxton boys, particularly Henry Campbell and Richard Kaufman. He says he'll be putting £300 behind the bar at Mimosas if the boys win, so that's an incentive. As Hill bowls and caught behind, is that big appeal? Umpire doesn't raise a finger because he's walking off, Stuart.
Yep.
So another wicket there, and Lewis Hill is 3 away from being the leading wicket taker in the competition, but a bit shorter, looking to cut and got an edge.
Yeah, just to change the pace, Lewis Hill just bowled it. He obviously watched Adam, who's running it down the third man, bowled it slightly slower. He went back, it just bounced a bit more than he thought, and caught behind, regulation catch. Adam Stewart knew he'd nicked it, and off he walked. So I think the captain may have had a word, but that means there's a slightly wider angle at sort of wide third man.
There's Campbell in, bowls, and Thompson tries to just lean back and cut that away. He's got the look of Ben Duckett about then.
Yeah, probably several people over the years, but I'll give you another expression from the old county days in a minute.
Here's Kaufman in, bowls, and getting short, slower as well. Thompson had to wait for that one, but he picked it and timed it beautifully. Beat the
single, so Dumbleton looking for Aaron Thompson to keep the scoreboard ticking, getting Charlie Garrett back on strike. This is his first ball he'll have faced off Beer.
It's flicked away out to the fielder, who takes it brilliantly above his head in front of the stand, holds a hand up to the crowd there and takes the applause because it was going over his head, and he just took it really well. And it's nicely flicked away by Thompson, timed it really well, but a really good catch just in front of us here.
Yeah, one of those you'll walk off and think, why didn't I just give it a bit more right hand, and that carries the shorter boundary. Just flicked at it, but sadly for him, straight signal to 2, but to his colleague that meant two balls to go in the over. So Brignall off the strike with an inventive shot.
Yeah, here is Beer into Brignall. Goes for more, expansive drive, and he's caught behind by Clark, and Brignall's brief innings comes to an end. He tries to play the shot he wanted to play, but it was a waft outside off stump, and he's been caught behind. So Beer has a third wicket. Yeah, just swung away a little bit from Beer there, and he just got the edge.
Yeah, and as I said, when he's pitched it up Beer from both ends, although he's got quite an open, came back fit and enjoyed his time there, and is an integral part of the Dumbleton setup.
He's facing Beer, goes for a big shot that is coming over just in front of us, actually, taken by somebody
in the crowd. 3 for 34, and Charlie Garrett, who needs to still be there for the duration, on strike.
Yeah, here he is facing Beer. Last ball of the over, Garrett
nice shot.
Away, driving that one. Fielder's going to run across. I don't think he's going to cut it off. He isn't, and that's a boundary for Garrett. He moves on to
catch as well, nice and clean.
Very good. Obviously, talent runs in the family.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. Well, he can hold that. After going for a quick second, it's very close. He's gone.
Oh, I think he's gone.
That's a poor decision there. Very poor decision.
Yes, and he kicks his bat there, does Ollie Horn, as he's run out there for 14.
Yeah, that's a giveaway, really. It was hit, and the fielder didn't have to adjust his line into the ball, and Ollie Horn, thought he didn't hit it as well, but he's run out by a good half a yard there. So a needless wicket, you would argue.
Yes, replay.
Yeah, look, I think he called one of them an over or so ago, so it was a strange one. It looked like
not
back
as
away,
consistent.
he couldn't reach it.
Yeah. Anyway, Campbell again in bowls. This one's coming our way. It's a pull beautifully, and it nearly comes into the goal.
Another 2 lots of buzzers, as they say. But no, Hill is going to continue.
Yes, I think he'll bowl the last 2 overs out. Let's see as he comes in our bowls, and Garrett launches that one long, high.
Initially when he hit it, he knocked on all of it, but he knew himself, he just admired it as it sailed 30 yards over the boundary.
The boundary's a little way in from the grandstand, but it's certainly a longer boundary. And he's launched that one high. Has that one also got into the boundary? It has. Another 6. That was
unusually no wide.
I was just going to say there should have been a wide there.
And it was a conventional sweep that he missed.
Yeah.
It's touched his pad, didn't.
Interesting. Anyway, next ball goes for the reverse sweep. Hits it straight to
he's
the
gotta run
fielder's
hard,
going to be
he's gotta run
close
hard,
here.
he's
He's out.
Direct hit.
Great throw there by the fielder. We'll give you his name in a moment, but what a great piece of fielding by the fielder. Runs out Brabham for 3, who thought he, with the reverse sweep, had got the single as he ran. Probably had to at this stage of the game, but probably gambling, thinking, well, there won't be a direct hit, but there was.
There was. It was hit straight at him. It was a reverse sweep. He tried the conventional sweep the ball before, missed it. Backing up, getting ready.
Well, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he's been well coached and knows that at times like this you back up well. Watches as Campbell comes in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Garrett.
Yeah.
Garrett scrotes it into the offside. There's his 100. Well batted, Charlie Garrett. 100 at Lords.
Yeah.
Well played. Fantastic innings. 6 fours, 4 6.
If we could possibly get to 230, it's Lewis Hill who went for a few in the last
He
over.
did.
He's
He's
going to
bowling
finish.
the last over. And he comes now.
And he's hit that straight over his
Squeezing
head.
is
The
over,
fielder's gone the wrong way.
right over the head of the
6
fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Another 6 for 6s at the end.
Yeah, just a little momentum, isn't it? You want to, go in with some if you're the fielding side, but not go for too many.
Paces up again, takes a couple of
Into
steps
out.
down the wicket. What's he got there? Got another 6, and he just
He's reverse sweeping.
So, 2 balls left. Garrett back on strike. Hill left, right arm round the wicket, bowls.
And he's hitting
Goes
out
back
the park
and
again.
high, and that's gone right over the fielder onto that grandstand boundary for yet another 6. His third of the. That Charlie Garrett's now the highest unbeaten century.
Yeah.
It was Paul Birch before.
Well,
today.
there you go. So I think he was inducted just now in front of the pavilion, and he's here as our guest with his son. And just talking to him about what the Village Cup means to him is really, really impressive.
Yeah. Talking of the final, there's one lovely story I must tell you, Ian. It's from the very first final here, Troon against Ashwood Bank. There's a story that, not quite sure why, but the Grenadier Guards were at Lords, and decided that they needed a bit of practice while the game was going on. I think Ashwood Bank were batting, and the batsman at the time, I think his name was Mr. Strempel, but anyway, the batsman at the time said, I'm not batting while they're playing, they're too distracting. And I thought, what a lovely story that was.
So you've triggered a memory in my mind. My dad was a Middlesex and MCC member for years, and sadly no longer with us, but he used to bring me here when I was a child in the early 70s, and I seem to remember that in the break in play, at the lunch interval during a John Player game, there was a marching band of some sort here. I hadn't thought about that for a while, but that at least wasn't happening while the game was taking place, as far as I can remember.
Yes, that would be a bit distracting. Just by the by, I think years ago when Arsenal played at Highbury, the entertainment was I think it was the band of the Metropolitan Police.
It
if
was,
I remember rightly.
and again, my dad was an Arsenal fan, so he used to drag me to Highbury as well. And there was a guy with the big mace.
Yes.
And he'd always throw it in the air.
That's
and
right.
he never dropped it.
Never dropped it. You've got it. Yes. Oh, you and I got a lot in common. That's great stuff.
I'm not an Arsenal fan still, but there we go.
No, I'm not either. But anyway, it is lovely talking to you. Thank you so much for giving up your time here. And you're very welcome to pop back in. As you see, we got lots of people here. But if you want to come back and do a little bit, I mean, if you want an audition for Test Match Special, we'll see what we can do to arrange that for you.
I think I've got enough on at the moment. But also thank you to you and your team. This is this adds to the flavour of this very special event, and we're very pleased you do what you do. So thank you to you guys as well.
I'm just sorry that we weren't able to cover more games, between ourselves with my colleague Luke Edwards, who covers most of the games in the north of England, and myself in the south. Combination of weather and other things, we just couldn't cover as many games as we want to, but no, thank you for your support as well. We really do appreciate what the cricketer does for us.
Thank
you. Thank you for coming in to see us now, Ian.
Pleasure.
Thanks so much indeed. That was Ian Smith from the Cricketer, who's the tournament organiser. Did get the chance to talk to Ian about some of the logistics of organising the competition, splitting the 360 odd entries into 32 groups, but we'll perhaps pick that up a bit later. So, just while we wait, it will be Luke Edwards coming to join us for a chat in a moment. Just to remind you that this is Live Sports FM, together with MV Play, bringing you live commentary of the Voneus Village Cup final between Dumbleton and Foxton Granta. Dumbleton won the toss, decided to bat, and scored a very healthy 240 for 8. The star of that, no doubt about it, Charlie Garrett, 119 not out. And I got Luke Edwards sitting next to us. Luke, first of all, isn't it good to be commentating on some cricket after last Sunday?
Yeah. It was very wet. Good to see the sun out. It's quite cool where we are, but down pitch level's very warm. There's lots of people out on the outfield making the most of it. I mean, it's not often you get to walk on the outfield at Lords, so obviously the square's been circled off by stewards. I thought Rob might have been out there with his key, sticking the key in the surface, but he hasn't. No, I've just been up to the media centre, got myself some soup and checking out when the last bit we can go up and get some more tea and coffees, but it's been a really enjoyable day. What an innings by Garrett as well.
I was actually quite emotional. I had a tear in my eye when he got his 100 because I thought he batted so well. It wasn't, sort of slogs. I mean, the sixes he got off Lewis in that last over were just cricket shots, weren't they?
The shot over extra cover, the over before, I think he was on 94 he was on. No, it got to 90, didn't he? So he was on 90, and then the shot he hit over extra cover was just effortless, and it flew into the stand.
Yeah, it was a brilliant shot. As I said, it was just stroking. It was almost like he was lobbing a catch back to somebody, except that a little bit of extra power and the direction. Brilliant shot.
Are we? Is this the first time we've commentated on a century in the Village Cup final as well?
Yeah, so absolutely. No one's got near it. I'm trying to think if we had must have had a 50. We did. Tommy Borman, of course, for Dumbleton in 2002 got at least a 50, and I think there was another one as well. But
we've had 80s and 90s, I think, but nobody's ever quite got over the line. And I mean, he never looked like getting out. I was saying it's the old beach ball adage. He was seeing it like a beach ball, wasn't he?
He did. It was a magnificent innings, and I mean, I try and use the word magnificent very, not very often because it suggests that something was really good. And it was unbelievable. I was just so pleased for him, and also the way in which he sort of carried on. It wasn't a case of, I got my 100, what now? It was sort of, no, I need more runs for the team, and the way he batted was absolutely superb.
He can retire now, can't he? He can just say, do you know what, I'm not playing cricket anymore, because that must be the pinnacle. To come to Lords in a final and score a century. Yeah, you probably can't beat it, can you?
Yeah. So, let's have a sort of general chat about. I mean, first of all, the Dumbleton innings. So a little bit of a stumble in the middle, but obviously Garrett was the glue that held it all together. But a pretty good start, and certainly Ross Martin, the opening batsman and the captain, looked to have moved things on at a pace, and probably the right thing to do, knowing the solidity he had with Garrett. But a little bit of a wobble in the middle, and we did wonder if 240 was obtainable, but it certainly was.
Yeah, I mean, Garrett was a key wicket. If they'd have got him out, you feel Dumbleton might have maybe got to 180, but with Garrett in there, once he accelerated, he's got him to a really good total. A total that'll be tough to chase down on this wicket, especially batting second. We've seen it in the past. It's very rare that teams batting second win the trophy.
It's a tall order, and we when they play Calmore Sports, we did sort of narrow it down. We said that if Calmore Sports opening batsman Ben Johns gets going, it might be a game, but they got him out cheaply, and although they managed to week it out, I think Wides was one of the top scorers that day. So, but no, I was looking, and you've got the Dumbleton players there, and I mean, to me, the number of players they got, and I think you've ringed them. How many players have they got? It's worth going through the ages, the young ones in the side. So let's go through them. So we got Miles Holland, who batted well for his 33 before he was caught and bowled by Lewis Hill.
Yeah, he's vice captain. He's 20. Lewis Rollinson, who got out early on. Ironically, his nickname is Wobbles, and he got the wobbles a bit, didn't he, when he was out for one. He's only 17. Charlie Garrett's 33, so he's one of the more.
Yeah. Well, that's all right, you need a blend of it, but we got a few other sort of young
Thompson,
ones.
21.
Aaron Thompson, 21. Yeah. And he played in the final 2 years ago. Finn Brabham's quite young as well.
Freddie Sharp, Will Sweeting, 14. I mean, what a shot to get off the mark by Sweeting on 14. Just clipped it off his legs, didn't he?
Beautiful shot. I mean, for 14 years old, we won't say any more because we have been eulogising about Will Sweeting, and I want to make sure other players get their mention. And I want to mention Dan Holland, not so much for his batting. In fact, he didn't bat, but I think it was just as the changeover. I think it was one of Charlie Garrett's sixes, and it was caught by somebody in the crowd. I think as you were coming off air, you may not have heard, it was Dan Hammond's dad, Noel Hammond.
There we go.
Reece.
So, runs in a family then, the cricketing, good pair of hands.
It was, apparently. I didn't see it. Rob Ettridge saw it and said what a great catch it was. And, we shouted down to him, and he told us who he was and, what his relationship was, which we worked out.
Rob's just come back in. We thought he might have been out with a key, Rob, in the pitch, sticking it in. Yeah. But, no, great total. Good to see so many kids out here as well. And people out on the outfield. Hopefully going to have another guest as well. I mean, I don't know if we've got any interviews we can play, Keith.
I
just
think
give
we'll
you a bit
carry
of a
on
break.
No, we'll carry on chatting.
Excellent.
I'd rather carry on chatting. I think it's more interactive, more interesting. And besides, if someone does come in, then we
Shall we get Rich's
flexible
thoughts on it then?
Well,
I've given my thoughts.
I think what we do is let's bring Rich in next, because
we were all in awe. We were all stood outside in awe looking at that innings. So
we'll bring in Rich and he can wax lyrical about Charlie Garrett. But I also want to ask Rich and Rob about their thoughts on the fielding and bowling of Foxton Granta, because I don't want them to be overlooked. And in particular, when we bring Rob in, I'll ask him about Ash Clark's wicket keeping, because one other record that's gone today, Ash Clark is now the total number of dismissals for catches, stumpings and run-outs is now the record for the competition this year. Ash Clark has overtaken Harry Gregory from Grand Pound Road. He's now got 16 dismissals. But let's bring Rich in for a moment or two. So Rich, welcome back. And we've just been, I don't think we can stop eulogising about Charlie Garrett's 100.
With your superlatives, Keith, I think that was a quite terrific innings where he went through the gears, and by the end you just thought the inevitability of another 6 was so striking, but it provided a great thrill to the occasion. And not wishing to blow my own horn, but written down here in my notes I wrote the key man will be Charlie Garrett.
You did, and that was before the game. I can vouch for that. That was not written when he was on 99. That was written by Rich before the game started. He was the top run scorer for Dumbleton in this competition, and is now well and truly the top run scorer in this year's Voneus Village Cup. So well done to Charlie.
But much more important than my self-congratulatory behaviour, Keith, Charlie Garrett is the player that I referred to prior to the game as being the only centurion in this competition from either side today, and he's supported that with another. Well, that was an exhilarating display, and he's got something to remember for a very long time now.
Well, we were joking that I think what he needs to do is he needs to get someone to go into the Lords, into where the honours board is, get a Sharpie and quickly write on there Charlie Garrett 119 not out against Foxton Granta. Okay, we haven't talked much about Foxton Granta, so I think it'd be good just to redress the balance. We'll talk about the fielding bowling generally, Rich, and then I'm going to ask Rob to come in, because Rob being the wicketkeeper for Raysbury, we'll talk a bit more about the wicket-keeping, because I thought that generally Ash Clark did a good job. I don't think there were any byes, I'll have to double-check that. But anyway, what's your thoughts first of all about the bowling? I mean, was it bad bowling, or was it the fact that the batting of Dumbleton was so good that it was difficult to contain them?
I don't think it was bad bowling, really. A few deliveries were slightly offline, slightly misplaced, but I don't think it was. I don't think you could highlight it as being bad bowling. I think the ingenuity of Garrett, particularly, and he wasn't the only one who played well, but I think the ingenuity of him particularly made those balls look bad where they necessarily probably weren't, and I think that's down to him more than the bowling. I thought they were well captained. I thought he manoeuvred the field well during the innings. The only thing that I was quite surprised by was as Garrett was nearing his 100, it looked as though he had plenty of gaps for singles, and I thought at that time, okay, risk reward, you're asking him to hit over the top versus giving him singles. I would actually have thought that it would be useful to plug some gaps and not allow him to get to that 100 with impunity.
Yes, I think it was 2 balls he was on 99, wasn't it? The first one he hit straight to the fielder, but as you said, the gaps were there, and the next one he manoeuvred into the gap to get that 100. But difficult because he was striking the ball so well. I remember he was on 84 with about 2 overs to go, and we were thinking, the chance of him getting 100 is pretty small. Well, he's ended up 119. So with 2 overs to go and he's on 84, you're probably thinking, well, the chances are of getting him close to the century is unlikely. Yet he got 2 sixes, I think, to go to 96. Got 3 sixes in the last over off Lewis Hill. So, he just accelerated. I mean, in terms of acceleration, what a brilliant... superlatives can't do any credit for it.
Yeah, and it's led Dumbleton to get it's led Dumbleton to get to an extremely dominant total, and I think they have to be favourites for this particular game, Keith.
Lovely. I'm going to ask you to stop, Riz. We're going to do a sort of double handover, so I want you to take the headphones off for a minute. I will introduce the next guest, and I think I'm going to let Luke. Do you want to? Right. Let me introduce the next guest, because I don't know how happy or sad our next guest is, because he had a record here at Lord's for the Voneus Village Cup and he's lost it. So I don't know how he feels, but it's my pleasure, my privilege to have sitting on my right hand side. He's just been inducted into the Village Hall of Fame. It's Paul Burks from Elveston Cricket Club. Paul, welcome. Let's switch your mic on and you can say hello.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for the invite.
No problem at all. As I said, how do you feel that your record, which was the highest unbeaten century in a Voneus Village Cup final, has been taken by Charlie Garrett?
Do you know what? It was a pleasure to watch. The lad must be absolutely delighted. He played really well, didn't he? He got to a 50 at a run of ball, and then he had probably went a little bit slower, but really kept his professionalism, and then came through at the end. And he's done a brilliant job for his side. So certainly losing that record doesn't feel bad in any way at all. I'm delighted for the lad.
That's very good of you, and I had a feeling, I haven't met you before, I had a feeling you were going to be good and magnanimous about it. And I'm sure you want to talk a little bit about your history in the competition. What I'm going to do is, perhaps if you can do that, and then I'll ask my colleague Luke Edwards, who's travelled a long way down for today's game, come all the way down from Manchester, so let him have a few minutes with you. But just go through your background and why you have been, and don't be modest please, Paul, tell us why you have been inducted into the Hall of Fame. I think you played 4 finals, and if you want to go through each of the finals you played at here at Lord's, feel free.
Thank you. Well, you're very kind. I joined Elveston Cricket Club in Derbyshire in I think it was 1992 as about a 20-year-old. So, and I had many happy decades there, and we were a big supporter, and a huge thanks must go to the cricketer and everybody at the cricketer for doing such a wonderful sterling job. You've given many tens of thousands of local cricketers some wonderful days, so we're much appreciative. So we were regular in the competition through every year for the last sort of 3 decades plus, and probably our first real sort of occasion here was 1994 when we got here, and we played at a team from Cornwall called Warrington. And we were fortunate enough to win that game. Some parallels with today's game really. We batted first and we got about 227 I think for 5, and in the end that proved a few too many for Warrington. I was fortunate enough to get 100 on that day, and then bowl a few half reasonable overs afterwards. So look, for the club it was gargantuan. We then helped us build for a new pavilion and stuff like that, and we kept on playing through the competition, trying our very best to get back, and then in the turn of the century to 2000 we managed that, and came back again, and thankfully we came out on the right side of the result again, and then we kept on going, and we got back in 2001 and 2002. So we came here 3 years on the bounce, won the first 2. We lost the second 2, but look, some wonderful memories, some wonderful friends. It's been brilliant for our cricket club. We love playing in the competition, and we're very grateful to the cricketer and everybody here at Lord's for giving everybody such great occasions.
Yeah, the spectators are just being ushered off the outfield, so we're going to be getting back underway, I think, in around 5-10 minutes. But I suppose when you've been to Lord's that many times, it just become natural. The nerves aren't quite as bad, say, the 3rd or 4th time.
Well, it's a long time it's not many people are fortunate enough in a lifetime to get here once, so we're very fortunate to, as a club, to get here 4 times. And but as I remember, I was very nervous, and I'm sure I can speak for my friends and colleagues and fellow players at Elveston that they were likewise.
Yeah, what will be going through the minds of Foxton Granta now, having to chase, because certainly the last few finals we've seen, the team batting second very rarely chases down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point you make, actually, because we had what I didn't say is our strategy for many years was to bat first, put some runs on the board, and it's anybody who knows a little bit about cricket knows that professionals like to chase and smarter amateurs like to set, because professionals chase scores better than amateurs, and so look, with 240 I think it is on the board or something similar, then that's a runner ball from the outset, and our theory was always that let's get the runs on the board, let's have a fantastically tight first 10 overs, and that really puts pressure in the minds of the chasing side, and more often than not you would come out on the right side of the result. But look, I'm sure the Foxton guys are going to be positive. It's a great track, and let's have a great game.
Did you ever see anyone score 100 in a Village Cup final like we saw Charlie Garrett today?
First for me, delighted for the lad. He's a well-organised player by the look of him, and he's got all the shots, so it's very well deserved, and delighted for the lad.
Great innings, wasn't it?
It
Especially
was.
towards the end.
Yeah, we're just saying off mic there. You know, he had I think it was a runner ball for his first 50. Then it slowed a little bit, as I think probably Foxton come back into it a little bit. But then what he did do is he kept his patience, didn't give his wicket away, and with the shorter boundary, he took advantage of that. But what he did do, and if you weren't here watching, you wouldn't see it. He actually really, it's a longer boundary up the slope there, and he really picked up well. So he clearly hits the ball cleanly.
Brill, and obviously an honour for yourself getting a presentation on the pitch as well.
Yeah, I was a couple of weeks ago when the guys sort of rang me. Huge thanks to David and Rowan, you know, for getting in contact. I was absolutely honoured, and brought my lad Jamie, who's 16, so he'd never been inside the Lord's Pavilion, which is something that many people don't get ever chance to do. So so honoured, and thank you so much to the cricketer for selecting me for the Hall of Fame. Thank you.
Well, the bell's just rang, Paul, so what I'll do is I'll let you get back to wherever you're watching the game and enjoy the second innings.
Thank you so much, and thanks again to all of the cricketer. Cheers.
Brill, that is Paul Birch, who's just been inducted into the Village Cup Hall of Fame. As I mentioned, the bell just rang then, rather gustily from the pavilion. The Dumbleton side have just been doing their bowling warm-ups and their fielding drills. The umpires are just trotting down the steps. Had a good lunch by the looks of it, as have we. We are, I was going to say well-oiled, but all we've had is water and a bit of soup and some sandwiches. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Foxton Granta approach this, and how did he approach this, Rob? Did he have to go for it from the off?
No, I think they need to get a foundation, sort of just get going, just get a base before they go off to stupidly. Because I think the important thing is wickets in hand towards the end of the innings here. So I think the danger is you can start to, and the ball will probably nibble around a bit early doors like it did for the Dumbleton guys. So it's a tough ask. I think anything over 200 was going to be a competitive total, and that last sort of 5 overs really sort of pushed it up into Dumbleton's favour. But you never know.
Yeah, and also there's a few more clouds around, not like threatening rain clouds, but it wasn't as sunny as it was this morning. So do you think it could swing a bit under the overheads in a way?
It could well do, yeah. It could well do. I mean, I don't think the surface is too abrasive. We've obviously had a bit of rain, but it could do a little bit under the clouds. They're just coming out now, the Dumbleton guys.
Yeah, out they come then. If you want to get in touch, by the way, we are on Live Sports FM, as well as the online YouTube stream. So we're on X at Live Sports FM, we're on Facebook as well, and of course we're on YouTube. We've had lots of nice comments and interaction on there, so keep that coming on the live chat, we'll read them out. Chris Clargo says, happy birthday Guy Sterling Lee, you're on telly, go well Dumblies. And Mike Hughes says, cricket lovers on the outfield at Lords, whatever next.
And still the international following coming through on YouTube, is it?
Yeah, they're all listening in. And keep them coming. As I say, we're really enjoying the interaction with yourselves. We'll have more guests throughout the afternoon. We've got myself, Luke Edwards, and Keith Higgins. We've got Rich Dean and also Rob Etteridge as well. Kevin Emery will be popping his head in. I think he's gone off now to enjoy his members' lunch in the pavilion. So we'll be seeing Kevin later on, and we're about to get underway. Adam Webster and Doug Rice, he took that catch just in front of us and celebrated rather gustily and was signing autographs afterwards. He's going to be opening up the batting, and Ollie Horn will be opening up the bowling.
Yeah, and I think Adam Webster's the captain for Foxton Granta, and I think he's the only remaining player from the team that got to the final back in 2015, actually. So there's a bit of experience there. So we're going to need his runs early doors.
Can he lead his side to victory? 2-4-1 needed. Then here he is, first delivery down the leg side, and that'll be a wide from Horn. So that's one off the total already. Good tumbling stop to his right there by Will Sweeting, the 14-year-old. Big moment for him. We saw he was quite confident with the bat, and that'll be a good moment for him as well, just tumbling away to his right to take that, getting one in the gloves early on. Here is Horn again, just holding his run for a second. Now he comes up past the umpire and bowls, and driven by Webster, but doesn't get any purchase on that one, and it just dribbles out into the offside. No run. Dumbleton in those marvellous looking caps, bee-like, wasp-like caps of yellow and black. Bit Harry Potterish, very thick as well. Kind of WG. You know, you see WG Grace batting.
I was just about to say it's a bit of a throwback to the cricket in the olden days. It's good to see. Loud and proud, and a lot of the supporters are wearing that black and yellow as well for Dumbleton.
Here goes Horn again then into Webster. Again driven straight to a fielder. Oh, there's no buys in the Dumbleton innings, so pretty impressive stuff. 8 leg buys and 11 wides.
Yeah, I think Ash Clark did a good job generally. I think there was the one stumping that we had up front, but fortunately didn't cost them too many runs. But there's a stumping chance there. So it'll be interesting to see how the 14-year-old lad gets on. Will Sweeting.
Here's Horn again and running away from the pavilion. Bowls and left alone extravagantly outside his off stump by Webster. Good leave, a good leave.
That's what Jeffrey Boycott would have loved.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was hoping. I thought I'd hope you channel you in a Jeffrey and put the key in and go, see how hard the surface is. My key won't fit in. See, I do the Boycott, you do the Richie.
Okay. What a combo.
I always used to love it when he went, and in comes Lewis for Tony Lewis, and he still does it. Well, I was going to say he still does it now. He used to do it at Channel 9, and playing a miss there from Webster. But I on Channel 9's YouTube channel, or Cricket Australia's YouTube channel, they have all the old Channel 9 comms on, and Richie's always on, and he always goes, Greg. Or Tony, whatever Tony Gregg's initials were, and he always used to say that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It was always the start of summer. That morning, everyone was just you knew cricket had begun. So for the year.
In the Australian Test matches, they all wear the grey cream suits still, don't they? In the wigs.
Yep.
Horn then, decent first over from him, barring that wide at the first delivery into Webster. Webster manages to flick that away for 4. Commentator's curse there. I was just saying that he's straight onto the pads. Horn, and Webster gets a boundary. First runs for him off the bat, and first one's off the bat for Foxton, and they move on to 5 without loss.
Yeah, because while it's a daunting total, where they got 240, 241, it's actually only 6 and over. So they don't need to go too silly at the front. Just if they can just run about this rate for the first sort of 20, 30, have wickets in hand, there's always that chance at the end of the innings.
Yeah, Horn's known as Dyson, I assume, because he comes on and hoovers up the tail end potentially. So we'll see if that happens. Webster facing Horn, driven, and playing a miss there from Webster, who was stretching for that one a little bit, and it goes through to Sweeting behind the stump. So 5 off that first over Foxton Granta 5 without loss. Still to come then in the batting lineup, they've got Jonathan Atkinson, Richard Kaufman.
Kaufman,
there we go.
You struggled with that one in the first half.
Harry Hopwood, Will Brown, Lewis Hill, the captain, Ashley Cart, the wicketkeeper, Ravi Mahendra, Sam Beer, and Henry Campbell.
Yeah, and I thought Sam Beer bowled particularly well as well. So 3 wickets plus the run out as well. So I thought he did very well, particularly up front. Got a lot of bounce. You know, he's a tall lad.
Although Garrett showed him no respect at the end, did he?
At the end,
I don't care what your figures are.
Yeah.
I mean, you were drooling over that shot over extra cover for 6 towards the end.
That's something I couldn't possibly play.
New bowler then is Martin, who opened up the batting. Ross Martin, the captain for Dumbleton. He looked bright and breezy, but it was a soft dismissal to get out to the full toss from Mahendra, caught by his opposite number, Lewis Hill, and that first ball by him is defended. But yeah, he was going well, Martin, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, and actually he was player of the match in the 2022 final. So, you know, opening the batting, the bowling, it's a skipper's prerogative, I guess.
Here is Martin then up to the wicket, balls to Rice, who just plays that back to him, a full delivery, and Martin like that one, hand went up in kind of a half. Oh, this might get through here, but in the end it's played back to him, and there's no run. Good crowd as well. I was walking, I think a bigger crowd than normal. I was walking round to the media centre and it seemed very busy.
I think so, yeah. I mean, they've switched the stands this year because this pitch is closer to our commentary box, so you can't see the crowd, but underneath us, if you can hear them certainly, and the balls were coming all sorts of directions at us in that first innings.
The ice cream van in the bar was doing a good trade when I went past. That's hit on the pad, big appeal, LBW gone. Rice is gone, third delivery, and the captain has struck for Dumbleton, an early strike for them, 5 for 1. Good full length delivery there, and possibly going down leg side, might have been umpire's call if it was DRS.
It's difficult, yeah. I mean, it just seemed to play around that front pad, and so just leaning across to the offside a little, so it does make it easier for the umpire to do that. So probably an umpire's call on the leg stump.
But similar to Dumbleton, early few runs and then a wicket.
Yep.
And we saw how they recovered. So yeah, I think it did look like it was maybe going down leg. Rice wasn't too happy with the decision, but early strike from Ross Martin, and Foxton Granta lose the first wicket.
Yeah, it's all going to be about wickets in hand here. So you know, if they've just got to be careful they don't sort of get another couple in this first phase.
Yeah, good early strike then from Martin. Richard Kaufman, he's gone up the order. He was down as 4 on a scorecard. He's coming in at 3, above Jonathan Atkinson. He's represented Oxfordshire at the NCC, well, minor counties, or NCCA as it's known now, the national count. He's also played for Herefordshire as well, so good pedigree about him. So he's got that good a pedigree. He's got his own Wikipedia page, so it shows that's where I got all the info from.
And played at Lords in 2007 apparently as well. So he's got a bit of experience. So we're going to need all of that now. So under the cosh here from the start, facing a pretty daunting total.
I mean, the one good thing is they've seen how the pitch is played when they were bowling on it. But as Paul Birch said, it's always difficult to chase. Here he is facing his first delivery. Oh, he was playing and missing at that one. He tentatively came forward, but that was a quick delivery from Martin.
That looked a decent nutter first up there. Not one you really want to get first ball.
Yeah, it went through quick as well. Oof, yeah.
And well taken by the keeper actually, because it seemed to move after it left the stumps.
And as we say, it'll come through a lot quicker just for this, because it's on this Lord's pitch where it just comes off the surface a lot quicker as well. So you've got to get a bat on ball and also gloves behind the stumps. Here he is getting bat on that one, playing that one up to extra cover, well fielded, and there's no run. Good buzz around the ground as well. Decent crowd in, as we say, just below us, the pavilions. Got quite a few members in it as well, which is good to see.
Yeah, and a few bottles on the front row I noticed of various rosés, champagnes and the like.
Yeah, they were halfway through that one, so I'm guessing they'll finish it for the rest of the second innings, as that one's driven by Cuffman, and it's fielded. There's no run. A good over then, a successful over for Ross Martin. Wicket maiden for Ross Martin as well, which is always a good start. So they remain on 5 for 1. Foxton Granta needing 241 to win after Dumbleton won the toss and elected to bat. A brilliant 100 from Charlie Garrett.
Yeah, it really was a stunning 100, and just turned the game at that point. It was played very sensibly, sort of run a ball for a long time, and then just opened up in the last 5 overs, and with some glorious 6 hitting.
Yeah, not quite the highest total made here. That was 307 for 5 back in 2016 by Sese. Oh, that's edged, and it squared Webster up. That would have been maybe an 8th slip or something like that. They'd have gone straight to him, but there wasn't, and Webster scrambles through for a single. Good delivery there.
You'd have pouched that in your day, wouldn't you, Luke?
Never had my day, to be fair. Under 15s was about as far as I got, but a good delivery from Ollie Horn. Really squared up Webster.
Maybe that's coming, Luke. It's not too late.
It is. I'd struggle at getting a Vets 11, I think. Here's Horn again. Take some encouragement from that delivery. He's bowling now to right-handed Cuffman. Cuffman drives that nicely off his pads. Down to deep backward square, and that is just a single. He's off the mark, so he'll be pleased about that.
And just a bit of useless facts from the player bios on Ollie Horn there. He's a good driver on the field, but apparently a terrible driver off it.
Yeah, Kevin was telling a story before that even though he was going to a ground where he knew he was going, he put the sat-nav in, which took him the wrong way. Here's Horn in and driven. Yeah, so he ended up going to the wrong ground, even though he knew where he was going in the first place. But because the sat-nav took him a different way, or he put the wrong address in, he still went the wrong way. So, yeah, it's a bit embarrassing that for him.
So maybe he lets his cricket do the talking instead.
I think so, yeah, absolutely. Left-hander Webster then on strike. The captain, as we said, just the only survivor from the last time Foxton Granta reached the final. He's forward again, just letting that one go outside off stump.
Yeah, just bowling like really nice tight lines here at the moment. Makes it difficult to get away.
Lovely buzz around the ground as well. People quite well oiled. There's a few more food trucks here as well, which I saw doing good business as well during the lunch. Everyone enjoying themselves. It's definitely a good day out. As I say, lots of people listening in as well, which is good to hear, and hope you enjoy, and watching of course. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Horn bowls driven. It was a full delivery by Webster, didn't get hold of it. Again, it just dribbles through to the fielder, and there's no run. As a pigeon just flies a bit off course, it nearly came into the box and then turned away dramatically.
Well, we nearly had the ball into the box earlier, didn't we, with some of Garrett's hitting towards the end there. A few hairy moments.
You were ready with the hands, I was ready to hide behind you, hoping the wicket keeper in you would take over.
I didn't have my gloves.
Horn bowls. Webster plays and misses at that one. It's 3 to Sweeting behind the stumps. Good delivery, that one.
Yeah, it's a great line here at Horn's been bowling. He's just moving the ball away from the left-hander, so you can just see it swinging away.
Oh yeah,
that's beautiful.
Outswinger, wasn't it?
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, he'd have done well to get something on that.
Absolutely.
I think Webster.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just the sort of start that Dumbleton would have wanted here. So putting some early pressure on, they know that the Foxton Granta guys are going to be behind the 8 ball if this carries on too much longer.
Yeah, Ross Martin's just taken off his sweater. He's going to carry on, and in comes Martin to Kaufman, who just is forward defending that one. Sorry, Rob, you were about to say.
No, just the rate already creeping up, only ever so slightly, but started at 6 up to 6.3 and over now. So I think we'll be keeping an eye on that as well.
There is Martin up to the wicket bowls, and a big swish there from Kaufman outside off stump. He was trying to hit that towards the media centre, I think, and didn't connect with any of it.
And you wonder whether Kaufman's been moved up the order a little bit just to try and get a bit of momentum into the innings, because I think he was supposed to come in at number 4. He's come in at number 3, and he already seems to be quite playing an aggressive role.
Yeah, there was a few windows in danger there if they got hold of that in the media centre, which celebrated its 25th anniversary back in April. It's Martin Bowles and Kaufman carefully behind it that time. I tell you what, the windows are sturdy in this box, because we had Garrett hit that 6 and it smacked off the window. Didn't even make a dent, did it?
It was quite a rattle, yeah. But obviously some bulletproof glass there,
which is well needed. And if Kaufman can come in, score a quick maybe 30-40, get Foxton Granta up to about 50, 60, 70 before they lose a second wicket. That's similar to what Dumbleton did.
Yeah.
Here's Martin in to Kaufman, and he's clipped that away. It was in the air, and it's fielded in the end. He wasn't quite in control of that one. If the fielder was just slightly he was at cover, wasn't he? And if it was just maybe 2 yards to his left, it'd have gone straight to him.
Yeah, he's clearly trying to play quite positively. He's coming at the bowler, walking out of his ground and trying to come down the ground looking for that shot over the top there, but didn't quite get to that one, but got away with it.
Martin, the tattooed Martin, on his left arm, coming around the wicket this time to the left-hander Webster, who just lunges forward and knocks it out into the offside. No run. 241 needed then. The highest individual score here was as well in that Sese score, which was 138. So Garrett moves on to 5th on that list with his Martin Bowles, with his I'm just trying to work out what he got again. I can't remember what he got. It's 100 and I thought it was 111, was it? I should know.
Yeah, he certainly picked up after he got his ton, so
he may well even be 4th on the list. Last delivery was a dot ball, and so it's at the end of the over, 8 for 1.
So another tight over there, just running at 2 and over at the moment, and already needs 6.5 and over. So that's creeping up that rate.
Yeah, you can't allow it to get away, really, can you? It's a tough ask otherwise. Here is Horn into Kaufman, who's driving that one. It's fielded there though. At gully, no run.
And it seems to be a bit of a winning formula for Dumbleton. I know in the previous rounds they've batted first in 5 out of 6 of the games and posted a minimum of 218. So they're certainly strong the batting, and then they look to squeeze the opposition. There's only once that they've bowled first.
Kaufman flicking that away off his legs past the square leg umpire for a single. Yeah, as Abdullah Haider said to us, 2-4-1 was the score England and New Zealand made in the tied 2019 World Cup final.
Remember
That's what Foxton need, yeah.
They'd be happy with that. What happens? Do we go to a super over if that happens?
Keith knows the rules. It's a good question that. He'll come in and tell you in a minute what happens. I think it's fewest wickets lost. Is that right, Keith? If it's a tie, he's nodding his head, yeah. So it's fewest wickets lost. So obviously they finished 8 down, didn't they, Dumbleton?
That'll be a long way away.
Horn into Webster. Nicely onto his toes there, just playing that one out. And well, he did a little skip as he crossed in, and I think he thought the ball was being thrown, and he kind of did a little he was almost doing a Cossack there as he went over the line. And he gets through for the single.
Yeah, trading in singles at the moment, but just need to keep those wickets intact for a while.
Yeah, Ross Martin will be wanting a repeat of his figures in this final in 2022, where he got 4 for 12. Here's Horn in to Cuffman, who's down the pitch, flicking it away, and did it come off the bat? Umpires signalled that it has, so they got through for a single. So Cuffman moves on to 4. Oh yeah, it really swung again from Horn there. If Cuffman had missed that, he was I think his leg stump would have gone cartwheeling. But as it is, he survives, and here's Horn. 2 balls left of this 5th over. Into Webster. Webster just, again, watchful, leaves that alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, and from Dumbleton's point of view, they don't need to do anything different. Just keep the ball, put the ball in the right places there, and let the Foxton Granta guys make the work.
Yeah, Ollie Horn, who's first gun, as they call him. Keith's primed and ready. He's got his clipboard out with all his stats and figures and whatnot. I'll take my leave after this delivery from Horn, and Webster driving at that one. Similar delivery to the one before which he left, but he went after that one, tried to swish outside off stump, and it was taken by Sweeting behind the stump. So you'll hear from Rob Etteridge, and then in comes Keith Higgins.
Yeah, welcome Keith. Very much the Andy Saltzman of the Live Sports FM with the stats at his fingertips. Great memory over the years of doing this, both in football and cricket. So, pleasure to have him alongside us.
Oh, Rob, you're too kind, far too kind. Andy Saltzman, all I'll say is I hope I haven't got his hairstyle.
Yeah, that's Sam Barnett, isn't it?
There's Ross Martin. Oh, Ross Martin decides. Oh, now.
Oh.
Did he think that Adam Webster was backing up too much there?
Oh, I don't think it was a man-cad, was it? I think he just lost his run,
I think he lost his run.
I think we'll give him the benefit.
He did look behind, but I think maybe he won't. We'll give him the benefit and say he just lost his run-up. It is a very enthusiastic run-up as he comes in from the nursery end. Bowls, and Richard Kaufman doing what he's done before, takes 2 or 3 steps down the wicket. And it's not because Ross Martin is slow. I think he's just trying to find a way to get Martin away. His figures are very impressive. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1 before that ball.
Yeah, he's just trying to get to the pitch of the ball to get the ball in his arc to swing through. But he's a canny operator, Ross Martin. He's just dropping it that bit shorter because he knows he's coming down the pitch at him.
That's right, as you said, Rob, man of the match for his bowling 2 years ago, and his bowling is looking good again as that one's outside the off stump, but a bit too far outside the off stump, and it's actually given a wide by the umpire. So another run goes on to the total, 12 for 1. Yes, it's heavy going, and it's one of those where, you know, Ross Martin clearly looks to be the key bowler, but you can't just say, oh, well, we'll forget his 8 overs and get the runs off the other 32. It's just not enough. And
no, particularly when you're dealing with a total like this as well, which is very competitive.
It is, as he comes in again. Another couple of steps forward and a flashing drive by Kaufman, but he misses the ball, and taken very competently by Will Sweeting. And at some point, Rob, perhaps an over's time, be interested to get your views on Will Sweeting as the wicketkeeper, you being a wicketkeeper yourself. Slightly different age, I hasten to add.
just a few years older, yeah, Keith, yeah, just a few.
But
I was never this good when I was 14,
yeah.
Certainly not this good now.
After this ball, actually get your thoughts on Ash Clark's keeping. I thought pretty good actually for Foxton Granta, but let's wait till after this ball from Ross Martin. Well, that one I think was down the leg side, and that's given a wide by the umpire, so another run onto the total, 13 for 1. So yeah, I thought Ash Clark's keeping, just that one stumping he missed, but otherwise I thought very, very competent.
He was very, very tidy. I thought throughout there was that the stumping chance. We couldn't quite see on the replay whether there was any pad involved. I think I'm sure he might say there was, but he would have been a long way out of his ground. So fortunately, didn't go on to punish them too much after that.
Yes, I think it was it Miles Holland who was, I can't remember who it was now. As again he comes down the wicket.
It was Ross Martin actually, yeah.
It was Ross Martin as he plays the ball into mid-wicket in a very quick single, but good fielding there on the leg side, but managed to get through for the single. takes Kaufman on to 14 for 1.
You wonder with Kaufman running up the track whether a really ambitious move for the keeper would be to come up, but I think Ross Martin is just that little bit too quick for that. I think you'd have to be particularly special to do that. So
Will Sweeting standing up to Ross Martin, that is one hell of a keeper. Coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Webster is Martin, who drives it straight to short, mid-off, no runs.
No, but he's looked very compact and very, very competent. Will Sweeting so far, it was noticeable in his batting, coming out, must have been nervous, just got off the mark with a lovely clip to the leg side.
Yes, he's got real composure, that lad. In fact, I was hearing he played for Gloucester. In fact, Ian Smith from the cricketer was telling us, as right for the next ball, which turns to the leg side and they go quickly for the single. Good running by Foxton Granta, because Webster was running as soon as he hit the ball, and even though the fielder got to the ball and picked it up cleanly, the single was always on. Webster on to 7-15 for 1. Yeah, apparently Will Sweeting, he must have played for Gloucestershire Seconds this week.
Wow.
And they were getting a bit worried because normally if you play for the second 11 you're not allowed to play in the Village Cup. But somebody had the sense to write the rule saying if you are under 17 it doesn't count.
I think that's fair enough, yeah.
So whoever wrote the rules there knew what they were doing, as Martin comes in this time, and that one is edged by Kaufman, but that goes straight down to third man for another single. Means that Kaufman will keep the strike. He's on 6, Webster on 7, 16 for 1, and the first run's off the bat off Martin. They had one off the over before, didn't he? He's now 3 overs, 1 made and 1 for 6.
Yeah, excellent figures, and that run rate is still just ever so slightly creeping up. Started at 6 and now 6.6, so something to keep an eye on for the Foxton Granta guys, but I think at the moment is consolidate and just see off some of these new bowlers.
Just got the worm come up on the screen here. They're just below Dumbleton, so I don't think they'll be too concerned at the moment. But yes, after losing that early wicket of Dougie Rice, who took that wonderful catch, didn't he, earlier in the innings, to dismiss, he said, looking at his sheet, who was it? He dismissed Aaron Thompson. That wonderful catch falling backwards. We'll come back to that in a minute as Ollie Horn comes in for Pavilion End bowls, and great off drive there by Kaufman. Second boundary of the innings, Kaufman's first. Lovely off drive, mid off, no chance. Long boundary there, but all the way to the right of the. That's the Allen stand, isn't it, over there?
Yeah, and that's just the benefit of them taking 2 or 3 paces down the track, because he could take that on the full, and that's what he's been trying to do. So just got that on the full toss, but then manoeuvred it nicely through cover.
20 for 1. Kaufman on to 10. Did I hear you say earlier he played at Lords? Obviously not for a...
He did, according to the notes, he played once in 27. Yeah, and can't wait to get out there again, was the from the player bios that we've received here.
As he turns the next ball down the leg side for a single. Takes him on to 11, 21 for 1. Yes, worth reminding that this is actually... well, they were Foxton rather than Foxton Granta. They merged with Cambridge Granta in 2021 to form the current club, but as Foxton they did reach the final in 2015, and get my sheet, they're a bit unlucky because they scored a lot of runs. It's the other sheet that's got the information on. We'll find in a minute. Just watches the next ball to Webster. Turned nicely in the leg side there by Adam Webster. Clipped it nicely off his legs, gone to that boundary on the far side, and he's beaten the fielder. It was a long boundary, but it's 4 runs there. Takes Webster on to 11.25 for 1. Nice shot there. So 2 fours off the over, just to obviously listening to Rob there. And yeah, just to repeat, they played Woodhouse Grange in 2015 and scored 237 for 8. But they were chasing 250 odd and lost by 18 runs. So a bit of a tall order.
Yeah.
2 players that day, by the way. One of them batting now. Adam Webster played in that team. The other one we mentioned in a minute. Talking of youngsters, as Ollie Horn comes in again, bowls to Webster, who I think just brought his bat inside the line there. I just don't think he was playing and missing. I think he realised it was perhaps jagged away from him, but he pulled his bat in line there and went through to wicketkeeper Will Sweeting. Yes, Harry Hotwood coming in later on was the 12th man that day for Foxton, and apparently he was 13. But no, if he got on the pitch or not.
quite impressive.
Ollie Horn again. 15-yard run up, right arm over, bowls. An off drive there and it's gone square of the wicket and he's gone for 4 runs. Slightly thick edge, but Webster hit it hard. It's a short boundary there and the fielders on the offside could not run round to get there. So another 4, so 3 fours in the over.
Yeah, there is a sweeper there, but just carved slightly to his right hand, so couldn't get that. And it's a really short boundary over here, probably only 40-45 yards.
29 for 1. Horn again, last ball of his 4th over. That one's outside the off stump, left alone by Webster. Don't know if he was looking for a signal for a wide, but it's not been given. So we've had that's the end of the 7th over. 29 for 1. Webster on 15. Kaufman on 11. Horn figures taking a bit of a battering with those 3 fours off that over. 4 overs, no maidens, and none for 23.
Meanwhile, Ross Martin's going to continue his spell, just 1 for 6 off his 3 overs. So very, very, very good start from him.
He did bowl all the way through 2 years ago. I think he realised he had Cowmore, sort of had the foot on the throat and he wasn't going to let go. As Kaufman again, and actually runs that very nicely, came down the pitch and just dabbed it down to 3rd man for a single. Good shot there by Kaufman.
Yeah, definitely being really positive, and I think that's the way to do this. Just trying to put him off his line and length a little bit.
Yeah, Cowmore just couldn't get hold of him, as the figures of 8 overs, 4 for 12 would suggest, and maybe sure they haven't studied the video stream from 2 years ago. Great video and great commentary on it, he said modestly. But there we go. Anyway, Martin coming round the wicket to the left-handed Webster, and a bit slow for that single. He's got to be quick, but he gets home as the
yeah,
throw
I think he'd
from
have made
cover. I think he would have been in. I said good fielding there at backward point, but not quite quick or accurate enough to stop the single. So Webster on to 16, 31 for 1.
And that's it. I think this is all Fox and Granta need to do at this stage. Just keep ticking along here. If they can get the odd single, sort of 4, 5 and over, then just keeps them in the game.
Switches to over the wicket to the right-hander, and Kaufman doesn't come down the track this time. Just plays it straight back to Ross Martin for no runs. That's always love it when a team, like Dumbleton, so Ross Martin, captain, opens the batting, opens the bowling, probably runs the bar. No, I think somebody else runs the bar, don't they? We got it in their pen pios. I think one of the other players runs the bar.
Yeah, I think that was Miles Holland's dad, wasn't it? So that's why he was. There was talk. That's why he got selected for this game, because his dad runs the bar.
Well, they're very important issues, important things.
Absolutely.
That on that teams have been selected for less.
Local club politics.
Yeah. By the way, another ball from Martin just happened, but it was outside the off stump, and Kaufman tried to dab it, but missed it by some way. Oh yes, the local politics of club cricket. I think you could write quite a fun. Well, I'm sure people have written quite fun books on it. On his toes to the next ball from Martin is Kaufman, but steers it to backward point, but straight to the fielder there, and there's no runs. We're now getting the DLS par score put up, which is always an indicator. 41 at the moment, but early days. We were talking just now, Rob, about what happens if the scores are level. A little way off that yet, but yes, it's fewer wickets. Then it is to do with run rate if you don't play your 40 overs, but I'm sort of going to assume that you do, as Martin comes in again, right arm over, and nice square cut there by Kaufman, and the fielder at backward point had little chance, and in fact I'll say no chance with that. 4 for Kaufman takes him on to 16, same as Webster, 35 for 1. End of the whatever 8th over, and Martin's figures, well, they're exactly in terms of runs, in terms of overs and runs, what he had last time, but less wickets. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12.
Yeah, he just dropped that one a little short and just rocked back, and there's a beautiful square drive through there into the short boundary. So that'll give Kaufman some confidence there.
Okay, yeah, the key overs are 30, 20 and 10. You work back to 30. So I did make a note of Dumbleton's score. In fact, I'm glad I did, because after 30 overs, they were 148 for 4. which means of the last 10 overs they scored 92.
Yeah, it looked at one point whether they'd struggled to actually make it to 200. I think Foxton had pulled it back round a bit and beginning to take wickets, and it was only when Garrett started to accelerate towards the end that they actually posted that.
So the 10 overs, actually, it was they lost 4 wickets, but they got 92 runs. But anyway, we've got to change the bowling. It's Miles Holland who's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. Looks like another right arm over. A lot of right-handers today. So Adam Webster, I think the first left-hander we've seen.
Yeah, and apparently he's been at Dumbleton since he was 6 years old as well. So he's the first 11 captain.
Another reason he's playing today. That's the first 11 Saturday captain. Again, lengthiest run up, right arm over. Probably not as fast as Ross Martin, but reasonable pace. And the first ball was steered into the offside by Webster, but straight to the fielder at backward point, and there's no run. Do like the Dumbleton caps, by the way, Rob.
Yeah, we were talking about those, Luke and myself. They're all certainly very W.G. Grace-like, isn't it? Back to a time when cricket was played by gentlemen.
Except from what I heard about W.G. Grace, it was anything but.
I think so, yeah, exactly. Oof.
Oh, that's a hook, but it's gone over the head, and I think it's going to land safely. It does. First slip running back, third man running round, and just a little bit quicker perhaps than Adam Webster thought, but he's got away with it. But said it was right over, well, we almost went directly up over his head, and as I said, first slip running back, third man running round, but it was safe, and he gets a single.
Yeah, that really surprised him actually. It sort of popped up. I think he was looking to sort of swivel pull it, and just bounced a little bit more than he thought it was going to, so just skewed up in the air, but fortunately right over the keeper's head.
So perhaps Ollie Horn a little quicker than I gave him credit for. Perhaps he heard that I was a bit disparaging, saying he was a bit slower than Ross Martin, and he felt he had a point to prove.
I think he's got the height, hasn't he? He looks quite a tall chap.
It is, yeah. Played a good innings as well. Bowls, and that one certainly was a bit quick for Kaufman. Left him a little bit. Kaufman played and missed outside the off stump, taken by Will Sweeting, who's standing a fair way back, probably about 20 yards back.
It's
Let's
interesting
have a look at the replay. Oh no, I think it was just wide outside the off stump and probably kept a bit lower than he expected.
It's interesting they've taken the slip cordon out now. I think they're just as Kaufman's beginning to open up a bit more, I think they've instead putting people in front of the wicket at short cover and short mid wicket.
Horn again. That steered off the back foot. They're going to be quick here as the ball does hit the stumps, but Webster was backing up well and they got there safely. It was the fielder at a backward point who probably had a reasonable number of stumps to aim at. It went straight to him. Good accurate throw, but good backing up by Adam Webster made sure he got there safely, and the run was in. Even though it was a direct hit, there was.
I think it actually hit the batsman, not the stumps. Stumps were intact. It came off the batsman as he was trying to hurry through.
Would you believe I had a cataract operation since I last saw you, Rob? Well, then perhaps I better go back and get my money back, I think. Thank you very much for that. That time he turns and does hit it a little bit better, Webster, but will only get the single. No, he's come back for the second. I think he was thinking it was a long boundary, and even if the throw was accurate, it probably had time to get there, and in the end the throw was a little bit wayward, not too wayward, but 2 runs to Webster, 19 for him, 39 for 1.
I think that's a fair point. You know, one side of the ground here is a very long throw. I think there's usually a 2 if it just goes slightly to the side of them from that side of the ground.
No, good positive running, which has been a feature of the game today. Both sides running has been very impressive. So next ball's outside the off stump, and Webster does a big bat lift, leaves it alone, goes through to wicketkeeper Sweeting. We've had 9 overs. Foxton Granta 39 for 1, Webster on 19, Kaufman on 17.
And you wonder what Will Sweeting's 14-year-old mates are doing on a Sunday. There's him playing at Lord's, as a 14-year-old, which is hugely impressive.
Yes. Imagine going to school on Monday. What were you doing yesterday, Will? Just playing cricket at Lord's. Cup final. What were you doing? Hanging around, mate.
Exactly. He's coming up to the stumps now as well, so we must be seeing spin for the first time.
He really is.
He is. It's what I suggested earlier, actually.
He's standing up. So their opening bowler, who's forced Kaufman to come back in his crease, but Well done to the lad as Martin comes in, bowls. And that skied, has that gone over the boundary? It's gone for 6, I think. It has. So Webster didn't need to come down the track, just 1 foot, launched it up. For a minute we wondered if it made that sound. You're not quite sure if it's the sweet sound or whether it's a bit of an edge. It was obviously the sweet sound because it went over. It's a short boundary here, but nevertheless went over the boundary over extra cover for 6. Takes Kaufman on to 23, 45 for 1. Yeah, I think a few questions for Ross Martin now. Let's see what he does with the next ball. Right arm over the wicket. Kaufman just plays it, but fielder at backward point is onto it very, very quickly, and no runs.
Well, at least he knows now that with Will Sweeting coming up to the stumps, then Kaufman's very unlikely to run down the track at him. So it's a bold move, but it's one I called for earlier. I think you could see him just to put him back in his crease a little bit.
Yeah, and good that he's got the confidence to do that.
Brilliant,
and the ability to do that. And he does keep quite low as well, which I think is always a good sign for a keeper, as the next ball is played to extra cover defensively by Kaufman for no run. Yes, he keeps. Does he keep nice and low in your opinion, Rob?
Yeah, he's got very nice style.
Always said a sign of a good keeper, how well they kept, obviously to spin when they're standing up, but also whether they keep low, or some keepers who, even though they're keeping, they do seem to be almost like in a slip position. I've got a slip for Martin. That ball is cut right over the top, and what's that gone for? Waiting for the signal for the umpires. Another 6. Just slightly short outside the off stump. Kaufman leant back, cut it. We could see it was coming not into our commentary box, unlike one last time in the Dumbleton innings. I think it was Charlie Garrett's knocks, wasn't it, that came sailing into the commentary area. Fortunately not into the commentary room. A nice little cut there, just over backward point's head, but with enough to make it 6. Now the next ball, right. If we ever wanted anything, if you have any doubts about Will Sweeting's keeping, I think it was shown there. Outside the off stump, left alone by Kaufman, but it leapt up and taken without any fuss at all by Will Sweeting. No problem at all.
Yeah, in a way, I don't know whether this move has backfired slightly, because it's now putting it right in his driving zone. He's pushed him back a bit, but we've seen 2 6s this over already. 2
6s in this over, which Ross Martin will not like. This next one he's cut along the ground, but the fielder at backward point does well. He moved across. There was a sweeper there who would have cut off the boundary, but saves a single. So good over there for Foxton Granta. 10 overs gone, 51 for 1. Webster on 19, Kaufman on 29, and the pass score is 52.
That's it.
Even Stevens.
That over has really sort of changed it around slightly. It's a slow start from the Foxton Granta guys, but you look at that now. Kaufman's nearly run a ball, and the required rate is still hovering around sort of 6.3. So keep it around that rate, not losing wickets, and this is a great comeback from Foxton.
Yes. 190 to win, 180 balls. I like it when they keep the maths nice and simple. So it'll be Miles Holland to continue from the pavilion end. Plenty of members in the pavilion today, which is nice to see. Obviously not totally packed like it would be for a test match, but there's a sprinkling of members in the top tier of the pavilion and lower down, which is good to see as Holland comes in to bowl to Webster. Oh, they've got to be careful. There could be a run out if there's a direct hit, and there was a bit of hesitation between Kaufman and Webster. I think Kaufman actually carried on running. It was Webster who hesitated. Webster was running to the danger end. Throw was just a bit wild. It was the right line, but well over the stumps, and unfortunately Holland wasn't at the stumps to take it. Well, I think he would have done well to catch that one. They'd been over head height.
That's it. It was a poor throw. If it had been direct hit, that was gone by country mile. Unfortunately no one else could get in to get behind the stumps.
Yeah, sorry, it makes me sound like I was critical of Holland. His follow through meant he wasn't able to get there, so it needed to be a direct hit, and as I said, right line, but about 2 stumps height too high. 52 for 1. Webster moves on to 20. Kaufman next ball cuts it straight to the fielder at backward point, and there's no run. clouded over a little bit now, but the clouds are very high, absolutely no chance of any rain, and not the warmest of days, but warmer than it was. I was here Thursday, Rob, and it was about 10 degrees. Middlesex were playing Gloucestershire, to catch a bit of that while I was being part of the technical briefing as just watch as Holland comes in, bowls again, and turned on the leg side nicely by Kaufman. Down to the fielder at long leg, who comes round very quickly and keeps it down to a single.
Yeah, I noticed in the Dumbleton stand right below us there are people wrapped up in all sorts of blankets and scarves and everything.
Yep. Just give you advance warning, Rob. Carry on till the end of the over, but we got another summariser coming in, which is great. Somebody from the cricketer will come to join us in a moment. That's lovely, as the next ball is stabbed into the offside by Webster, but straight to cover point, and there's no run. One nice thing about preparing for the final, Rob, I had some nice correspondence with people from Dumbleton, and Adam Webster was the man I was liaising with at Foxton Granta. So nice to see him doing well. And the second final, as said earlier, the one player who played in the 2015 final, who's part of the 11 today, when they were Foxton rather than Foxton Granta. Holland again. Nice late cut there by Webster down to a third man, but straight to the fielder for the single. And just before you go, Rob, thanks very much indeed. Another comment on Will. Sorry, I keep on. Anybody think I'm fixated about Will Sweeting? He's had 2 throws from third man that have bounced just in front of him. He's taken them cleanly every time.
Yeah, I think he's been very tidy, and certainly coming up to Ross Martin was a bold move, but he's certainly got the hand speed and the agility to.
He really is.
To do that.
Say something else as Holland comes in, bowls, and Kaufman just dabs that very quietly down to third man for a single. 55 for 1 takes him on to 31. That's the end of the over, so thanks so much indeed. Rob will have a short break, and I'm going to introduce, we're always very, very pleased with the support we get from the cricketer, and I've got James from the cricketer with us. James. Hi, lovely. Pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us.
Pleasure.
How are you reading the game? Very interesting at the moment. By the way, 50 partnership between Richard Kaufman and Adam Webster off 57 balls. How are you reading the game? Very close at the moment.
Well, absolutely, and I think this becomes a massive thing for the fielding side in here, needing a wicket fairly soon. I think if they let this partnership sort of germinate and grow like much further, they're going to start not panicking, but they'll be getting a bit twitchy. So they need to break through this pretty soon, I think.
Well, Ross Martin will do what he normally does. He'll bowl all the way through, I reckon, as he starts his 6 over, 1 for 24, as Kaufman just stabs the ball into the leg side. Straight to the fielder at square leg, and there's no run. Yes, it was because Martin was the man of the match for his bowling 2 years ago, and when he got a wicket in the first over and had a wicket made, and we thought, here we go again. And second over, I think, went just for 1 run. Last over, hit for 2 sixes.
That's right.
Wonderful batting by Richard Kaufman, who's facing him now.
But I mean, Kaufman, he's been around quite a long time. He's played a lot of minor counties cricket. He's obviously a very, very good player. Who would have played on sort of maybe not occasions as big as this, but pretty close to. So
it's his second game at Lord's, but nobody will tell me what his first game was. There we go. By the way, that ball before just now, sorry, everyone thinks I've got a fixation on the young wicket keeper. I'll come back to him in a minute as we watch Martin bowl again. Ball's hit on the pad. But the umpire shakes his head straight away. It was a little way forward, was Kaufman, and the appeal wasn't quite as convincing as it was for Dougie Rice earlier, and the umpire says not out.
No, but you're right to have a fixation on the wicketkeeper. As a wicketkeeper myself in club cricket, and it's great to see. It's great to see the keeper standing up to a reasonable pace here. It's always great to see.
And he takes the ball so cleanly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was saying earlier, just before you came on air, James, just wait as Ross Martin bowls. Right, and this one's dabbed away nicely by Kaufman, but just a single down to third man. By the way, I love the way Kaufman just plays the ball as late as possible from under his eyes, doesn't he? Giving him maximum time to see what Martin's doing. But no, we're saying from Will Sweeting, just now he took the ball, 2 throws from third man, bounced in front of him, I'm sure as a keeper, thing you hate, and he just took them as cleanly as anything.
Yeah, I mean, you do hate it, but at the same time, it's one of the. I mean, I'm not one. I don't get too annoyed about that myself, but some keepers really do get annoyed when they come around their ankles, because I'm quite short. It doesn't really bother me.
Anyway, he's coming over the wicket now to the left-handed Webster. And Webster takes a big stride forward and plays it firmly but straight to the fielder at mid-off for no runs.
And this is automatically interesting because you've got the keeper standing up to the right-handed batsman but standing back to the left-handed batsman, presumably on the basis that they think that the left-hander with it slanting across might nick it, I suppose, is what they're thinking.
Well, we've got two theories. That certainly is one. And the other one was Kaufman was taking quite often 2 or 3 paces down the wicket to Ross Martin, and whether that was just deployed to stop that.
Yeah.
We think it backfired a bit as he bowls the next ball and Webster plays it straight to mid-off again for no runs. End of the over, 12 overs gone, 56 for 1 is the Foxton Granta score. Richard Kaufman on 32, Adam Webster on 21. Yeah, he was taking 2 or 3 paces down the wicket, Richard Kaufman. And we wonder if that was the reason, but in fact I think it meant that Ross Martin was readjusting, and last over conceded something that certainly was not expected last time we saw him, 2 sixes. As many in 2 balls as he conceded in 8 overs in the final 2 years ago.
Incredible. Yeah, I suppose it's just the vagaries of I mean, I know every final is pretty much over on this side, isn't it, on every Village Cup final we come to, but
most of them are. Yeah, last year, funnily enough, was the other side. But you're right. This is my 4th one, and this one and the 2 more were this side. It's new over for Miles Holland to Kaufman, bowling from the pavilion end, right arm over. 2 overs 0 for 8 runs so far, Miles Holland, and Kaufman just quietly steers the ball into the offside for no runs.
But yeah, you're right to make the point in that he really does like a shimmy down the wicket, Kaufman, doesn't he? You know, it really is exaggerated. And you don't see many club players coming as far down as often as he does.
No, and certainly not to someone. I mean, Ross Martin to me looks pretty nippy at this level of cricket. Yep. I'll certainly find him very quick if I mind you, at my age, I'll probably find anyone quick. Anyway, Miles Holland next ball, that should be a wide because it's down the leg side.
It is amazing seeing this 14-year-old lad keeping wicket on a stage like this. It's absolutely incredible, isn't it? Really
Talking
is.
to Ian earlier because he said there was a bit of a worry because of the tournament rules, because apparently he played for Gloucestershire Seconds this week. Gives some idea how good he is. The rules are that if you play at that level of cricket then you can't play in the Village Cup, except there is an age limit, 17.
Right. Wow.
So I don't know who put that rule in, but they obviously knew what was happening, so hence why he could play today. Kaufman once again steers that ball from under his eye line down to 3rd man for a single, just keeping that scoreboard ticking over. 58 for 1.
I mean, I would say this because I work for the Cricketer, but there's so many vagaries and so many scenarios you have to sort of think for in terms of the rules, and you know that is almost sort of loophole in the rules. It's hard to sort of factor in. You know, you don't even think that there's going to be somebody of 14 years old playing for a Village.
Absolutely. I mean, whoever put that in must have because come back in a minute as Holland bowls the next ball and Webster plays and misses outside the off stump. It was a bit wide. I think he passed the ball kept a bit lower than he expected, but ball goes through to wicket-keeper
Will
Sweeting.
Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that, because obviously, rules like the certain levels that well, first of all, you've got to be a village, so there's a population issue. Then the fact that certain leagues, the level of cricket, you can't, you're not allowed to enter. So therefore, we're trying to keep it at the grassroots, which I fully commend, by the way, because there is the ECB Club Championship for the higher level teams, if you like. As the next ball is dabbed down in the leg side by Webster into a vacant area. Sweeting has to come across to pick it up, but means a comfortable single. Takes him on to 22 and 59 for 1. Overseas players, of course, if a club's got an overseas pro, they can't play. So you do need lots of rules, but that one, as you said, overseas pro, yes, I can see that. 14-year-old playing second 11 county cricket? No, I don't think I would have seen that one coming.
Yeah.
Holland comes in again from the pavilion end, right arm over. Kaufman up on his toes, just dabs it in the leg side, and think at the moment, given that the pass score is round about the same, in fact exactly the same as the got one ball left of the over, 60 for 1. Just rebuilding, but when you lose an early wicket, obviously still got plenty left, but always psychologically a bit demoralising. But you know, they've come back well, Foxton Granta, but still got a long way to go.
It's interesting to think with Sweeting, you know, at what age did he start keeping to bowling this fast? You know, he's only 14 now.
Yeah. Yes, the next ball is nice. It turned off his legs by Webster. Didn't quite time it, won't go all the way to the boundary. And they decided, they pushed it, they might have got a 3, but they decide 2's more than enough. So takes Webster on to 24, 62 for 1. And yeah, a very, very good question, James, very good question, and one I can't answer.
Well, he's played Bunbury Festival, which is obviously under 15, so he would have already played. I'm guessing he's played up age groups, because if he's been that good, he's been playing up probably a year or 2 sometimes, I guess.
Yeah.
We'd have to look into it.
So 62 for 1 after 13 overs. Webster on 24, Kaufman on 34. Batsman out was Dougie Rice, who took a wonderful catch. And did you see Rice's catch earlier?
I did see it, yeah.
Good catch. Unfortunately, we couldn't see it. We just the lads on the bow who happened to be on the balcony happened to see it. I couldn't see it at all. Looking at Rice's reaction, it was a pretty good catch.
It was one of those ones where you're worried about the rope, I think, but no, he was absolutely fine. But no, it's very, very well placed, this game. This is a sort of classic tale of how to build a run chase, isn't it? You know, you want to have wickets in hand. You want to be stitching a partnership together.
And commentator's curse here, I got that totally wrong. I said that Ross Martin was going to bowl out. No way. He's taken himself off after 6 overs. And coming on to bowl is Daniel Hammond, coming in from the nursery end.
Well, it's a good weekend to be a Hammond. Obviously, Miles Hammond got runs yesterday for Gloucestershire in their blast final.
We'll talk about Dad in a minute, as the first ball is, I think it climbed a bit more than Kaufman was expecting, and he just dubbed it down in front of him for no runs. Also, one of Charlie Garrett's 6s was caught by somebody in the crowd, Dan's dad.
Brilliant.
We want to give him a name check, so we'll give it to him again. So, well caught, Noel Hammond.
I mean, I'll wait till after this ball.
Hammond again. Right arm medium, I think, at this level, has turned off his hips, and they're running fast. Will they go for the 2? No, I don't think they will, because Webster slipped as he got to the non-striker's end, to the end where the throw was coming. But good piece of fielding there by the fielder down at long leg, who's going to be 3rd man now. Really ran onto that very quickly.
I've got to say, it's the great thing about coming to watch the village final is because it's played so far over on this side, you just feel so close to the action if you're watching from this side.
Oh, yes.
You know, even far closer than you would be for any normal club game, pretty much.
Absolutely. As just much as Hammond this time bowling around the wicket, and square cut there by Webster, but straight to the fielder on the cover boundary. Picks up a single, 64 for 1. Yes, no, Rob, one of our co-commentators, he took over from, and it took a blinding catch from one of Charlie Garrett's 6s. It landed just over there.
Brilliant.
I'm not sure which way he was running, actually. I don't know if he was running round to catch it or running the other way to get out of the way. But anyway, Hammond coming in, right arm over bowls. And they go for the quick single, and well run. And one thing I will say, James, the running between the wickets for both sides has been exemplary, I thought.
It has. Obviously, there were a couple of run-outs late in the innings, but you know, that was just that's the nature of cricket at that point of the innings, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I would say the fielding, particularly Sam Beer running out one of the players. Who did he run out? It was Finn Brabham, wasn't it, near the end? Direct throw. You know, I was saying, I think the risk was worth taking, but in the end it was a risk, as Webster ball hits his pad, didn't go too far, also lost his balance a little bit, so any chance of a run was not there.
I mean, I'm sure you've talked endlessly about this already, but what a day for Garrett, you know. To score, I mean, funny enough, we got another centurion from this game, Paul Birch, who scored 100 in 1994 for Elverston. He's here as well, so days they'll never forget.
Absolutely. No, we're very privileged. You wouldn't know, but Paul Birch popped in just during the interval and had a chat to him as Webster cuts the ball down to 3rd man for the last ball of Dan Hammond's first over for a single. Takes him on to 66 for 1 at the end of the 14th over. Webster keeps the strike on 26, Kaufman on 36. Yeah, no, I don't see any problem in waxing lyrical about Charlie Garrett again. It was a magnificent innings, it really was.
It was.
I mean, the perfect acceleration. I think somebody said that the perfect innings is one where, you know, you sort of play the first ball defensively and then the last ball you hit for 6. It wasn't quite like that, but he went through the gears beautifully, and no chances. Those 6s at the end off Lewis Hill weren't slogs.
No, they're proper shots.
Proper cricket
proper
shots.
And
Wonderful innings.
Yeah, it was. Funny enough, in 1994, Birch got quite a generous sort of write-up in the pages of the Times. I think they devoted about 800 words to that. So who knows? Maybe Garrett will get something similar from somewhere.
Yeah. As the next ball, Webster tries to pull. Looked like it went. Don't know if it. I think the bounce beat him a little bit there, and so much it was lower than he expected. He went to pull it to leg. I think it was outside the off stump, so a bit of an ambitious shot, but he pulled it, missed it, and he went through to Sweeting.
Yeah, it was outside of stump. Yeah. Yeah, it's. I think, in previous games I've been to here, it's probably been a bit more overcast, or the wicket. I mean, this looks like a good wicket to me, and it's very close to this side, and it's decent weather out there, so it's all good stuff.
Holland comes in again, bowls on that one. Yeah, not sure Webster, he sort of did a sort of pelican impression there. He seemed to lift his back leg up more than he needed to. I think it was outside the off stump. I think he actually wasn't really playing a shot, but let's have a look at the replay on it, because it's started. It's actually swung away a bit, and I think that's why he sort of was a bit ungainly. But it missed his back by a long way and went through to Sweeting. We'll just change commentator a moment. It will be Luke Edwards coming in shortly. But James, you're welcome to stay for a little bit longer if you want to. You don't have to.
No, whenever's good. Whenever's good. Obviously, when they decide to introduce a spinner, is going to be quite a big thing. I think obviously. Foxton had a couple of spinners, so that's going to be quite a big moment if they can sort of keep a handle on the run rate and tie things down a bit. Just even the change of pace might throw the batters a bit.
Well, Foxton and Granta are obviously very heavily spin biased, weren't they? For their 7 bowlers they used, wasn't it? No, 6 bowlers they used were spin bowlers. Watch as Holland comes in, bowls, and is there an edge? There's an appeal, but the umpire is not interested. And it's not out. Webster survives. Good over by Hammond so far. Making Webster play a miss there. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, certainly beat him, went through him. Holland's follow through was actually right next to Webster, but nobody seems to agree, so maybe it was a sound and they realised it wasn't the bat. Webster certainly wasn't going anywhere, and the umpire was unmoved by it.
And actually that ball there showed the ball is still moving out there, so I suppose that will dissuade them from going to the spinners too soon, because it is definitely still swinging out there.
Hammond comes in, right arm over, bowls, and another appeal, but I think that was more useful enthusiasm. I think nobody else is joining in with Will Sweeting's appeal. Not out, but Webster just an experienced player, just losing his cool, but just not quite sure what to do. That one he had a big swing at, didn't he? Unnecessarily.
That was a bit of a celeb appeal from young Sweeting there, if you don't mind me saying.
No, not at all.
Bit of a Stuart Broad, but obviously the keeper, not the bowler.
Yeah, no, that's he's entitled to. That was good over by Hammond. I don't think there's been a run off it, if I remember rightly. I've got all the stats here. We'll soon find out at the end of this over. This ball, rather. Right arm over, comes in, bowls to Webster, who it won't be a maiden because you'll get a single for that, but a little bit uppishly, but quite safely to the fielder at deep square leg. So I think just a single off the over. 15 overs gone, 67 for 1, Kaufman on 36, Webster will keep the strike on 27, Hammond there will be 2 overs, 1 for 5. And what I'll do is, James, you're going to have to keep talking for a minute because my co-commentator Luke is busy gassing. But if you'd just like to talk for a minute, he will come and do the ball bubble commentary, I'm sure, very shortly.
No problem. So yeah, we're obviously 67 now. The par score is 73 on DLS, so this is pretty ideally poised, really. Obviously, they need 7 and over on the required rate. So yeah, I mean, it becomes all about breaking this partnership, really, for Dumbleton now. And that one's just patted back to mid-on.
Sorry about that. Keith just, we were deep in conversation outside, and Keith just, well, he didn't tap me on the shoulder, he literally grabbed me out my seat, but there we go.
Well, we all need a bit shaking sometimes, from time to time.
Yeah, going on nicely, these two. As in comes Hammond, and that's attempted drive off the pad and out into the offside. Similar pattern to the first innings, this, isn't it? In that they lost an early wicket, they've built up a nice partnership of over 50, And I said to you off air when you walked in the box, this has got the feel of it's going to go to the last over.
It's amazing how often these games go right to the wire. I mean, 40 over cricket I still think is a great format for this level.
Hammond in bowled up in the air, and it's going to clear the fielder. They're going to get just the one, but that's the first real chance offered in a few overs there. First real false shot as well.
Yeah, Webster, he's had a bit of a swing at the last few balls, as if he started to get a bit frustrated. He's 28 or 47, which isn't terrible. You know, they're building a platform, but it's almost as if he feels he has to up the ante here, and he's played a few sort of intemperate swipes, I would say, if I was being old school. Yeah, it's interesting phase now.
Yeah, run rate's gone up to just over 7 as well, as that's flicked away nicely by Kaufman. He gets a single.
You know, Kaufman, as I said before, he's played a lot of minor counties cricket for Oxfordshire and Beds. I think he will just keep going. Well, we'll see if commentators curse famously, but I think he's probably going to try and carry on the way he's going and just try and build and nudge it around, because he'd have played a lot of cricket and he'd have seen pretty much every scenario really in cricket to this point.
Webster on strike. He's clubbing that one away into the square leg, and it's fielded for one more onto 70. He needs somebody to go big again and get 100 to kind of get this target, and they're going along nice, but at the minute they're not dealing in many boundaries, are they? They've been solid without really clubbing the runs. I mean, it felt like Dumbleton were getting a boundary and over, despite it being quite tight at times. That's off the pad.
Well, they've obviously got Hammond on at the right end, because from what we can see, he's bowling sort of in-duckers to the right-hander, and I suppose that's to the longer boundary. So they've obviously got him on at the right end, and they're sort of managing to just about clog up the boundaries on this shorter side, which is where the game becomes, you know, as we all know from playing club cricket, you know, it all becomes all about the dimensions of an unusually shaped ground, and we got one of those today.
Yeah, leg by off that last delivery, so 4 off the last over. The worm is spectacular. It was at one stage looking like Foxton had maybe nudged ahead. It's kind of level again.
Yeah.
As I say, required run rate 7's a big ask, isn't it?
It is, but you know, as long as you don't let it get to much above 7 or 8, you know, I think you're in a reasonable position. You know, you don't want it to be spiralling much more, really.
Thought the pigeon was going to fly straight into the box, and it's just landed just in front of us, and it's trotting away now, and that one's pulled away down towards the boundary, and it's gone for 4. Good shot pulled away there by Kaufman off the first ball of Holland's new spell.
I mean, anything short from that end, from the pavilion end, with a boundary this short, is you're in trouble, really. If it's short and not too far outside off stump, you know, the batter's going to be looking to try and work it around the corner, and that is a really short boundary down there. So, you know, you've got to be so disciplined bowling from that pavilion end in this fixture, really.
Yeah, here he is again, running away from those members sat in the pavilion. It's into Kaufman. It's a fuller delivery. So Kaufman's been promoted up the order to score quickly, which is what he has. He's overtaken Webster easily. Webster's just going sedately along, 29 off 48. Kaufman's 41 off 47. So he's looking to score quickly. Maybe needs a few more boundaries.
To me, the game, it'll be interesting to see what Dumbleton have got in terms of spinners, because, you know, so often we see it in club cricket, spin is crucial, and it'll be interesting to see what they've got.
That's cut away nice and beating the fielder. That will be a boundary. Good shot by Kaufman there, rocking off the back foot there, and cutting it past the man at gully for a boundary.
That was a lovely shot. He picked up the length. I mean, that was short, but not that short, and it was beautifully sort of cuffed off the back foot. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Just looking at the replay there, if Holland landed a bit awkwardly, he seems to be hobbling away slightly. Seems okay as he gets the ball back, but he didn't look entirely comfortable there after he'd delivered that. Here he is now running in. Seems okay as he runs in and fires that down leg side for a wide. Takes the score into 80 for 1.
You know, he's quite tall. He's got a lot of things going for him. Holland, he's just got to probably slightly adjust that length. I think that was a bit fuller, that one, but he has dropped a little bit short the last few balls. He's got to make sure he really hits a good length, I think, to Kaufman, because it seems to be he's feasting on anything short at the moment, vaguely short.
That's Kaufman going for a quick single. He's going to test the fielder's arm, and he's really quickly run there that the fielder didn't even have to test his arm. There was no point in throwing at the stumps, so another single. Run rate is down now below 7, and that's just what they need. They got 2 fours in the over. They maybe just need a couple of boundaries in over, and then try and catch the singles as well. It's a bit of a conflab out in the middle. The ball's thrown again to Holland. He's just starting his run up from the circle, coming up past the umpire and bowls to the left-handed Webster, who just dabs that down in front of him and again takes another single.
So much. I know we can sort of overdo this slightly, but so much goes into a club season for any club. But you've got obviously your league campaign, and then Foxton had a trip to Cornwall to Granta Road for their semi-final. It's incredible commitment shown by all these cricketers, and it all comes down to this really. And I know it's a bit of a cliche, but it comes down to just somebody just putting their hand up and playing that really crucial innings now.
Yeah, here's Holland in bowls and swept away, and a wide's been given in the end. I'm not sure if he got anything on that, if his bat hit the ground, but it's a wide added to the total, 84 for 1, and it's 83 for 1, sorry. And it's a bit like, I suppose, going to Cornwall, it's like football in a way, these long trips, isn't it? You go to Cornwall and get a win's a massive result, really, isn't it?
It's massive, yeah. It's like if you're Newcastle going to Plymouth Argyle or something. Yeah. What's the longest trip in the country?
It's probably something like that, especially in the Premier League, Newcastle to Southampton. That's driven.
I know Plymouth's in Devon, obviously, for everyone who's listening. Yeah. We all know Plymouth's in Devon, but it's right on the border anyway, so there you go.
Next, the final ball of the over was just driven, and it's a dot ball. So 83 for 1 after 17. 3 overs until the drinks break here on Live Sports FM. It's Dumbleton against Foxton Granta in the Voneus Village Cup final. Dumbleton won the toss, elected to bat, made 240. And if you want to get in touch, you can do. We're on X at Live Sports FM, and we're on Facebook on Live Sports FM, and we're on the YouTube stream as well, so make sure you send us a comment on there.
Just reflecting on, obviously, 14-year-old Sweeting keeping wicket. We've spoken about it quite a lot already, but I think still the youngest English first-class cricketer. I mean, I know Farhan Ahmed played in recent weeks, but Barney Gibson played for Yorkshire, I think, at about 15. So, it's not completely unheard of for a young wicketkeeper to come in and play a good level of cricket, but it's still incredible to think that a 14-year-old, as I say, he can't have been keeping to genuine pace bowling for many years. So, it's quite something.
Yeah, Brabham's coming on from this end, from the nursery end.
Here we go.
But yeah, I mean, he batted quite well. He's taken his cap off as Sweeting, and that one's from Brabham's played out into the offside. He wanted a single, didn't get it. But Sweeting, he was in with Garrett, wasn't he? And he sort of stuck around for him really well, got off the mark with a lovely shot. His wicket keeping's really good, considering he's 14 and the pace of balls coming through. His wicket keeping's been really good, and in a Lord's final, I suppose it's the exuberant of Ruth. He's not showing any nerves whatsoever. That's been hit on the pad, it looked quite high. It was a half-hearted appeal. Umpire again shook his head straight away and just signals leg by. Yeah,
the more I think about it, the more this is going to come down to what have they got in terms of spin bowling, because actually for keepers as well, having done a little bit of it at club level, or admittedly not as quite as good a level as this, but yeah, here we are, standing up to the stumps already now. So when the spinners come on, he'll have a crucial role to play, stood up to them as well, if they bring the spinners on. We haven't seen any yet, I don't think.
Yeah, no, we haven't. No, and it's a case of you feel like they might feel that's the time to try and go after them as well. So that's when the wickets could tumble, or they could get the runs. That one's Not sure if he got an edge off that. I know he tried to leave it. I don't know if it came off the bottom of the bat. It's gone through for a couple. What's the umpire going to signal?
I think
buys. So it was missed everything.
No, was that a no ball?
Or was it?
I think that was a no ball.
Oh yeah, it was a no ball. Yeah, the arm came out, and then he did actually get a nice little bottom edge on that one as well. So runs conceded there by Brabham. Not only was it a no ball, they ran through for 2 as well.
Well, it's a good name for a Formula 1 driver, Brabham, so we'll
Yeah.
see what he's got in terms of... Sorry, I was going to use a terrible joke about pace there, but...
Yeah. It comes in with a bit of pace, and there was a swish there by Kaufman, who's sliced that, edged it through Slippy, through the kitchen sink, it was fair to say, that one, and that's moved him on to 48, 92 for 1. He's 2 away from his half-century, Kaufman.
Yes, I mean, I suppose they'll be assessing at drinks where they are, won't they? But if these two are still there, they'll feel they're in a very good position, I think, now. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
Actually, it was wide. He didn't touch it. It looked like he'd edged that, but it must have swung away loads.
Right.
That's why. Yeah. Wow, we got some swing on that one, and that one's straighter off the bat that time, and round the corner for a single. So Kaufman does move on to 49. It swung a lot that the way he played it. I thought he'd.
I suppose he does look like he's got a sort of natural away swing action, this lad, Brabham. You know, he's got that sort of slightly open-chested action.
Yeah, here is Brabham in, bowls, and that's just played forward by Webster, just being watchful. He's happy to just kind of just hold up one end in a way, isn't he?
I think, yeah, I think Kaufman, I mean, we're not out there, we can't, there's no stump mics available for us,
No.
but I wouldn't be surprised if he's had a little word with him and just said, look, make sure you're there at drinks, you know, at halfway.
You don't want to eat up too many balls though, just trying to defend.
No.
He's forward with that one and hit back to Brabham. Oh, there could be a run out, there's a mix up, it's thrown to the wicket keeper's end, and I think he's just made it back, Webster, in the end. He hit it back to the bowler. I'm not sure if it was a drop chance or not. I'll look on the replay now. But then he scampered off for a single, and no, it wasn't a drop chance, but it was a good stop. And Kaufman wasn't for moving. It was thrown to the wicketkeeper's end. A bit of a wide throw in the end. If it had been on target, he might have been struggling. As it was, because it was a wide throw, he managed to make his ground, Webster.
Yeah, but I mean, I must say that was a pretty good turning circle there from Webster.
Yeah.
It was not the fabled articulated lorry. He actually did that pretty quickly.
Yeah, he did a handbrake turn there. Brabham in, bowls. Talking of handbrake turns, it's Brabham bowling and off the back foot.
We promise we will.
Yeah.
We will lay off the motorsport references.
We've got a lot of Aussies listening in. Well, not Aussies, but people out in Australia. So
right.
Yeah, there's I think half of Foxton Granta are out in various parts of the world. But I must say the crowd's been good today. When I was walking around, it felt busier than it has at other finals.
Really? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think maybe I don't know. I mean, obviously Foxton in particular is quite close. It's not a million miles away, and it's nice to get walk-ups at Lords as well. You know, it's quite a reasonable day out this as well. You know, it's a good day out for everyone. One of the last chances to see cricket at Lords this summer. So, you know, you always hope on this day, especially from our perspective at the cricketer, that we'll get people just coming in curious to watch. And yeah, it's great.
Yeah, he's coming back on. Is Ollie Horn.
Okay, this is interesting.
Bowled a good first spell. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 23. Bit unlucky not to get a wicket. Into Webster, and he's just again feathered that down to third man. Gets a single.
Yeah, interesting. To bring the opening bowler back already, you know, is a little bit surprising. But maybe they feel they could just nip one out with a bit of movement before drinks.
Yeah, Lewis Rollinson's a spinner. They can use him, as is Thompson.
Yep.
So they've not used him as yet. Oh, Lydia's here.
Yeah, well,
Lydia
I think I know when my time is up.
Yeah.
It's probably now.
That's a wide down the leg side. We'll let you do this over.
Yeah, oh, thank you. Wonderful. Yeah, so Horn's back on now, and he's obviously no slips now in at all. So it's just it's young Sweeting there, just waiting for that edge on his own. So we'll see what Horn can do. He's in and he bowls.
Oh, I swung away. Oh, is that in the air? Is it? No, it's on. I've lost fight of that. It's gone for 4.
Oh, it's a hell of a
Fielder
shot.
lost sight of it. And it's 4. Yeah, 4 through the covers.
That's his 50.
That's his 50 as well. Yeah, points to the pavilion. And yeah, great shot. It's funny that side, it must be difficult to pick up the ball because there was one in the Dumbleton in his way, it went for 6 and he ran the wrong way at first. We just lost the ball completely then. It was a nice drive, but after it left the bat we were struggling, weren't we?
Yeah, he threw everything at that Kaufman. That was a really full-blooded shot and that raced away.
Yeah, he's hit that in the air as well, hasn't he? It's one bounce, here's Horning again and forward this time. And that's brought up the 100 as well for Foxton Granta. So Kaufman 53 off 54, 5 4s, 2 6s.
Yeah, he's looking really ominous here. I mean, he's showing all his years of experience really here, and they'll be really cock-a-hoop in the dressing room if he can get through to drinks now.
Yeah, here is Horn in bowls, and Kaufman didn't really know where that would gone. It squared him up, but he manages to scamper through for a single. And that is not quite the end of the over. There's 1 ball left to come. 101 for 1. 140 needed with 128 balls left.
And that ball is still, I've just noticed that from Horn, that one was still tailed in. It is still swinging, but you do wonder, we haven't seen any, banging on about it, but we haven't seen any spin yet, and I think that could be crucial.
Yeah, the clouds have certainly come in since the start. And that's played and missed and dropped by Sweeting. So even if he had edged it, I think he would have been. He wouldn't have been out. Still got. Yeah, because we had a wide earlier on. We've still got another ball left of this over. And then we'll bring in Lydia Greenway. Shouts of come on Ollie as he comes up to the crease, bowls bit quicker that one, and that's in the air, cut out towards us, but just the one in the end.
It's been a pleasure, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. And we'll bring in Lydia Greenway, still an ambassador for the Village Cup. Hello Lydia, we meet again.
I know, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Nice to be here.
A year ago today we were.
Absolutely.
I was butchering your name, getting it wrong and everything, calling you all sorts. And here we are again. 102 for 1, interesting chase, isn't it?
It is. I felt at the halfway stage, obviously posted that 240 mark, 6 and over, which shorter format of the game we feel is very, very doable, but obviously when the game's extended as it is, 40 overs aside, it just makes it slightly more tricky. But you have to say, they're not making it a bad start here, Foxton Granta. Got a nice little partnership forming after they lost that first wicket.
Yep, so here comes Brabham then, up to the wicket, bowls, and that's down leg side, another wide. We're saying, Lydia, it was similar to the first innings, really, wasn't it? Where Dumbleton lost an early wicket, then built up a really big partnership.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's what you have to do, because I guess that whether they've played each other or not before, you would hope after the opening bowlers, maybe even the first change bowlers, there might be opportunity to really try and put some of their bowlers under pressure.
Oh, that's up in the air, and that is going to be 6. It's a big shot there from Webster. We've not really seen that from Webster. He's very sort of obdurate and just kind of stuck in there, but he's gone, do you know what, drinks are coming up, I've had enough of this. Smacked it for 6 and drops in the crowd this time, oh dear. I'll update you on the cricket scores shortly. But that was a big shot, that, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Lovely pick up. Short side as well. Might see a bit more of that, trying to target it.
Here's Brabham in, bowls to Webster, hit on the pad and throws himself back in to make sure he's back in his ground there. Stop Brabham maybe throwing down the stump. So England women are 123 for 2 over in Ireland. And there's no play at Old Trafford in the T20. Don't start, by the way. It's been nice in Manchester the last few days. Ever since the Test match, it's hardly rained, but there we go. Do you know what? Whenever there's no cricket there, it's fine. And when there's cricket, it just decides to rain. So Here's Brabham up to the wicket, bowls, and Webster nice off the back foot, cutting that away. And that is through for another single. In 2015, Foxton were lucky to play in the centre wicket due to a 3-day finish in a county game. One of the rare finals not on the edge of the square. So the pigeons have arrived. I don't know if they sense there's food around, but they've both perched on here. I thought one was going to fly in before, but yeah, they're just happy enough to be trotting around in front of us on the balcony. That one's left alone outside off stump from Brabham, and well, good lead by Kaufman.
It was last year, wasn't it? The pitch was way over on the other side where all the spectators were. It was slightly warmer as well from memory.
Yeah,
year.
it was warm this morning, and it's warm pitch side. It's just because we're higher up, it blows in. But yeah, the sun's on that end as well because the crowd are over there, or were over there. But they've moved the square over here, which is better for us because you can hear all the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Brabham fires that one down leg side, another wide signalled. And how's the year been for you then, Lydia?
Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, it's been busy. I was at Edgbaston yesterday for finals day. Gloucestershire obviously managed to...
That was a rowdy final, Gloucestershire Somerset.
No, it was brilliant.
Here's Brabham in and just nicely nurdled into the third man region by Kaufman. Yeah, it looked good, that. Yeah, I imagine it was quite a raucous atmosphere.
It was. There
Lots
was,
of cider. I think they sold out of cider last time those two were in the final, so I'm guessing it was dry again by the end.
Yeah, the cider decider is what we decided to call it. But yeah, there's plenty of fancy dress on show, which was very impressive.
Here's Brabham in and play and a miss and an offside wide this time signalled. So another one added to the total, and this is all adding up. It's quite a long over this from Brabham. He's going to bowl his 9th ball of the over very, very shortly. And yeah, well, as we're coming up to drinks, I'll have a proper chat with you about the Village Cup in a minute. We've got 2 balls before drinks. Here is Brabham in. He's hit on the pad. I think there's a slight inside edge as well, and he scampered through for a single. Still one more remains, so we're going to have a 10 ball over.
It's like the 100, 10 balls in a row.
13 wides in this innings, apparently Keats informed me. So there we go, bit wasteful. Here's Brabham in again to bowl. He just takes a step forward, Kaufman, and then just guides it out into the onside. Gets through for a single, 116 for 1 then, chasing 241 to win. And that is Drinks. Webster 41 out of 61 deliveries. Kaufman 56 out off 58. The 1 man out was Rice LBW for a duck to Martin, and these two going along nicely. They need 125 to win off just 120, so kind of almost getting to run a ball territory now.
Yeah, absolutely, and with wickets in hand as well, it's obviously crucial when you're getting towards the back end of a run chase. And I think the thing that will help them is this short boundary here. They're in a position where they can pick really when they want to go, if they want to get a big over in, to try and release that pressure, because I wouldn't imagine they would want to win this game in the 39th or 38th over. I'm sure they'd be keen to try and get it done without there being too much pressure on them or panic.
We said early on, it could be going all the way. It's a bit like last year, I think. It went down to the last over, and that was quite an exciting finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
So we could see it again, and especially chasing 240. It's somebody pointed out, actually, it's the same as the World Cup final here, when New Zealand made 240, and then it was a tied game. But obviously, the least wickets lost wins this game rather than having a super over.
Oh, is that how it works? Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. I asked the question before and Keith nodded, so I'll take that as gospel. But in terms of the year for you, how's it been following the Village Cup around?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been as ever. It's brilliant to see the number of teams that have entered. I think it's been up at around the 350 mark this season, and obviously it's been around a number of years as well. I think the first year was back in 1972, so it's been going for a long time, and it just shows that the demand for village cricket is as strong as ever, and more importantly, I think it's what it brings to the people involved in the club, not just the players. Obviously, great opportunity for them. They're the ones who are playing out in the middle at Lords, but it's everyone involved at the cricket clubs who, as we both know, do so much for clubs. The volunteers, the coaches, the people behind the scenes. So, yeah, this is obviously the highlight. But I think to see how the group stages have progressed has been brilliant.
Where's your favourite place you've been this year then? I know you went down to Cornwall last year.
I did, yes, I did. And that was, I've been to Cornwall, was in Oxfordshire as well earlier in the year. And then I was up north as well, a very long way. And yeah, every single club, they of course have their differences in terms of how they're run and who runs them, but there's so many similarities in the way that they operate. You know, the people that do the grounds, they do everything else as well behind the scenes. So yeah, it's great when you see community sports clubs come together.
I just want to ask you about Charlie Garrett's 100 before. Yes. What an innings that was.
It was, yeah. I thought he paced it brilliantly. And the youngster as well, who came out at the end. What was he?
Yeah,
14-year-old.
He's a wicketkeeper Sweeting. Yeah, he's 14. And calm, wasn't he?
He was really calm, and he was obviously keen to get off strike himself. Garrett was on 99, and he did it so calmly. Just got off strike and let his teammate get himself to 100. So yeah, he showed a lot of maturity. But yeah, Garrett himself played exceedingly well.
And he's wicket keeping as well, and he's kept really well. So
yeah, he has.
Rob's feeling under pressure. Somebody a few years younger than him's wicket keeping really well. That's played away, misfield at Gully. Is it going to get down to the boundary? This field is converging on it. He split them both. So good start after drinks by Cuffman. Sometimes the worst time for a batsman is drinks. You lose concentration, but he didn't lose concentration there. Carved away nicely for 4.
Yeah, a bit of a misfield there at point. And even with it going up the slope, the outfield is still so finely cut that it will race away.
You can tell Cuffman's played for Oxfordshire as well in the past. As next delivery is pulled away. That is going to go for 6 into the mound stand. 126 for 1, and Cuffman's, well, they've obviously got the hurry up after drinks because he's come out and hit 10 off the first 2, hasn't he?
Yeah, it was a shorter delivery. Got into position early, that traditional back and across, and just sort of swiveled with it. And again, that short side boundary, which I think we're going to see that come into play even more.
Hammond had only gone for 7 off his first 2. He's already gone for 10 in this one, and Cuffman again pulls it away. I think the fielder's going to pull this one in. They're going to get at least 2 though. So 128 for 1. So the runs to win is less than balls required now. So we were just speculating before, because there are a couple of spinners in this lineup for Dumbleton. They haven't used spin yet.
No, it's an interesting call, is it? Whether they're worried about the short side, but they can bowl from the media centre end to make sure that they're not going to be punished.
Yeah, only 5 and over required now as well. That is a dot ball, a rare one in this over. 12 so far off Hammond's 4 deliveries.
Although in saying that, they've obviously got the left-hand, right-hand combination, so either end that the spinner comes on, they're going to be exposed to being hit to that short side.
Which is why I think they sprayed it a bit, haven't they?
Yeah, it's hard to know the line. Yeah, definitely. There's a bit of overcompensation just then as well.
That is just tucked down in front of him, and a dot ball. Pigeons look very hungry today. They must sense there's food in here. They've been scouring this box for the last hour. There's only fruit. I don't think they'll want the fruit. Yeah, they won't want the fruit.
Bit of chocolate up there, Whisper.
Oh, that's my chocolate. Feel free to have some after. I brought that in. That's swept away by Kaufman, and that is 4. Nice shot again. He's getting his eye in now. We said before about how Garrett was seeing it like a beach ball. He's starting to see it well, especially as when Garrett was batting, it was a lot sunnier. The clouds had come over a bit now. You think there'd be a bit more swing, but it doesn't seem to be affecting him.
No, absolutely not. And that over there by Hammond just sort of demonstrated how you can get confused sometimes as to what the best line is to bowl. Obviously, you want to bowl as straight as you can, but when you are bowling from the pavilion end and you're being hit to that shorter side, you can't afford to be too straight. So he bowled one ball which went for a boundary. Then his follow-up ball was a short and wide delivery because he was trying to keep it away from the swinging arc. So, yeah, here at Lords, the dimensions can do funny things.
That's Lydia Greenway here with us. We're on Live Sports FM. You can tweet us at Live Sports FM on X, and we're on Facebook, and also we're on YouTube. And you can send us a message on the chat there. Send a question for Lydia if you want. Well, we've got time with her. And on is coming Stewart, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. His first delivery is a dot ball. Met enthusiastically by applause from the crowd below us. Webster on strike. He's a shuffly little bowler, is Stewart. Slow to medium. And they're going to get a single. There's a bit of a mix-up. There's going to be a run-out, isn't there? No, there isn't. And wrong end, yeah. Stewart's arms outstretched going, what's going on there? And they do manage to get through for a single in the end. So 1-3-3 for one.
Yeah, the run-out was on at the non-striker's end, but unfortunately the fielder threw it to the keeper's end.
Yeah. It's interesting. Here's Stewart in, bowls. Just a bit of a loopy one, and well fielded there by Horn, diving away. The big fast bowler. And in the women's T20, I'll give you an update on that. That one's clipped away for a couple. Webster's edging towards his 50 now. He's on to 44 off 64. Now, next delivery's at a dot. One, 3, 6 for one. Where's your money then, Lydia? Is it? I suppose. Well, it's got to be with Foxton Granta with when the runs required down to less than a ball. As Stewart comes in and forward is Webster.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the position that they're in, it's theirs to lose, really. They're only 1 wicket down. Brilliant partnership between these two. So Dumbleton need to find something special. They need to find a couple of quick wickets, ideally. Try and put the squeeze on and create a bit of panic within the Foxton Granta changing room, but at the moment they're looking really, really comfortable.
Yeah, end of the over. 1-3-6 for one. And England are 1-3-4 for four, so they've lost a couple of wickets. Oh, that's big again. 6 over square leg, and Rob's just come out looking at where it is. Catch taken, Rob? Is it in the crowd? No? Oh, okay. 6 added anyway from Cuffman. He's edging towards 100 as well. 1-4-2 for one. Yes, in that T20, Tammy Beaumont made 40. Schofield has just got out for 34. Adams is a not-out batsman currently, so there's 4 overs remaining in that one. Big shot though for 6. As in comes Hammond again, bowls, and that's edged away. You wonder if this will be Hammond's last over, because he's gone for a few in the last. He's currently on for 30 off his 3. The last couple of overs they've really gone after him a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know how much depth they've got in terms of what other options they have to turn to within their bowling lineup.
The 2 spinners are really young, but obviously as we've seen with Sweeting. It's not a big issue being young at the minute. That's played away nicely for another single.
Yeah, they got Aaron Thompson.
Yeah,
Spinner.
He's he bowls leggies.
Leggy.
They need to do something, because at the minute it's they're comfortably going to get to the total. Foxton, that's hit away again into the milestone for 6 more. Clean as a whistle, down on one knee for 6, and he moves on to 86 now.
Yeah, this is tough for Hammond. These last few deliveries, he's just got to try and get out of the over. You'd imagine by doing that, he's got to try and go full and wide, try and aim for that wide line, but that is always so much easier said than done, because if you get it wrong, then you're going to be bowling another ball.
Absolutely smoked it. 150 comes up as well as Hammond in again, and he tries to smack that again. Doesn't get as much on it, but he does get through for a single. Banana Brooks has sent us a message saying, what was your most satisfying personal performance for England?
Oh, good question. I think it would have been in an Ashes series. We had a multi-format series where we have a test match, T20s and ODIs.
Here's Hammond around the wicket now to the left-hander, and that is smacked away. Fielders underneath it, one bounce in front of him though, and he gets through for 1. Webster.
And it's done on a point system, so if you win an ODI or a T20 you get 2 points, and then obviously a test match, I think it's 4 points if you win the test match. But I was lucky enough to have a good innings down at what was the Aegeus Bowl in a T20 match to help win the game. So that would be my personal, I guess, performance that sticks in my mind. But yeah, there's a lot of games which have been good fun as well.
An England women's team, they're done okay again this year, haven't they?
Oh, they've done really well. Yeah, they've had a great summer. Obviously going to the World Cup. Well, they're already out in Abu Dhabi.
Here's Stewart in, bowls a new over, outside off stump, offside wide signalled, 153 for 1.
They've got a couple of weeks out in Abu Dhabi before they go over to Dubai. The World Cup was meant to be in Bangladesh, but because of the politics it was moved.
Stewart bowls, and he was forward there, Webster, and just managed to keep his foot in to avoid the stumping, just kept it in there as he stretched forward. And yeah, we'll get your thoughts on what you think the chances are at the end of this over, because Stewart's racing through this one. It's a bit dibbly-dobbly as he bowls that one, and off the back foot goes Webster onto 47. And Cuffman again, he's 87 off just 69 deliveries, and he's looking to get the second 100 of this final. Stewart bowling forward comes Cuffman, very sort of correct forward defensive shot there.
That can be demoralising as a bowler, can't it, when you see that solid defence?
After he's smacking it, you know he's like got that
absolutely.
sorted as well. So 100 balls remain, 99 remain now, 87 required. Cuffman just plays it forward. It could be a chance for a run out, and again he wasn't sure which end to go for. I think the fielder, he kind of had his arms outstretched there, and maybe a missed opportunity there, but through goes Cuffman onto 88. 150 partnership between these two as well. As in comes Stewart, bowls, and that's a huge shot from Webster. He moves on to 49 with that one, and again into the mound stand. In fact, that's he's 50 actually. My apologies. He moves on to 53 with that. 71 deliveries. He's held that end up very well, and now he's starting to open his arms a bit, the captain, and he'll want to be there and see them home.
Yeah, absolutely. He enjoyed that one. There was a bit of a flourish of the bat, and he held the pose as well. Nice way to bring up the 50.
Stewart in again, bowls, and another big one into the mound stand. Same result, same ball, same result. 6 runs again to Webster, and again he's absolutely smoked that. And well, Dumbleton are struggling a little bit here, aren't they?
Yeah, they certainly are, and I guess it just shows perhaps when you're looking for someone to do something special, at the moment that's the situation that they're in, because Foxton Granta are running away with it at the moment. So they need to try and keep their energy up though. Still believe. We can just see the run rate comparison, and that Foxton Granta wiggly worm is sort of gone straight up, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's Webster's wagon wheel all round this the square, really, mainly onto the onside. But well, we said this might be close. It's actually, the way it's looking, it might not be that close. Although they are turning to spin finally now. Thompson is going to come on from the pavilion end. Quickly, Lydia, how do you think they'll do in the World Cup?
I think they've got a good chance. Yeah, everyone will say that Australia will be favourites, but I think England will be okay with that. But yeah, the way that they've been playing recently, I genuinely think they've got a great chance of winning it. T20 format as well.
Here's Thompson in, bowls his first delivery, and off the back foot goes Cuffman, down for a single. So he moves on to 89.
It'll be interesting how they all cope with the heat out in Dubai. I think it's around 40 degrees at the moment.
Yeah, I went
slightly cooler than here.
I've been to Dubai in October and it can be 45 during the day. And you're sweating even in the swimming pool, believe me. So, yeah, I assume most of the games will take place early evening.
Yes, yeah, they're in Sharjah and Dubai. Yeah, it's days like this you appreciate the English conditions.
Yeah, yeah, we're glad to get home. Here's Thompson into Webster, who just calmly just plays it back to Thompson. Here's Thompson in, bowls, full toss, and knocked away by Webster. And another single. I think you're heading off shortly, are you, Lydia?
Yeah, just keen to make sure everyone else gets on comms.
Yeah, well,
it's coming to the business end now, isn't it?
3 balls, and then we'll have a double swap, I think. Here's Thompson in, bowls, and flicked around the corner by Kaufman. We can get Keith on commentary for another century potentially as well. That's another single. Kaufman into 90 now. 170 for 1. Webster on 60. Facing Thompson in, bowls, and just nicely forward. Good forward defensive, showing the maker's name there to Thompson. So here we go, final ball of Thompson's first over then, bowls, tosses that one up, driven by Webster, but again to the fielder, and maybe that's what Dumbleton need, just a couple of tight overs from the spinners.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's right to have a change as well. They have to try something different, so hopefully it will pay off for them. But that was a good first over.
Well, Keith's going to come in now, I think, with, I don't know, whoever he wants really, but thanks again, Lydia, and yeah, here we are then, 170 for 1 here on Live Sports FM.
Just put the microphones on, yes. 170 for 1, that's the Foxton Granta score with 15 overs left. Keith Higgins and Rich Dean will now take you through the next part of the commentary. And my life's ambition of commentating with Lydia Greenway has been nipped in the bud yet again.
Oh no. Do we want to get Lydia back for 1 over?
See if she'll just do 1 over.
Lydia, do you want to do 1 over? No. This man.
The first ball is left alone. Just 1 over, Lydia, just to... Then I can say I've commentated with an Ashes winning cricketer. Thanks ever so much, and thank you for your support coming along today. You were busy yesterday, the T20 finals,
yeah, it
I
was
believe.
Such a great day, it really was.
So I really appreciate you coming in. Just the 1 over.
Yeah, no, it's
and then
no
I can tick a box.
I enjoy it. It's great. It's good fun.
No, we love having you here. It's a really, really great day. As Ross Martin has come back into the attack. Obviously, Dumbleton seeing the game moving away from themselves as his next ball to Richard Kaufman, who's on 90, is played to mid-off for no runs. But yes, while you were commentating, the game was really moving away from Dumbleton, and Foxton Granta really in charge, weren't they?
I mean, it was brilliant the way the two batters just decided to go, actually. Obviously the short side, I know I've mentioned it a few times, but as a bowler, if you bowl too straight, you're going to get punished.
Just watch as Martin comes in again and Corbin goes for the big drive but doesn't time it, and he goes straight to mid-on for no runs. No, I mean, I'm the level of batting today. I mean, I'm sure you saw some of Charlie Garrett's 100, and I thought that was superb for any level of cricket. And Richard Kaufman the same, the way he plays the ball so late. Somebody likened it to Joe Root.
Yes,
just waiting and watching the ball from under his eyes. No, I've been real privileged today. I think some of the batting, the whole cricket all round's been very good as Martin tries to come in, and Kaufman does what he's done so many times, just dabs the ball under his eyes, plays it down towards third man, but they're still sharp in the field, Dumbleton, and the fielder running round there from backward point just to make sure that it's just a single. But Kaufman moves into 91, 172 for 1.
It's a shame there has to be a loser on this day, isn't it?
Well, we got to, particularly we do get 2 century makers. I don't want to put the jinx on Richard Kaufman, but if he does get to a century, because that will be, in fact, I'm sure it'll be the first time. I'm sure looking at, this will be the first time there's been 2 centuries in a Voneus Finnish Cup final. Also, they're nice for Adam Webster. He played for Foxton 9 years ago when they reached here, and they got 230, chasing 250. That's going to be a wide. So I'm sure he's been waiting a long time to make up for lost time.
Well, Dumbleton, they won it before, haven't they? Did they win it back in
2 years
2022?
ago?
Yes.
But ironically, they scored 241 that day, and they got 240 today.
Consistent, at least.
And Ross Martin, who's bowling now, was man of the match, but for his bowling, 4 for 12 he took in his 8 overs. Not quite the same figures today, as next ball is left outside the off stump by Adam Webster and goes through to the keeper.
But you guys do a lot of the games, don't you?
We do as many as we can, sort of up and down the country. It's club cricket, it's the grassroots cricket, and that's what we love. We love supporting that, and 1 or 2 of the sides local to us, and I'll give them a shout out. White Waltham and Raysbury have sort of embraced us. I know Luke as well has got some local teams that have supported him as the next ball to Webster is driven, and slight misfield there, and it's gone through, unfortunately. I think it was Ollie Horn in misfield, and he's gone through for 4. Probably the first misfield of the day, I think, and Webster gets 4, takes him on to 64, 177 for 1. Is that the pressure telling? Or was that just the occasional, just one of those things? But fortunately a misfield there, and has gone through for 4 runs.
It's a horrible feeling, isn't it?
3 years ago there was a drop catch near the end, Lydia, and we've all felt for the poor fielder. It's the next ball, last ball of Ross Martin's 7th over, and just prodded gently into the leg side by Adam Webster for a single. Takes him on to 65, 178 for 1 at the end of the 26th over. Lydia, you are allowed to go now.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
The pleasure has been ours. Thank you so much.
much.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
I look forward to hearing you. What's your next commentaries before you go?
Next week we've got the Metrobank One Day Cup final up at Trent Bridge. So it should be a good one.
I'm sure you'll tune into the people will tune into the appropriate channel to hear your dulcet tones.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia, very much indeed. Okay, hello, 178 for 1. Kaufman on 91, Webster on 65. And it's going to be Aaron Thompson to come and bowl his leg spin from the pavilion end. Comes in, bowls to Webster, and Webster flat drives that diving stop across. We'll just keep it down to the single. Webster on to 65, 66, 179 for 1. And even though the sun's gone in, Rich Dean has joined us, and Rich has got his sunglasses on. Can you see all right, Rich?
I can't see without them.
Sorry, I'll put your mic on. You can't see without them, all right. Anyway, Thompson comes in, bowls, and that swung into the leg side. It was dropped on the boundary there. It didn't seem to get any elevation, and it was to the fielder at mid-wicket, just in front of us here. We couldn't quite see it, but the ball was spilled. Let off there just when Dumbleton needed the wicket. Don't see who the fielder was. We'll check it. I don't like naming and shaming fielders who drop catches, but might be able to find out who that was in a minute as Kaufman steers the next ball into the leg side for a single. Takes him on to 92, 180 for 1. Young Thompson, 21 years old, bowling his leggies. Always like to see leg spin bowlers, rarities. 3-4 paces, twirls his arm over, and Webster steers that into the offside. And good piece of fielding on the boundary there, because he was well placed, and two of them had to dive across to make sure that he didn't go for the boundary. Need to save as many runs as they can. Just the 59 ones now needed for Foxton Granta to win. There were 5 for 1, 182 for 1 now. Thompson in again, tries to go around the leg side, and because it's down the leg side, umpires have got to be consistent. So wide. 183 for 1. Webster comes down and dry. That's a good drive, but again, good piece of fielding at fielder coming in for mid-off, dives across to make sure the ball doesn't get to the boundary and just restricts Webster to a single. Takes him on to 69. 184 for 1. Brings Kaufman on strike on 92. And he's gone for the big launch, and that's going to be a 6. Well, Charlie Garrett went through the 60s very quickly, and Richard Kaufman doing exactly the same thing there. 92 to 98 in one fell swoop. Just a little bit short, but he's got his eye in. He's a class batsman. Looks like we might be getting 2 centuries reached today. End of the 27th over, 190 for 1.
Wouldn't that be a fitting embodiment of this occasion to have 2 centurions on this stage? I mean, this has been, from what I've seen, a very technically correct innings. He doesn't look like he's forcing anything. It looks like the shots are coming
Same
naturally.
as Charlie Garrett.
Yeah,
no forcing at all, was there? It was just, I just love the way he plays the ball so late, sort of right under his eyes, isn't he, when he dabs the ball down?
The difference with this innings, though, is he doesn't have to accelerate from here.
No.
He's well set, he's in, he's looking like he's going to get his century. Commentator's curse, hopefully not in play here. But 98 not out from 79 deliveries, and it doesn't seem like he's forced it.
No, he's batting really well.
Very fine
and
innings
he's
indeed.
Raised lots of questions for Ross Martin, the Dumbleton captain, and poor old Ross hasn't been able to find the answers to it. He's decided to bowl himself out. He's going to bowl the last of his 8 allotted overs from the nursery end, bowling to his fellow captain Adam Webster. The first ball's outside the off stump and left alone, waiting for a wide signal there, but it's not coming, so a dot ball.
But looking such an organised player suggests that in his mind he's defined which shots he can play, which shots maybe he doesn't want to play, and he's done an extremely good job of piloting his side thus far here today.
Martin in again from the nursery end, bowls, gets through the defence of Webster in terms of his bat, but it was a long way forward. The ball hit his pad. Ross Martin was interested, but nobody else was, and the umpire certainly wasn't interested, not out.
And let's just remind ourselves, this is from a position of 5 for 1.
Yep.
This is an 185 partnership.
Well, I was thinking Ross Martin was going to do what he did to Calmore. You know, he got was it a maiden first over, got a wicket in his second over, and that one he just dropped short, and Webster just pummels it round. It's going to be 4. But he just swiveled. They must be seeing the ball like beach balls at the moment. The fielder on the boundary had no chance with that. Another 4 to Webster, takes him on to 73. And 94 for 1.
You can never veer in towards saying this game is done and dusted.
No, Rich, I remember you last year. Leeds and Broomfield have got this taped, I seem to remember you saying.
Yes, I know.
As Martin comes in, bowls, but now there's going to be a chance of a run out there. There was a bit of not the first time these two have miscommunicated. Webster in the end, Kaufman went back. I think he was sent back by Webster, and probably the wise decision. No need to take risks like that now.
But
that's no runs.
That's the intoxicating part about sport. It lulls you into a set of thinking that then can alter very quickly based on a few events occurring. So, yeah, who knows?
Martin again in bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Webster.
All we can say is we've seen some very fine cricket so far. Some brilliant batting, firstly, particularly from Garrett in the first innings. But this is a fantastic response to what I thought was an extremely challenging total.
Oh, it is a challenging total.
And I would
and
have
they've risen to the challenge.
I would have put Dumbleton well favourites in this game.
Yeah. Anyway, Martin's last ball of his 8 over spell comes in bowls, and his fellow captain, optic number Webster, just pats it back to him, and big round of applause for Ross Martin, but certainly not the match-winning figures that he had last time in the final 2 years ago. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. So at the end of the 28th over, 194 for 1. Webster on 73, Kaufman on 98. And if you look at the run rate, you can see how much ahead. They were behind, sort of around about the 5, 6, 7 over mark, but ever since then they've been ahead of the run rate of Foxton Granta, and great innings.
Preservation of wickets. If you keep wickets in hand, you've got a chance, haven't you?
You have. By the way, I hope there's a helicopter flying over. There's something in my... It's either that or there's a bee buzzing inside my head. I think it's a helicopter. So we've got Aaron Thompson coming in, 2 overs for 15 runs so far, and he's bowling from the pavilion end, and he'll be bowling to Richard Kaufman on 98. As Rich said, are we going to see 2 centuries today? Kaufman's so close. Thompson comes in, right arm leggy, bowls, and that should be it, because I think Kaufman will get 2 for this. The field hasn't got to the ball yet, and Kaufman will come back for his second run. Takes his helmet off, raises his bat to the Foxton Granta fans and to everybody else, to the pavilion, kisses his bat, big hug with Adam Webster. 100 off 80 balls, 7 4, 6 sixes. Well, it was a privilege to watch Charlie Garrett earlier, just as equally a privilege to watch Richard Kaufman back today, Rich.
And how unique that there's 2 Centurions in the same game, in the same final. That's probably unprecedented, I would have thought. And Kaufman tomorrow can go back to the Lees School, where he is head of cricket, and he can feel very, very happy to pass on his knowledge.
Yeah,
to
do you have a good weekend, sir? Yeah, not too bad, thanks, as he steers the next ball into the onside and gets a single. Yeah, I can imagine the conversation with his pupils. What was your weekend like, sir? Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, got 100 at Lords.
But as we were saying, he got a 58 in the quarter final.
He did.
And,
yeah.
that was a good innings then, but obviously that's been totally usurped by this.
He has. The next ball, Adam Webster steers into the offside and slightly off a thick outside edge, but doesn't matter because there's a short boundary. I think the fielder just got there in time. Our views obscured by the stand, but I think he just got there in time. It's a 4.
4 runs.
This is 4 runs for Webster, so the fielder didn't quite get there in time. We were going to bring Kevin Emery back in to do a bit of punditry, but being a Dumbleton member, I think he's gone off, and you might have heard the door banging behind us. That was Kevin going off in a huff. As 200, by the way, has come up for Foxton Granta, 201 for 1. Make that 202 for 1 as the next ball from Thompson is speared into the offside by Webster, picked up just inside the boundary and just a single. So 39 runs to win, 12 overs, well 11 overs and 1 ball left. We're doing it gently now as Kaufman just plays that gently into the leg side for a single. 203 for 1. Well, they all said it was a good batting wicket. Don't think we realised how good a batting wicket it was. As Webster mistimes his drive there, and it's straight back to Thompson for no runs. So 29 overs, 11 left, 203 for 1 for Foxton Granta, needing another 38 runs to win. Kaufman on 102, Webster on 78.
It's almost the territory now, Keith, where they need 3.5 and over. It's almost the territory now where even if you got a cluster of 4 or 5 wickets that go down, that still shouldn't hamper them from
It would need something sensational, and unfortunately I don't think I've seen the bowling that makes me think it'll be sensational. I mean, Ross Martin's bowled out, 8 overs, 1 for 37. Ollie Horn, 5 overs for 31. Miles Holland 5 overs for 27. You know, they've all been very expensive. Dan Hammond 4 overs for 39. You know, looking at the bowling figures, everyone's been pretty expensive. And he hasn't got much options up his sleeve. You know, one of the things that sorry about Rich, one thing that Kevin was talking to me off air was whether perhaps the two spinners, Stewart and Thompson, were brought in a little bit too late. That the other bowlers were all much the same, and once they got in the groove, it was just. You know, no matter who was bowling, it was the same balls they were getting and playing the same shots to get the runs.
Yeah, I think there can be a lot of truth in that, Keith. It's interesting. I noted in the lead up to this final, Dumbleton have used 12 different bowlers. Foxton 7.
Yeah.
Which I think is an indication, perhaps, of how they've spread their bowling around rather than had a central core.
Yeah.
But my word. I still go back and I looked at that scoreboard at 5 for 1 and I thought,
Well, they even earlier on, you know, it was certainly it wasn't until about the 10th over they managed to get going. I'm sure if we had the individual stats, we'll be able to see where the acceleration really took place. Then we got a change of bowling. We got Miles Holland coming back on to replace Ross Martin from the nursery end. He's bowling to Richard Kaufman, who flays that over point for 4.
He looks so well set, doesn't he?
And it's the 200 partnership between Adam Webster and Richard Kaufman with that shot. 202. It's amazing.
He really, really gets his weight into the stroke, which means that his timing is really good. And that feeds into what I was saying before about the technicality of his batting. He's a very correct, true batsman.
I'm going to ask Luke, because he's got the messages up there, to go back earlier in a moment. Just wait till the next ball, and then there's a particular message from Foxton Granta I want him to find, but I'll tell him in a minute. We just watch as Miles Holland comes in again, bowls, and he goes to pull that on the leg side, and I don't know if he got a touch on it, but he's racing away to the boundary for another boundary, and it's 4. It's off the bat. Kaufman on to 110, 211 for 1. Racing away now, 30 needed for win. 30 needed. So I'm just going to ask Luke, find a message from Foxton Granta. There was a pub in Foxton where somebody was going to buy drinks all night. If you can find that pub. And what we'll do, Rich, is we'll have one comment from you, and then Kevin Emery has very kindly come back, and even though I think it looks like his side won't be winning today, we'll bring him in. Let's just wait a couple of balls. Just watch this ball there. It's up in the air. Is that going to be a catch? It's taken.
No.
Finn Brabham's taken the catch. Richard Kaufman goes. Caught Brabham. Bowled Holland for 110. 211 for 2. We'll let the crowd applause, show you the appreciation of a wonderful innings by Richard Kaufman. 9 fours, 6 sixes. Let's bring a comment from you, Rich, and then, as I said, Kevin Emery will come and be the expert summariser.
I can only echo that I probably feel a bit sorry for Charlie Garrett, that his innings, his super innings where he went through the gears to accelerate, has been usurped by this brilliant 110 from Richard Kaufman. He's got them in 84 balls, 9 fours, 6 sixes. It looks like it's led the path towards victory very, very adroitly indeed. And that's it from me for the moment, and I'm going to hand over to Kevin Emery.
Just while we wait for Kevin to join us, let's read out the message, because David Wood, it's Jersey cricket legend Harry Brook here. He's cheering on the Foxton boys, particularly Mr. Henry Campbell and Richard Kaufman. Well, I hope you give a big cheer there, Harry, for Richard, as he got that magnificent 100. He's going to put £300 behind the bar at Mimosas if the boys win. Get that £300 out is my thoughts there. But very glad that Kevin, very magnanimous of you to come here. Who knows, it may all change. 30 to win, 11 overs, 8 wickets. It'll be a good win from here for Dumbleton.
It certainly would be, but I have seen a rather rotund lady just tuning in the microphone up the top there. Great innings that from Kaufman. Just got on top of it, particularly after the drinks. They went hard at the bowlers and broke the back of the run chase. And Dumbleton left a little wanting. I think they were guilty of not going to change of pace much earlier than they should have been. It became very samey, all seam, and Kaufman just picked him off. Anything that he bowled in his wheelhouse, he put it in the short tavern boundary. So now it's sort of last chance saloon for Dumbleton. They've got to take wickets and take them pretty quickly.
Notice that they have got a slip and a gully in for new batsman Johnny Atkinson. So just to confirm, Richard Kaufman caught Brabham, bowled Holland for 110, 211 for 2. First ball outside the off stump, and Atkinson will leave it alone. Yes, they got a slip in and a gully. Got a just behind point, got a short mid off, ordinary mid off, mid on. I think no fielders. There might be 1 or 2 fielders out of my eyesight, but just trying to think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's probably still a cover sweeper, but a lot of the fielders are in, and certainly mid on or mid off are sort of coming further forward as next ball by Holland is down the leg side. Going to be a wide, and it is. But no, Ross Martin, as you said, Kevin's got no choice at all. He's really got to. Doesn't matter if they win in the last over an hour or in 2 overs time. He's just got to put the fielders up. And interestingly, he's got the short mid on or mid off. Not quite in the batsman's eye line, but certainly making it clear that he's putting the pressure on. Holland comes in again, bowls, and Atkinson on his toes plays it to the short mid off for no run.
But the way that Kaufman and Webster went after it, particularly just after drinks, having played nice and composed before that, just hit the bad balls for 4, has given the new batsman John Atkinson plenty of time. He can just play himself in. He's got no reason to panic. Dumbleton missed a few half chances, a couple of run-outs, bit of lack of communication there, but so far the
next ball is on a good length by Miles Holland, and Atkinson is happy just to play it back to the bowler. So end of a successful over to Dumbleton. First time we said that for a while. Holland now 6 overs, 1 for 36. There'll be 10 overs left. 212 for 2 is the score for Foxton Granta. Webster still there on 78. Sorry, Kev, you were saying, and I interrupted you.
No, fine. And I think they've paced it well. I mean, Dumbleton were guilty of chasing length a bit rather than just bowling back over length and trying to squeeze them and have a few overs. Didn't go for too many. Just as they did that, they swapped a bowler one end. I think of Miles Hammond, who bowled 2 overs for not many from the nursery, went to the pavilion and went for in his teens 16 and 17 in each over. So yeah, I think in hindsight they'll think, right, we should have maybe gone to a change up of pace much earlier.
I'm going to change a bowler at the pavilion end. It's Ollie Horn coming back on, but the usual thing when you come back onto bowl, it's getting your line right, and when it's outside the leg stump in this competition, you know it's going to be a wide, and it was. So another run to the total. John with 13 for 2.
Yeah, so it's probably.
Watch as Horn comes in again, right arm over. This time it's dabbed down into the offside very comfortably by Webster for a single. Takes him on to 79, and I suppose in theory he could get a century, but I'm sure being the club pro that he is, and the club secretary, I'm sure that his main priority will be to steer his side home. As I said, he's the one man who was in the side that lost to Woodhouse Granges 9 years ago, so you want to make sure he gets over the winning line.
Yeah, and he's played very well. It swung around early. I watched from up the top of the pavilion. It was definitely going in the air, but they chased it a bit, Dumbleton, instead of just bringing their lengths back and saying, come on, right, you play the hard shots, you take the risks. They then bowled a few half volleys that went for 4 and took pressure off, and all of a sudden from nowhere Fox and Granta were suddenly 50 for 1.
Horn again bowls, and Atkinson tries to dub that down, and just waiting for the umpires.
Yeah, they just missed it.
No, he just sorry, he was just turned. I thought he was going to turn around and signal a wide there, but I think he just wanted to turn around and have a look at the commentary box.
So yeah,
A little bit of shape there, so still something in the pitch if they can get their line right. Horn in again from the pavilion end. Atkinson solidly forward, no runs.
Yeah, certainly Kaufman's aggression in terms of taking the attack, and then particularly severe on slog sweep to the tavern boundary. Hit some cracking shots.
He did, but a bit like Charlie Garrett. I mean, it was controlled, and I just love the way he played proper shots, and I just love the way he can play the ball so late. And his little mind games with Ross Martin earlier was interesting, as Horn bowls the next ball, and Atkinson steers it off the bottom of the bat straight to backward point. No runs.
I think you said, Keith, earlier that he's played a bit of minor counties at Oxfordshire, and that experience showed in his batting there, because Ross Martin was swinging it and he thought, right, I'll negate it, I'll come out, no, I'm out in my crease, but I'll walk at him a bit, and so that brought his length back. Put the onus on Dumbleton, maybe to have a chat with the young keeper and say, look, come up and keep him in his crease, but they didn't, and he got himself in, and then he didn't look back from there.
Come back to that in a minute as Horn bowls the next ball, and is there an edge there? And he is. Atkinson's gone. Went for the drive, didn't quite get there. And Will Sweeting, just a reminder, 14-year-old Will Sweeting takes the catch. 214 for 3, and Atkinson goes, ironically, for the second duck in the innings.
Yeah, and often the way after a big partnership, a 200-run partnership, which has broken the back of this game in favour of Foxton Granta. You're waiting with your pads on, nervous energy, come out, and didn't quite get his foot to the pitch, just a little faint nick off. Umpire gave him out. Batsman looked very disappointed, which most people do when you get out, but he was sort of suggesting that maybe hit the ground, but he was given, and in cricket, if the finger goes up, you've got to walk.
You can walk. So Atkinson out for naught. It's 214 for 3. Webster still there on 79, and a little glimmer. Door's not fully closed yet on Dumbleton, but 27 runs to win, 7 wickets in hand. Obviously, they're still thinking it's their game, but good to see them. I always like it when a side, particularly when defeat looks inevitable. It's a bit like a team. My football team yesterday were 3 down and got a goal back in injury time. Okay, they lost. They were going to lose anyway, but hey, they got a goal back in injury time.
Who was that?
Maidenhead United.
Oh, I see.
National League.
Oh, right, okay.
Who haven't had a great start to the season, but 3-0 down against Tamworth.
And it's funny how the cricketing gods have a different view on things. And the last Atkinson to bat here before this game got 100 for England. His maiden 100.
Yes, very true.
And this Atkinson, Johnny Atkinson, got a naught. So
what a wonderful stat, Kevin. Wow.
Just strange, isn't it? But in one of those, we thought got plenty of time. Maybe, if they needed more runs, he might have come and been a bit more aggressive. If that's his game, I don't know. But Foxton Granta still in the box seats. Plenty of overs. 9 after this to get 27. So the only way Dumbleton win this is to bowl them out, which will be an extraordinary feat from here. I can't quite see it. Slightly gloomier overhead, but it's just shaped a little bit nothing like it was doing earlier. So the batsmen just need to get themselves in, and Webster to see Foxton Granta over the line for what will be a very accomplished win.
Well, it's Harry Hopwood who's the new batsman, and I'll say something about the partnership with Adam Webster in a moment, but Ollie Horn coming to bowl his first ball, which is steered nicely by Hopwood into the offside, and that's a good shot. He should get at least 2 for it as the fielder runs back from point. So Hopwood off the mark, first ball with a 2. Yes, these are the 2 players who were in the Foxton Granta squad last time they played at Lord's in 2015. Webster played, Hopwood was a 13-year-old substitute, 12th man.
Oh, good on him.
So 9 years on, 22, he's actually out there with he's a senior pro, and I'm being totally neutral here, but if it so happened that Foxton Granta won and these 2 were in the middle, there would be something nice about that.
Yeah, I think, whatever your allegiance is, it's nice to see, as it was yesterday with Gloucestershire, new names on a trophy so that a new group of people get to experience that feeling.
Yeah.
And
it will be if Foxton Granta win. Dumbleton, their first win was 2022, just the first time they got to the final.
Yep.
So, I think for the 5th year running, we've had different sides in the final, new sides in the final each time, or new winners rather each time. Will that be the case again? Anyway, 31 overs gone, 9 overs left, 216 for 3, and it's Adam Webster facing up to Miles Holland. Leaves that ball just outside the off stump.
And often in these games of cricket where the captain needs to be proactive when that stand was taking place, whether that be take pace off or you get people to bowl at the end that they prefer, then maybe in hindsight, Dumbleton could have looked at that, they'll look back on that, because they let them settle in. Yes, look, they played very well, particularly Kaufman and Webster, second fiddler who's come more into his own in the latter half.
Psychologically, I know it's nice if you can settle his Holland bowls the next ball and Webster just plays defensively into the offside to Adam Stewart for no runs. Yes, if No, you're absolutely right. You know, once you've settled in, it's a different mindset.
Yeah.
And but you've got to play yourself in it.
Cool.
So nobody's going to give it to you. And early on, they managed to, some testing batting and testing conditions, and they did settle in.
2 years ago, Miles bowled from the nursery end where he is now and bowled well. And he started at the pavilion and didn't bowl as he can do. Now, he's been out with an injury for a long time. He's not had a lot of cricket in the last 6 weeks. But just as a bowler, there is ground you bowl at and you're confident, and ends you bowl at, and just that. And often as captain, it's not happening. Let's give him one. Let's take him off. Let's not get 2 or 3, because it seemed from afar that they were getting used. It was the same pace, not even different angles around the wicket or anything else. So, but they played very well nonetheless.
3 dot balls in the over so far from Miles Holland. 4th ball is steered to backward point.
Another run-up chance. See that?
No, he's not quite. No, it was. Hopwood was probably backing up far too ambitiously. It was his call because it was behind square, but he was straight to the fielder, so it would be very ambitious. And it was a little bit slow, a bit like an oil tanker turning round there, and would have been close if it had been a direct hit, but he survived.
He's a
another dot ball.
Big lad, Harry Hopwood. I think he's grown a bit since he was 13 last year.
I'm sure he's a bit bigger than when he was here 9 years ago. As Miles Holland bowls, and right on a length now, as Kevin says. He's finding his length. He's finding an end he likes bowling from. Good memory, Kevin. Remember him bowling from that end 2 years ago. I know Ross Martin did, but I couldn't remember the end that Miles Holland bowled from.
There's often, when we had chatted before the last time, what your natural ball is and what the surface or the slope will do, and sometimes you're naturally pushing it down. You probably don't want to bowl pavilion because that's going to take it, and they bowled a few wides and then a few short balls. Whereas from the nursery,
last ball of the over, and I'm afraid he won't get a maiden because he closed it just a bit short outside the off stump, and Webster cracks it to the boundary. Nearly a chance of an overthrow there, but well backed up. But end of the 32nd over, 217 for 3. With that single, Webster keeps the strike on 80. Harry Hopwood on 2, and Holland's figures now 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37. Tidier over there by I think he's the Saturday captain for the
Miles Holland's been Saturday captain Dumbleton this year, and they've done pretty well. They went up promoted to 1 down from the Premier, and acquitted themselves very well. I think they ended up 4th. Had a exceptional overseas player in Thomas Kelly, who just bought into everything in the club and gave as much as he was given back. Just a magnificent cricketer, but an all-round good chap.
Ollie Horn with the next over from the pavilion end, and turned off his legs and hit up in the air, but there's no fielder other than the 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Big gap behind square, and Webster was able to get that away for comfortable 2 runs.
So he needs 18 out of the next 22, perhaps you could say 25 if it got there the 4 of the last ball to get his 100, and that would be an unusual feat for 300s in the same game, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, and in a cup final as well.
But he's been very composed, very assured.
He has.
Just taken his time, played some lovely drives, and just picked off the bad ball.
So he waits for the next ball. Swits on the back foot and doesn't really time the cut, but gets enough on the ball to send it to the fielder on the extra cover on just inside the boundary. Picks up a single, takes him on to 83, 220 for 3.
Yep, and it whilst there's yet 7 overs left after this, there's plenty of time for them just to play, because it's hard to squeeze with that little amount of runs left. And Dumbleton were reflecting on what they might have done earlier to break the Kaufman-Webster partnership.
Horn again from the left-hand pavilion end to where we're seeing, and nice firm shot there. That was the reason we're doing it was a good firm shot there by Hopwood. It goes to the fielder at short mid-on, who's only 1 strip away from the square they're batting on. It was right level with the stumps. Webster was backing up. Wondered whether if it hit the stumps it would have been a close run out, but I think Webster would have backed anyway. He hadn't backed up too much. Either way, no runs. But he's fielding just on the edge of the next strip to the one that is being used at the moment, as the next ball is outside the off stump, and it's a wide.
But even the little things like that Ross Martin, as captain, brought himself up to a very short mid-on, almost in line with the stumps, like an under 11 fielding team or an over 70s team. We don't really.
I wouldn't know it, Kevin.
and nearly affected a run out just because the guy didn't expect him to be that close. So the shot is down the ground really for Harry Hopwood.
Or the edge down to third man, which will give him another single, takes him on to 3.
Yeah.
2-2-1 for 3. 2-2-2 for 3, sorry. Double Nelson.
Double Nelson, Richie Beno.
Well, we have got a very good Richie Beno impersonator somewhere. He was in the commentary box earlier, but it's David Shepherd, wasn't it, the umpire, who would now be dancing around, jumping up on one leg.
That's right. You don't see much of those little caricatures, little
no, you don't.
idiosyncrasies.
Who was the umpire with the crooked finger? Was it
Billy Bowden.
Billy Bowden.
The Kiwi.
Yes. Horn again bowls. Turned off his hips by Webster quite competently. Fielder on the square leg boundary, just bambles in.
And we've seen, it may be a reflection on their age or their experience, 3 very well thought out, intelligent innings. Webster just tucked it off, and he's picked up the pace when he needed to, but Calvin was perhaps the more aggressive, hit some lovely shots leg side. Charlie Garrett the same, played a lovely
good anchor
blended
roll,
innings.
wasn't it? Just a shame that nobody could just stick with him a little bit longer other than Miles Holland.
Oh,
that one was an edge by Hopwood. I think that was an inside edge, and it might well have gone for 4.
I think it's 4, there's a catch there.
Would have been a hell of a catch for Will Sweeting.
Yeah,
it was an inside edge. We'll have a look at the replay. It was an inside edge. Sweeting diving across the leg side. Let's have a look at it here as it comes up on our screen. Hopwood waiting. Got an inside edge and only just eluded Sweeting. It was just a split second too late.
Yeah, no, he couldn't get to that.
Yeah.
Although, again, it's interesting looking again from afar and having played with a number of keepers over the years who have an individual penchant to take the ball a bit later.
Yeah.
Lower down rather than, and he's done well. He's standing outside of the off stump, but that's a big, thick inside edge, and not within a yard of it. It's too far. But there are other keepers who, when the wickets are slower, psychologically will come up to make the bowler think that they're getting it through better, and that's gone.
New over from Miles Holland. That swung into the boundary by Adam Webster wait for the umpire's signal because it's gone out of our eye line. He's waiting for the confirmation. What's he going to give? The crowd are expectant.
4.
Nobody seems to know. Is he waiting for the fielder to tell?
It's not far to that boundary, really. I think he should be able to tell himself.
It's gone for a 4.
By the trajectory, it looked a 4 to me.
Yeah,
without
it didn't like it got enough elevation on it to make it a 4, but then there was
He's now
1 or 2 6s earlier that did too. 231 for 3, that's 10 runs to win. Webster on to 88. As he faces Holland again. Plays and misses outside the off stump, but doesn't get the edge. He's gone through to keeper Will Sweeting.
He definitely won't want to get out here. He'd like to be walking off bat held aloft.
Well, as I said, there'll be something nice about him and Harry Hopwood, the 2 players who were involved in the previous final back in 2015. I just had a nice message just to remind us. It was James Buss telling us that Foxton Granta had to beat Reed to get here. Reed had won the competition 3 times, one of the few teams who won it more than once. And Dumbleton, well, you're thinking might be joining them, but don't think it will be today. As I said, it will be, I think, the 5th year on the trot there's been a new name on the trophy. Milford Hall last year, Dumbleton the year before, Calmore Sports the year before that. My memory's gone for the other 2, but I'm pretty certain it's 5 successive, which, years that we had different winners. But we'll see, haven't won yet, have they?
No, not yet, but I think they're nearly there. Nearly there. This would be a...
Holland comes in bold, stab down the offside there, and a good, well-judged run there. Hopwood was backing up very well. It was to the right of the fielder, so there was the chance of the run, and good backing up by Harry Hopwood, even though there wasn't perhaps the need for the run. Hopwood was there just to make sure. Webster on to 89, 232 for 3. I think the overs have got to the point where we not really need to count them down, and really it's just the runs now, so 9 runs to win for Foxton Granta.
So a slight change in the field, a slip coming
you've
in.
got to put everyone as close as possible. Ross Martin directing things. We've got a slip.
It's the sort of thing here where I don't think we've seen a bouncer all day. That wouldn't be it.
Let's see if Miles Holland can do that.
No,
he doesn't. Line and length.
Yeah.
Hopwood just plays it straight back for no runs. Yeah, we got slip in, so you got a backward point. We got mid-on quite shortish, certainly saving a single. Same for mid-off. Got a slightly more traditional mid-on.
Yeah, now if this was another 25-30, you'd think maybe you get another wicket, but with only 9 required.
Holland again bowls. Gets through his defences, but this is pad, but it was quite high up and no chance for an LBW as another over comes to an end. And that, I think, is the end of Miles Holland. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42.
Yeah, and definitely looked to have better rhythm from the nursery end. It was always going to be that Ross Martin would bowl that end that he did so well in the last fall, and Ollie Horn from this end as he shapes it back in. But sometimes, a captain, when the partnerships are happening, you've got to make something happen. You know, let it drift, and just swapping, giving people 1 over spells. If you don't need a wicket here, get off, do that. Just trying to get the energy up in the field. But you know, it's not taking anything away from the Foxton Granta batsmen who've paced it just right and got themselves ahead of the rate, and they've just stayed there.
So 9 to win as Ollie Horn bowls the 35th over. Ticked in, stuck into the leg side by Adam Webster, puts him into the 90s. 233 for 3.
That's right.
Just to give the heads up to the gentleman out there that we did say that for the last 5 overs Luke Edwards would do the last 5 overs. We'll see if we get that far, Luke. I don't think he's listening.
No.
I think he's
and there's something in the old parlance of the old players in certain games where they talk about a red inker. Nowadays it's about people's tattoos on their arm, but I think Webster will be eyeing up a little red inker not out. He may not be able to get to his 100, but he'd like to be 90 odd not out and walk off.
Be good for his average, that would be.
Yeah, but just
okay. What I'll do, Kevin, is we'll just wait to the end of the over, and then we'll bring. Looks like Luke, you're going to be having the privilege of commentating on the winning runs after this over. And Kevin, are you going to stay for the demise of your side or not?
I'm going to pop back to the pavilion, so I'll leave it to you.
Well, thank you very much indeed for your contributions today.
Pleasure. Nice to see you all again.
Please say well done to the team. I know it's likely they're going to be second today, but you know, they've taken play. You know, had a good game of cricket today, and let's just say if they do lose, they were beaten by a side who batted even better than they did.
Yeah, indeed.
And I think if that happens, say la vie.
Yep, better side on the day.
Lovely.
Okay.
Thanks so much indeed. Thanks so much. That's Kevin Emery there, who's been giving us, been very good, I think, because as I said, his side losing slowly but surely, but he's come along and given us great insight into what's going on at the club, and being given some reasons why perhaps they could have made it a bit closer, but they haven't. Got Rich Dean rejoining us as Ollie Horn comes in bowls, and that's a lovely straight drive there. Not going to be the match winning runs, but a lovely 4 there by Harry Hopwood. Probably means that Adam Webster won't get his 100 now. 237 for 3, just 4 runs needed to win. 2 balls left. So will Luke commentate on the last 2 balls? We've got to have some interest in what's going on, but we'll see. Thanks so much, Kevin. Kevin Emery there, ex-Hampshire, England international, giving us great insight into his great cricketing brain, and said 1 or 2 reasons why perhaps Dumbleton could have made it a closer game, but in the end I think they're going to be beaten by a side who've batted even better than they did. As next ball from Ollie Horn is dead batted by Hopwood, straight back to just to the fielder at mid-on. Captain Ross Martin, I think, accepting or realised the inevitable is going to happen shortly. Quite quiet actually, but I think it's because the Foxton Granta fans are further away from us. It's the Dumbleton fans that are below us, and they're quite quiet. The field hasn't really changed, still no slip. The 3rd man, not quite sure whether they need a 3rd man at this stage, but anyway, Horn comes in, bowls. I think that was a chance.
Ooh.
That was a chance for Ollie Horn. It was hit straight back to him very firmly by Harry Hopwood. Probably made a lot of difference, but Ollie Horn off his last ball is going to be disappointed that he didn't pick up a wicket there. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 50 is the final figures for Ollie Horn.
Yeah, it was hit hard. It was straight at him, Keith, into his midriff. and he just parried it rather than took it in.
Well, it's
really
difficult
tough
when you're
chance.
following through.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
you carry on, Rich, for a minute, describing that chance, and I'll bring in Luke Edwards, who will commentate on, might be only be one ball, we shall see.
I'm certainly not too critical of the bowler there for missing that chance. That was a really tough ball to pouch, so no criticism there. In fact, he probably did well to stop the boundary, as it would have been.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a stable door being closed after a horse's bolt, bringing on Lewis Rawlinson, the young spinner, to bowl his first over.
Well, he's the 8th bowler to be used, and nice that he's getting a chance to turn his arm over at the home of cricket.
Here he is then, in bowls, and Webster cuts it away straight to the fielder. And we had a message in from James Buss, who said, never gave us a chance at the beginning, heard folks in the crowd saying it's too many for Foxton to get, but here we are. Well, I think we all said that. We all said it's a competitive total. It'll be a struggle. It's always, we're basically saying it's hard to bat second here, but they've made folly of that, haven't they? Again, Webster cutting that away straight to the fielder. Yeah, they've made us up mugs, haven't they?
It's been an outstanding
but we've seen the final,
response.
Previous finals here, we've seen teams really struggle, been bowled out cheaply, trying to chase. That's clipped away for a single, so 3 to win. 27 deliveries, so plenty of balls to get it. It's a shame that Webster won't get his 100, but I think he'll take that. And a red inker for him. He's carried his bat from the very first ball of this innings.
Yep. And what a magnificent response to what was a pretty challenging total.
And 200s in a day as well. We don't often see that in the Village Cup final. It's fired in by Rawlinson and flicked away by Hopwood, who's 11 off 12.
Rawlinson will be pleased with his deliveries so far. Looks to have a nice action, the young man.
Here he is then. Oh, round the wicket, flicked away by Hopwood. That's going to be another single towards the total as the sun starts to peep out again. At one stage it went quite gloomy and I thought the floodlights might come on, but they haven't come on, so save the electricity bill for the members here at the MCC. They'll be glad of that. And the sun is going to pop out for the final couple of runs, and it's finished in style. Pulled away for 6.
He hit that many a mile.
Top tier, says Rob. No one's catching that one. What a way to finish that. Webster was down on his haunches celebrating. He's punch in the air. He's delighted. It's a captain's innings from Adam Webster, and Foxton Granta, well, when you chase down 240 in a final, you fully deserve to win, don't you?
Not only chased it down, eviscerated it. That was a magnificent innings. What a response they've mounted there to win this title. What a brilliant batting performance.
Well, Harry Brooks is back in touch. He says, Jersey legend here again. Consider 300 quid behind the bar at Mimosas. Also a round of pink tequilas at the Yacht Club on me, lads. Whether that means us, I don't know, but we'll happily go over. No wonder he's a Jersey legend, putting 300 quid behind the bar.
Yeah, he's everybody's friend tonight. But well done him. What's his name?
Yeah, Harry Brooks.
Harry Brooks.
And well done, Foxton Granta. Will run through the original scorecard. So Dumbleton, they won the toss and elected to bat. The standout was Charlie Garrett, who made 119 off just 105 deliveries, and it looked like that could well be enough, but the Foxton Granta card reads Adam Webster not out 91 off 109 deliveries, 7 4s, 6 3s, 6 3s, 3 6s even. 6 3s and half a dozen. Douglas Rice, LBW to Martin, he was out for a duck off just 3 deliveries. It was looking like it could be a tough afternoon, that for Foxton. Richard Kaufman, he was promoted up the order. He made 110 off just 85 deliveries, a strike rate of 129, 9 4s, 6 6s. Johnny Atkinson, he got a duck, also caught behind by Will Sweeting off the bowling of Ollie Horn. And Harry Hapwood not out, 12 for 12 off 13 deliveries, 2 4s in that. The bowling figures, Ollie Horn 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 50. Ross Martin 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. Miles Holland, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. Daniel Hammond, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 39. Finn Brabham, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Adam Stewart, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 19. Aaron Thompson, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 24. And Lewis Rollinson, 1 over, no maiden, none for 8. Really convincing from Foxton, Granta. We're going to stay on and make sure as well you can watch on the stream and hear it here as well on Live Sports FM, the presentation trophy. Anthony O'Sullivan says, unlucky Dumbleton, brave effort, a wonderful club, great to see you again at Lords. Kevin Faint says, congratulations Foxton. And Jimmy Hanley also says, amazing effort, yes, the Foxters. And fantastic win for them. I know they've been in a final. Is this their first ever win in the Village Cup? I know they've been in a final once. So this is, they were runners-up the previous time, but they've gone one better this time. So a big achievement for them against what many people were saying up and down the country when we went, that Dumbleton were the favourites, but they've beaten them. And we were saying this could be a close one. This, in the end, it was pretty convincing.
Yeah. And a really bipolar scorecard.
Yeah.
You've got 97 not out, 110, 0, 0 and 12. I mean, that exemplifies how important that 97 and the 110 were. And particularly in the, some of those technically played strokes that we saw in that second innings. Fantastic. What class batting we've seen today. We've been privileged to be at Lords for this final, and some people might not understand the level of play just by saying it's a Village Cup final, but we've seen some quality cricket, we've seen good bowling, we've seen penetrative line and length, we've seen batting both explosive and going through the gears as appropriate. That, to me, symbols very fine cricket, Luke, and I've been pleased to witness it.
Yeah, and the Dumbleton players just coming over to their fans in front of us to take the applause. Also, the Foxton Granta players are going to head over to their supporters. There's a couple with stumps in hand as well. As a memento, there's 2 players who'll definitely remember this game, even though they didn't win. I'm sure Charlie Garrett will remember that 100, as will Richard Cuffman. And at the end of the day, it was his 100 that set up, I mean, it was a dynamic 100 as well, to set up that win for Foxton Granta. Both 100s were great to watch as well.
Oh, weren't they? But very different innings. Kaufman's was controlled right from the beginning. You never felt that he was in any particular trouble. And the other 100 that we saw in the first innings was going through the gears. It was acceleration as appropriate times in response to the situation of the games. And I just thought that both of those 100s were Charlie Garrett in the first innings. Both of those 100s were really, really good cricket innings. That wasn't just slogging. That was proper cricket on it in evidence today, and for that they need to take huge credit.
Yeah, and also Webster's, again, another completely different innings. He was just anchoring the innings, milking the singles, letting the others play, and then when they lost a couple of wickets, he just exploded into life as well. He controlled it so well, and to go all the way through the innings after opening the batting and facing the first delivery was fantastic.
Yeah, and like I say, you can be a good technical batsman and you can have a certain array of shots, but that's the technique. The skill is almost looking at the game situation and being able to apply yourself to it in reference to what's required of you at that time. And sometimes, yes, that's flailing the ball to all parts. Sometimes, yes, it's defending and maintaining your place at the crease. And I think both batsmen have showed both a technical prowess and both a skill game management prowess as well. And I think that's incredibly impressive for players at this level.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And Be interested to see who gets played a match today. I'm guessing it'll be Kaufman, just for the fact that his 100 means that Foxton Granta won the game, and they'll be travelling back up to Cambridgeshire very, very happy indeed. Presentations will take place very shortly, and I imagine Kaufman will go up into, I think, third onto this list of highest individual scores in a final. And it's been normally we don't see 100, we've seen 2 now, haven't we, in the Village Cup final, and they've both been a privilege to watch, haven't we?
Yeah, we've been really treated today. I mean, that actually hasn't been all guns blazing from the start, but really solid. That was a model chase from the Foxton Granta guys, and they're all in the stand at the moment. I think they're loving it. They're getting a lot of chanting going down there in that crowd. But no, fantastic chase, absolutely.
And kind of went against the grain of Village Cups, where the team batting second usually struggle to get anywhere near the total set.
Yeah, normally the scoreboard pressure starts to tell, and particularly with a total like 240 odd. I mean, that's a hell of a total, and I think the money half time was on that being quite a tough work, but they cruised it in the end, just by 2 really sensible batting performances.
So the presentation just being set up. You can't see it on your screens at the minute, but there's a table out there with a nice MCC tablecloth draped over it. The trophies on there as well, as is the medals, and we have got a check going out there. I imagine we'll see Lydia Greenway out there very shortly. So Charlie Garrett is third on the list, joint third on the list, and Richard Kaufman has gone up to 5th on the individual highest scores for the final. On Foxton Granta, I've got the 4th highest total as well in that in the team sort of totals to make it here in the Village Cup final. So congratulations to them.
And they're just setting up the presentation now. They're trying to extricate a few of the Foxton Granta players who've got deeply emerged in the crowd and are being showered with beer currently. So I think they've got to try and get out of the crowd across the sacred turf.
I think for Dumbleton, they'll just maybe say, do you know what, fair play to them. They'll be disappointed. I mean, there'll be some regrets. Maybe not. They didn't bring on. They went with pace for over 20 overs, didn't they? They didn't bring on a spinner until after drinks.
I think that was the only thing really. I mean, you've got to take your hat off to Foxton Granta, but I think just a bit more variety perhaps earlier may have helped. Who knows? But it was such a composed performance from Webster and Kaufman that I'm not sure that they could have done much else really. Wasn't really any fielding blemishes either. So no, cracking performance. Sometimes you just got to take your hat off to them and say that was a solid chase.
Yeah, I can't see Lydia Greenway out there, but there are men in suits, and they will be doing the presentation. Oh, there she is. I can see her just to the. I think she's just trotting out now to meet the losing side.
And it's a great moment for Keith Higgins as well to fulfil his dream of doing some co-commentary with Lydia Greenwood as well. So
an old man's been made very happy, hasn't he?
Yeah.
There's a man in a very nice cream suit and a blue tie who's about to try and coordinate, I think, the trophy celebration. There's hugs all around. They're about to do the presentation, I think.
Yeah,
so you can see it on your screen now. Everybody just kind of gathering around. The crowd are being let on now to walk around close to the where the presentation is taking place, and we will see and hear, of course, the presentation starting with the runners up very shortly. Dumbleton.
Some of the walks from some of the crowd are a little bit weavy, shall we say. I think some of them been on the cider or the rosé or the champagne for a lot of the day. So, but why not? Indeed, it's a great chance to celebrate.
As we mentioned, there was a fair few bottles of wine in the stand in front of us, and the bars were doing a roaring trade, especially at lunch. So,
absolutely.
why not enjoy the day? It's not often you get to come to Lords, certainly to have a drink as well and enjoy the day.
Yeah, and I think there'll be plenty of singing on the way back to the coaches to Cambridgeshire for Foxton and Granta.
Yeah, like I say, about not far up the M11 really to celebrate that. The pitch is just being cut there. I'm guessing there's might be a Middlesex game on there, as well as obviously the one-day international taking place here at the end of the month at Lords between England and Australia. The T20, the men's T20 today has been abandoned without a ball being bowled, and this is just the most delayed part. It's just waiting for everyone to kind of gather and make sure the presentation team are in place. There was a lady coming down there and I thought she had a wedding dress on then. She looked she looked very sort of there. She's just going up the stairs. Looks like a nice wedding dress she's got on. Maybe they got married here today, I don't know. But there's members of the MCC heading out as well. There's Lydia Greenway just waiting to make the presentation as well. She had a pair of nice white trainers on so I can spot them a mile off. The ambassador, good to have her on commentary again as well, and Keith was a very happy man, made his trip to Lords worthwhile.
Absolutely. No, as a neutral, good to see a different name on the winners' medal. I think it's the last five years has been different winners each year, so always good to share that around.
Yeah, and it always happens that the winners of the previous, I think there's only Calmore Sports who've kind of really made any progress after winning it the year before. Most teams seem to get to the regional final and get knocked out again. I mean, Dumbleton, we know they're strong, they'll be there or thereabouts again probably next year. Can Foxton Granta come back and try and get to Lords again for a second year? So that'll be interesting to see also. Just waiting for notice of the presentation to start.
I think we're getting there. There's still some crowds making their way across slowly, coming around the edge of the ground.
Yeah, it's from the Foxton Granton area, so I assume you want to make sure that they're all there to see it. Some of the members are still happily on the top tier watching it, and who can blame them? Rich just stood at the front, and he's in his shades, looking very sort of MI5 like, isn't he?
He's kind of made for Lords, isn't he? I think, yeah.
Well, he's a member here at Middlesex, so he's a regular here. So yeah, he knows the drill.
Meanwhile, the ground staff are quickly on, just preparing the pitch and clearing up.
Yeah, still some dignitaries making their way down the steps as well from the pavilion as we wait. I'm guessing the pub next door, the Lords pub, I can't remember what it's called, will be doing a good trade.
The Taverners,
the Taverners, that's the one.
Taverners.
In about roughly half an hour's time.
I think so. There'll be a few celebrations in there.
Some of the Dumbleton ones might be in there now, but most of the Foxton Granta ones might be in there after. And I think we're almost ready to start the presentation. I can see a lot of milling around. The leaf blower's out, blowing away all the sawdust, which is what you can hear. Out come Foxton Granta, probably just having a moment to themselves in the dressing room as they're coming down the stairs ready for the presentation.
Yeah, I mean, what a proud day out for them and for all their families that have travelled down today. I mean, it really is the pinnacle of the of village cricket.
The leaf blower stops, I think. That'll be it, thankfully for that. Kind of hear what's going on. But yeah, the Foxton Granta players just heading over to the far side of the pitch, just to the left of the pavilion, and they're getting ready to line up. It'll be Dumbleton who go up first. In fact, probably the umpires who go up first.
Yeah.
Scorers and umpires, yeah. Umpires are Mr. Holland and Mr. Royal. Mr. Ian Royal and John Holland.
And then the scorers, Hobbs and Westram, I think.
Yep, so good on them.
Yeah, I thought the umpires did a good job today. I don't think there was too many contentious decisions.
Maybe
were
the
there?
first
Possibly.
Dumbleton wicket was the only one, really. And thanks to everyone as well that joined us. The guests from the Cricketer, Lydia Greenway, of course, Ian Smith. Crowd just moving forward now towards the presentation table, which is been covered up from our line of sight, but we can see it on the stream.
Ask both teams to come and assemble at the front, and if we have our scorers here, if they could make themselves known to us as well. Thank you.
Scorers are being asked to come forward, maybe just sheepishly hiding in amongst the crowd there. Both teams just assembling.
Linda Hobbs and Duncan Westerman, are you here?
Touch of Delia Smith there, asking for the scorers.
Let's be having you.
Let's be having you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the ceremony this evening for the presentation of the trophies for the Voneus Village Cup 2024.
I'm not sure how much of that you can hear, but we'll talk you through it.
Today is headed by Rob Lynch, the Director of Cricket and Operations here at MCC, Christopher Chargio, CEO of Voneus, Neil Davidson, Chair of the Cricketer magazine, and Lydia Greenway, former England cricketer. First, I'd like to invite Rob Lynch to say a few words.
So Rob Lynch is stepping forward. He's head of operations here at the MCC.
It's been an amazing day, an amazing competition, and to have a final here, to have the weather as we have today, and two fantastic teams competing for what is a wonderful competition put on by the Cricketer magazine. It's truly a special day for us, and we're very honoured at the MCC to host the final. To the two teams, congratulations on your journey here to Lords. An amazing achievement just to get here, and I hope today is a day that will go down in your memories. It's a very special day that you'll tell your friends and family for many years to come. We obviously do, however, have to have a winner and a loser, so first thing I'd like to do is ask us all to put our hands together for our winners today, Foxton's Granta Cricket Club.
Rob Lynch there just saying what a great final it was, and also to offer some applause towards the winning team, Foxton Granta.
And it's obviously not just the players, but also to your friends and families and supporters, and so many of you that have come here today. Thank you all for turning up. We're very honoured to have you here, and what great scenes we had throughout the day, and particularly at the end there when with so many cheers and congratulations going on. Really special scenes. So thank you for turning up as well.
Just thanking all the crowd there as well.
Just a few thank yous. Obviously, a day like this doesn't just happen. Firstly, to our ground staff who might still be out on the ground, but our ground doesn't just look like this overnight. There's all sorts of hard work that goes in to prepare today. So if they can hear us, and I think they've gone and probably having a cold one right now. But to our ground staff, if we can just put our hands together, please.
Just thanking the ground staff. Great track, wasn't it, by the way, Rob? Really quick and bouncy.
Thank you for your efforts today. We can't obviously have a game of cricket that happens without you, so thank you to you and all your colleagues across the competition this summer as well. And finally, just to the Cricketer magazine itself, to Neil and to Jim. This is a wonderful competition that's been now going since 1972. And something that I hope goes for another 50-odd years as well. And
yeah, the Village Club's been going since 1972, says Rob Lynch. So a long old time now, and another new name on the trophy. So goes from strength to strength.
I hope you had a wonderful day here at the home of cricket, and congratulations again to the two teams.
Thank you, Rob. Well, let's start the presentation, and I'm now going to ask Neil Davidson to present the Ben Brocklehurst Memorial Trophy to the man of the match adjudicated by today's presentation party.
Player of the match.
Now, there are a few candidates, but it's been decided for his 110 of 85 balls. The man
So
of the match
Richard Kaufman wins the Ben Brocklehurst Memorial Trophy for player of the match. Understandably, because it was the winning knock.
That's right. I mean, the Chris Garrett could have been if he got those Dumbleton over the line, but because it was the scoreboard pressure chasing down that total, I think that's justifiably going to Richard Kaufman.
Yeah, 110 off just 86 deliveries.
I'd now like to ask Lydia Greenaway to present medallions.
Here's Lydia Greenaway. Of course, she joined us earlier on. Had a great chat with her. She's going to present the trophy to the umpires, Ian Royal and John Holland. It's a big privilege for them as well. And now the scorers. But Lydia was she was keen to go then. She's been sent back. She's got to present the trophy now to or a medal to the scorers, and oh, she's loving it there. The two scorers with a little wave as they went up.
Yeah, that's Linda Hobbs.
Linda Hobbs, yeah, she was taking adulation to the crowd there.
From Dumbleton Cricket Club.
Up comes Mr. Westerman. He's a little more understated as he walks up there to get his medal.
Now it gives me great pleasure to ask Rob Lynch to present medallions to our runners-up, Dumbleton Cricket Club. Gentlemen in scorecard order, Ross Martin.
And now
Captain Ross Martin.
Rob Lynch is going to present the medals to the losing team, so they're going up in batting order. Charlie Garrett, who's unfortunate to be on the losing side, isn't he, Rob, with that knock that he had before?
Absolutely, yeah. No, it was a stunning knock.
Aaron Thompson.
You still can't get over that 60 hit over extra cover, can you?
Adam Stewart.
I think
Ollie Horn.
poor old Lydia's having to help out Rob Lynch here by handing the medals to him for him to pass on. Saves him having to turn around and walk to the table.
Daniel Hammond.
There's a time and motion study there, I think, going backwards and forwards.
Yeah, it's they could have moved it. Yeah, you think they'd have put him nearer the table. They put a table out, and poor old Rob Lynch is having to. He's getting his steps and he's walking back and forth about 10 yards.
Well, the same for Lydia as well.
Yeah. 10 yards to pick up a medal, hand it to the losing player, and then walk back again to go the same process. A conveyor belt.
Miles Holland. And do we have Freddie Sharp? Freddie, you here? And Freddie Sharp.
Freddie Sharp, 12th man, is also going up, getting a medal.
Congratulations, gentlemen. I'm now going to ask Neil Davidson to present medallions to the winning team, Foxton Granta.
Forward comes Neil Davidson.
First up, we have Anna Webster.
And they're going to get their medals first of all, and then the trophy will be handed to the captain, Adam Webster. Great knock by him. Didn't quite get his 100, but I'm sure he'll be pretty happy as a winning captain, won't he? He's sacrificed himself in a way, hasn't he?
Absolutely. I think he was the only member of the team back in 2015 when they lost that's still around. So great for him. Shame he couldn't get over the line with his ton, but he'll take that any day of the week, I'm sure.
Harry Hopwood goes up. He was out there as well at the end with his captain.
Ashley Clark.
Ravi Mahendra, of course, who got that sort of, I suppose it was a partnership breaking wicket, wasn't it, when Ross Martin and Charlie Garrett are going well. A full toss which Martin just picked out his opposite number with, and that was it for from his point of view. Of course, Adam Webster isn't a captain. I thought he was. I think he was captain in the past. It's now Lewis Hill, of course. He's going to go up and lift the trophy, but
And the victorious captain, Lewis Hill.
yeah, here he is now, walking up Lewis Hill.
Finally,
On goes the law, on goes the hovercraft.
asked Christopher Tragio, the CEO of Voneus, to present the Voneus Village Cup.
And now up goes the CEO of the sponsors, Voneus. And he's going to hand the trophy now to Lewis Hill. Shakes his hand and will lift it, waits for his teammates to surround him, and then we'll look to lift the trophy. Kneels down and lifts it above his head, and celebrates, and it's a big trophy as well, but they'll enjoy that, especially as they get to do the Lord's dinner afterwards as well, and I'm sure they'll have a nice meal and a few drinks to celebrate.
Absolutely. What a brilliant moment for the guys.
Yeah, brilliant day for them. I'm going to bring Rich Dean back in, and also Keith Higgins. And yeah, Rich, your final thoughts on today?
Brilliant day, grand occasion. It was lightened by some fantastic batting, some really good bowling, and generally some excellent cricket on show. The level of this cricket, I think, would exceed most people's expectations, and we've seen that in full force here today. Charlie Garrett takes amazing amounts of credit in the first innings, and I thought his innings was superb. He went through the gears, he accelerated. And then a couple of innings, obviously, in the second innings. Webster got into the 90s, played really, really well. Didn't look as though he was taking too many chances, and obviously that was a fabulous innings. But the man of the match, Richard Kaufman, I think takes pride of place as the man of the match in this final, and truly, truly deserves his accolade for a brilliant innings that was full of brilliant technicality, lovely technical cricket shots, as well as looking at the state of the game and what was required in the circumstances. So I would say technically brilliant, skillfully and adroitly done, and that's symbolised today for me, Keith. I think it's been an excellent occasion.
Rich, I don't think there's much I can add to that, so I don't think I will do the injustice of going over everything you said. It's just to echo, it's been a brilliant day, and all I like to do to finish off is to thank everybody. There's a lot of people I want to say thank you to. So let me start with, in no particular order I have to say, but thanks to Kevin Emery, who joined us for quite a stint of punditry, and Kevin, being a member at Dumbleton, will be a little bit disappointed, but I thought the way in which he came in the second innings as the game was slipping away from them and put a brave face on it deserves a lot of credit. The cricketer, we've had Dave Sharman, Ian Smith and James from the Cricketer who came up, and did they pass their audition for Test Match Special? I don't know, but
yeah, I think they did a good job for us.
They did a good job. So thanks so much indeed to everybody at the Cricketer, but particularly, as I said today, Dave, Ian and James. Mentioned her earlier, thanks to Lydia Greenway. If nothing else today, I can go away saying I commentated with someone who's an ex-England cricketer and has won the Ashes and commentates for Sky. No, brilliant for her. She must admit, I wasn't sure if she would be able to come today, but I get the feeling that she really wanted to.
I think so as well, Keith.
She knows what a good commentary team we are. So thanks to Lydia. Thanks to Paul Birch, who came in during the innings interval. I think Luke arranged that, so thanks to Paul. Paul was inducted today in the Village Cup Hall of Fame. And yes, he lost his record today. He had the highest unbeaten century in a Village Cup final, but Charlie Garrett has taken that away from him. But he was very magnanimous and not too concerned about that, and was just so pleased, I think, to be here for a great day of cricket. Other people to say thank you for is people from the MCC and Kate, Anna and Jay. Anna and Jay, who provided the technical support, and Kate, who's been a great supporter of the work we do at Live Sports FM and the Voneus and the video stream from NV Play, and also Jake. I'm not quite sure who Jake works for, but Jake certainly has been around, set up all the equipment, was here earlier on, so thanks to everybody at the MCC and Jake for what they've done. Better thank JP. Should we give thanks to JP?
Absolutely, yeah.
Jonathan
Thanks,
Pinfield,
JP.
who's been producing today. Thanks so much, Jonathan. Seriously, without your support and without you just prodding us every now and then to make sure that the quality of what we're doing is meeting standards, it wouldn't be the great day that we've had. So thanks very much to that. And I said no particular order, so not saying that last but not least, but everyone who's contributed and commented on the, whether it's on the social media or on the YouTube stream. We've had over 400, I think, people commenting today, and that's absolutely brilliant. We really do appreciate everything you said. I know one person sort of said, you didn't give Foxton Granta much chance, and to be honest, I'm not going to go back on that. I really didn't think they had a lot of chance chasing 240 here at Lord's, and they've done it. I will have a quick look at the stats, and most of the time, in my recollection, it's usually the side batting first to win, I won't say comfortably, but just looking back at the last games, I'm just looking, I think, 2021 Alvanley won by 6 wickets, but that was a rain-affected game. In the main, most sides usually win by runs, which suggests that they're the side who batted first. But well done to both teams. I thought they were a real credit to the game of cricket throughout, and Rich summarised it beautifully. So I guess the last people to thank are the 3 people sitting around me at the moment. Well, 2 of them are standing, but Luke Edwards, Rob Ettridge and yourself, Rich Dean, thank you very much indeed, guys. It's been an absolutely fantastic day again, and we couldn't have done it without you.
Can I just interject for 1 second?
Should we let him interject? Yeah, we'll let you interject, yeah.
So I want to place thanks to someone else.
Please do. Have I forgotten someone?
You have.
Who have I forgotten?
Yourself, Keith.
Oh, no.
Without your background scouring of information and supplying stats and the work that you do from a technical point of view as well, the visit up here prior to this commentary starting today has enabled us to do it. So whilst you're thanking everyone else and thanking all of us, I think I can speak on behalf of both Rob in front of me and Luke in front of me in saying that you should take the lion's share of the thanks here. So thank you, Keith Higgins.
No, thank you all. It's a real team effort, really is. No, thanks so much. It's very kind of you. So, just to quickly summarise the outline of the scores today. So, Dumbleton won the toss. Seems ages ago, wasn't it? 11 o'clock? Well, even earlier, about 10:30 they won the toss, decided to bat. Posted what seemed to be a very challenging score, 240 for 8, mostly built round a wonderful 119 not out by Charlie Garrett. Somebody we didn't give mention before, perhaps the bowling of Sam Beer, who took 3 for 38, shouldn't be neglected. But we thought 240 for 8 would be a very challenging total, but Foxton Granta, once they made mincemeat of it, but won by how many wickets? By 7 wickets, mostly based around 110 by man of the match, Richie Kaufman, and Adam Webster, 98 not out. So thank you everyone who's been either watching on the stream or listening to us on Live Sport FM. I've been Keith Higgins. Obviously it's the end of the cricket season now. Hopefully we'll be back with some football matches on Live Sport FM in the not too distant future. But for now, once again, thank you very much indeed for listening to us. Enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye.